Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome back to TopstepTV. This is the opening call today, January 28th, 2026. We got a great day of trading lined up ahead for you today. Big day. It is FOMC day. FOMC day. We got John the Goat Hoagland in the middle, that very warm hat on his head, and to his right, JD Hoag. JD, how you guys feeling this morning?
Feeling good. I got my helmet on. I'm ready. JD, how you feeling, pal?
Awesome. Thank you, Hoag. Good morning, Jay. Good morning, Hoag. Good morning to all our friends and traders in the chat. Yes, indeed. Welcome to Fed Day. We're going to go over that economic calendar in a few minutes, but a lot of moving parts today. It's Fed Day and some big earnings coming out after the bell later today. We should get some volatility all day long. I'm looking forward to it.
We should definitely see some volatility. We saw some last night in the metals, gold making new all-time highs in both of the contracts. Normally, we take a look at the opening range trade in gold, but we're going to switch it up a little bit this morning and change things. We saw some people in the chat talking about it as well. Gold is in rollover. Shout out to Coach Hoop, who is always letting us know in the chat when these markets are in rollover. But we are rolling over from the February to the April contract. Is that correct, Hoag? Feb to April?
That is correct. Yep.
Yes. When it moves, it'll be April. Yep, that's correct.
Awesome stuff. So right now we have volume split between the February and April contract. We're still on February right now for TopstepX. Should be rolling over soon. My guess is tomorrow. But we are going to refrain from taking the opening range trade. We're still going to chart these the markets, and we'll talk about them. But just understand, Hoag, what should people be looking out for if trading gold today?
Gold is there's a little bit of a disconnect, in my opinion, between gold and silver now. So we have a new all-time high in extended trading hours again in gold. We know that those all-time highs in extended trading hours tend not to be lasting. We've got a pretty big gap from the close from yesterday. There's a big disconnect, and this is something that happens in gold and silver quite a bit. Because the settlement price is at 1230, gold settled last night at 58.8260, but in the extended trading hours, it traded all the way up to the high here. I think it was about 51.9080 before the extended trading hours closed. So a little bit of a disconnect between settlement and where the end of the price was throughout the day. So and in that period of time, we had the biggest volume actually occurred after the settlement price, the biggest volume when we finally broke out above weekly kickoff high, and we left. I'm calling what I call a late spike, $5,130. That's that late spike, right back down near the weekly kickoff high. So there's a lot of overnight inventory to the long side, a new all-time high in their extended trading hour session. Probably not going to be a lasting high. There's a lot to be thinking about, and a bit of a, I don't know, almost a dangerous situation here in gold.
Yeah,
we had a big drop in open interest, but that's probably mostly a function of rollover. But that might signal that we finally squeezed out some shorts on that late pop at the end of the day yesterday. I don't know. It's going to be an interesting day. We'll take a little bit of a deeper look at it when we go through the charts.
for sure. Got gold opening up here in just about a minute. JD, what are you seeing in these gold charts?
What I'm looking at the dome right now, and the way it's scattered and thin, I highly recommend not trading. Got it shared right now. There it is.
There you go.
See how looks like a snaggletooth dome right there. I would highly recommend staying out of this market today until we roll to the April contract. Hoag and I had a little meeting about that this morning. We're in contact with our dev team in the back. We're going to get this contract rolled over as soon as we possibly can. Probably won't be during the regular trading hour session, though. It'll be after the close. But you can see just how thin this market is right now. If you're going to be trading gold, be very, very cautious. The majority of the volume is not in the February contract today. It's in the April contract. And your TopstepX platform is still on the February contract. So be very, very careful if you choose to get into this market today. That's all I can. That's
JD, I think
the best warning I can give you.
I think you've coined a new industry term, snaggletooth. It's a snaggletooth exit. Stage left.
Gold.
It fits though, right?
Very nice. It's what it looks like.
I knew exactly what you were talking about. As soon as you said it, very descriptive. Very descriptive. Don't need a dental plan. Gold is officially
Sure does.
open for business here. 52.70 last trade here. Again, we're not going to take a look at that. We're not going to take the opening range trade. We can still look at it. We'll still chart it, but we're not going to take the opening range trade. JD, it's Fed Day. What do we have to look out for on that economic calendar?
Oh man, we got some stuff coming up at the bottom of the hour too. We've got international trade in goods and retail wholesale inventories coming up at 7:30. We probably would have taken the trade into those two numbers, not extremely market moving, but there are reports coming out at the bottom of the hour nonetheless. 9:30, we've got crude oil inventories, and then the bell of the ball for today, we have the FOMC decision on rates at 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time, followed by Fed Chairman Jerome Powell's press conference at 1:30 Central Time. We're going to be piping all of that in here live for you later this afternoon. We've also got a FOMC strategy session starting at about 12:45, 12:50 p.m. Central Time. I'll be back here with Andre, Hogue, and Jack. We're going to talk through the announcement. Well, first, we're going to start off with a little strategy session. Like I said, we're going to talk about what we're expecting, what a certain vote could mean for the markets, how it would affect the markets, and whatnot. Should be pretty informative, so stick around. And then we are going to be here for you for bell-to-bell, wall-to-wall coverage of the Fed announcement and the press conference and the Q&A afterwards. So we've got you covered on that end. Always got one eye in the ditch for you right here on TopstepTV. So join us for our Fed Watch party later this afternoon. Tell your friends. Get everybody in here. It'll be a blast. I know Hogue loves the party.
Party. Let's party. I'm looking at the earnings that came out this morning. A lot of green.
Mm-hmm.
Among the top ones this morning, the only ones that came out missed a couple of earnings per share. Starbucks missed earnings per share, but beat on revenues. ASML missed on revenues, but missed on earnings per share, but also beat on revenues. But I mean, we've got some pretty decent stocks here. We had GE, we had AT&T, ADP. General Dynamics, a lot of green I'm seeing. And it's, another industry term. There's oodles of earnings already out this morning. So most of them on the green. But again, after the close today, we've got Microsoft, we've got Meta, we've got Tesla, we've got IBM, another quite the handful of major stocks coming out after the close. So it is going to be an interesting and information-filled session today. That's for sure.
Absolutely. Ton of parties. Hogue, to make sure that we are prepared for the trading day, let's go through that checklist.
Absolutely. So what we are doing is always seeking context, risk management, and patience in these markets. Pre-market research. That's what we're doing. Take a look at your charts, get your context, get your trade ideas in order, get your morning checklist. Yes, watch those trades, check your trades, make sure that they fit your strategies before you take them, write them down, and review them at the end of the day. Mindset check, of course. Route and date on yesterday, and mindset is such a huge part of trading. Make sure you are in the right frame of mind for trading. Trade entry checklist. Yeah, you got to get your pen, get your paper, get all that written down for your post-market checklist. Review your trades, review your mindset during those trades. And as always, watch at the buzzer at the end of the day with Coach Jay and Coach Paul.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that. Hogue, we're going to have a little earnings watch party today for At the Buzzer. Looking at gold, I have another platform up here where I can take a look at the April contract. Just again, for anybody who's going to trade it, just understand that we might see some interesting rollover type trading activity on the offer here in the April contract at 53.17. It's 200 on the offer. We don't normally see size like that in gold. So I'm kind of attributing that to maybe some rollover activity. So again, just if you're going to trade that market, understand there's some size there. We're trading right a tick below it right now, 53. Well, now it's 53.15, but it's 200 on the offer up there. So somebody is trying to trade some size here in the gold market. 52.75.90 last trade in the February contract that we have here on Topstep X. We're going to take a look at these gold charts, but before we do that, JD, let's get to some news.
Let's do it. Little downtick in at UPS. Expected job cuts coming up to 30,000 jobs. Is it seasonal work or not? Let's take a look. Let's run it. UPS says it's cutting up to 30,000 jobs. The New York Times reports that the company expects to deliver fewer Amazon packages this year. UPS says it will reduce staff through attrition and voluntary separation offers for full-time drivers. According to the Times, the cuts also will affect warehouse workers. The new cuts followed tens of thousands last year. UPS has said it wants to reduce its work with Amazon, saying the partnership is largely unprofitable.
Interesting.
So I have a friend who's had his entire career working for UPS in the warehouse.
Mhm.
He's about ready to retire. And he kind of told me that UPS has not been doing well. It hasn't been profitable. You know, they always kind of overemploy for the holidays, thinking that there's going to be, of course, a lot of sending of packages, and there always is.
Mhm.
But he told me maybe about a month ago, he said, yeah, they're going to be cutting a whole bunch of people. I'm like, are you at risk? He says, no, I've been there. You know, I'm basically retirement age. So, and he works. So he's like, they're not going to get rid of me. So, he's okay. But yeah, he was kind of gave me this warning about a month ago that this was probably going to be happening. So
yeah, the way this report made it sound is that sort of partnership with Amazon was just a waste of time. They hired a bunch of people, delivered a bunch of packages, and nobody made any money doing it. We've got more to report on for Amazon in just a little bit. You're going to be surprised to hear. Well, you might not be surprised to hear what's going on over there. Got an Amazon report coming up in just a little bit too.
Interesting
Couple
stuff
minutes.
here for sure. You got some numbers coming out, right?
Yes, on one of my calendars, I'm showing international trade in goods and retail inventories and wholesale inventories. Let's see if those pop up. We already had our MBA mortgage applications out earlier this morning. Let's take a look at those results. Mortgage applications down 8.5% week over week. Prior last week was up 14.1%, down 8.5% this week. Purchase index was down 0.4%, up 5% last week. And the refinance index down 15.7%, up 20.4% last week. So, not a very good look for the housing market week over week. Got to be weather.
Not really. We got Xenon in the chat saying, I worked as a temp delivery driver for UPS. Very disorganized. Very disorganized.
Yeah.
What was it back in the late 90s? When all those UPS people made all that money, what was that about? There was a stock split, and they offered a bunch of employees stock options in the company. So it was like 30-year employees of the company like walked away millionaires. I think it was like 99 or 2000, something like that. I can't remember the exact details, but I remember tens of thousands of people, even here in Chicago, people that put their whole lives into UPS walked away with quite a bit of dough.
Oh, well, I hope that happens for my friend now, but we'll see. Huh?
That'd be awesome. That would be awesome.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at these metal charts. We'll take a look at gold, take a look at silver as well. What are we seeing here? Again, no opening range trade for the house account this morning in gold, but what are we seeing on these charts, Hogue?
Yeah, I mean, right now we're still looking at the Fed contract. So if you are going to be, thinking about the April contract, there's about a $38 premium in price to the February. So you adjust your levels accordingly. So move all those levels up $38. But Monday we had our first kind of sense or possibility of an excess high. It came right off that weekly kickoff high. Technically, if we opened below that day, that would have been a pretty good reversal pattern, but it just didn't happen yesterday. The market came back up. We saw buyers coming back into this market. Again, because it's rollover, it's very difficult to make an assumption that the loss of 38,000 contracts was short covering. If it wasn't rollover, I would say, yeah, that was probably squeezing out some shorts. And it still might be. It's just a little bit more difficult to be able to see that. Of course, because this is an expiring month, you're going to see lower volume, particular on an up day. Um, Jay, I'm just going to go to the 30 unless you've got something you want to talk about on the daily.
Nope. The daily tells the story. It's going up. Whatever happened, and maybe it was
Yeah.
a function of rollover. Hogue. I know I don't know if you saw Power Hour yesterday in gold. It was insane. The market moved $80
Yeah.
in Power Hour.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's-
And it right at 2 o'clock too. So
yeah.
that was like right at the beginning of Power Hour. That's when it finally saw that breakout above weekly kickoff high. It was, pretty much the high Monday, pretty much the high yesterday until something happened and those buyers just came after it. You can see that 2 o'clock bar on the 30-minute was the highest volume, even higher volume than during regular trading hours. So that makes it significant. That's why I'm kind of looking at this late spike. I'll keep that on the chart because it might come in useful if price comes back to that level, or if and when that price comes back to that level. But again, we've put in a new all-time high in extended trading hours. We know that there's a tendency for those not to be lasting highs. When we're looking at open interest, we're looking at some pretty significant open interest, not from settlement, from where we opened last night. We opened right about there, got a little short. Now we're sitting here holding some pretty substantial longs. If those longs, those weaker hands, new buyers, new weaker hands longs, don't get what they're looking for, we could see a decent pullback off this high, leaving that all-time high as the high of the session, at least for now. If the buyers continue to come into this, they're going to continue to pay those overnight longs, and those overnight longs will hold on as long as they can. But again, I think on the open here, watching the open, watching to see if we see some more um, continuation to the upside, that'll make all the shorter time frame longs happy. But if they don't get what they're looking for, they'll bail and they'll give us better trade location for longs. Jay, what do you think?
I agree. We're trading right below that 5,300 major psych level. We traded above it last night. Volume price traded above it, volume didn't. So those weaker hands maybe we saw that reconcile here and get a little bit of a pullback to VWAP. It's hard to short this market, but I think a pullback to VWAP here, 52.31, would give us an opportunity to buy it with decent risk, right? Right now, gold could very easily, in my opinion, pull back to this VWAP here. We've seen it do it a bunch of times, but it still is a market where I'm looking for opportunities to get into the long side. Overnight inventory long, they bought it right away, bought it through the Asia session and holding on to it. To me, it's find a place to buy it and sell it higher.
BTFD. All right. The profile yesterday was normal variation, a little bit extreme. With the volume profile, point of control, and settlement were outside of the initial balance. So, and it wasn't until after the close where the action really started. And this is difficult, I think, for a lot of folks to kind of perceive is, if price finished the day all the way up here. I mean, the last price on this was 51.71, but settlement is all the way down here, and that is again a function that they still use settlement. They still use the old pit close time for settlement, so that you have all the rest of this time for the rest of the day for price to continue to move. So there's where that little disconnect comes in. We get a lot of people saying, "Well, why is settlement down there when it closed all the way up there?" Just where they just choose to put settlement, and that's where all positions are marked for margins. So a little bit of a disconnect there. Don't worry about it. It's just one of the functions of the market, and I think that's it. We're good for gold right now. Do we want to take a quick look at silver?
Yeah, let's take a look, Hogue.
All right, so Here's where I'm seeing a little bit of a disconnect here. Monday we had a lot of excess here. We did not have an island top. We didn't have anything like that. That island top is still a possibility if something were to change and we were to open below this level, and we'll see that closer on the 30-minute chart. But so a little bit of a disconnect from gold. I mean, gold put in a new all-time high in the overnight session last night. Silver has not yet. So a little bit of a disconnect there. We lost 3,700 in open interest yesterday. We're maybe at the front end of rollover in silver. We're not quite there yet. So I'm looking at as probably squeezing out some shorts, and that's what markets do sometimes when they're rallying. The short, everybody picks tops, and they always seem to get run over, and that's, I believe, what happened yesterday. So that open interest indicates probably squeezing out some shorts, maybe, maybe takes a little bit of buying power out of the market. But when we look at the movement of the day session tomorrow, it tells a little bit of a different story. Jay, what do you think? What are you thinking here on the daily chart?
On this daily, silver got tested the other day. What was that, Monday? The market tested silver through a pretty good punch, and it's holding. It held inside that candle. We're already back above 50% of it. We closed back above 50% of it yesterday. Kind of checked it, used it as a support, and I think we're finding buyers. And one of the things we've seen, Hogan, I'm curious to see if we see it today. If one of the metals, gold, rallies, silver is pretty consolidated, and vice versa, right? If silver is the one rallying, gold usually chills out for a bit. So curious to see which one takes the lead today, especially with gold being somewhat finishing its roll, and silver not rolling over yet. Curious to see what happens here. But again, trading inside of this high volume reversal candle, I know a lot of people were looking at, hey, this is the blow off top, but it's only a blow off top if it to me closes below this candle and trades lower. We're still holding inside of it. This is still a very bullish candle to me. Very bullish market as well. Took a long in silver last night off of VWAP. Turned out to be a pretty good trade. Another one where I'm looking for opportunities to buy. Are there trades on the short side? 100%. But if you look at that higher time frame chart, it's just a lot easier to be long silver or the metals in general.
Yes. You had a really good point there. It's like between silver and gold, they have like leading roll syndrome. When one is like really moving, the other one just kind of sits and watches, and then the other one will take over.
They both want to be Batman.
Here we go. Here's the yes. And who wouldn't want to be Batman?
Right.
So, silver on the 30-minute chart, you would think, right, that because we had an up day by the end of the session yesterday, that it would be short covering, but the profile tells a different story. This profile indicates long liquidation during regular trading hours. Now, there was a lot of, some pretty decent volume after 2:00 that pushed this market back higher. But again, it's got gold syndrome. The settlement price was all the way down here, 105.95. And it's a B-shaped profile, which indicates long liquidation. So instead of seeing short covering yesterday, we actually saw some long liquidation coming in. That takes selling power away from the marketplace temporarily. When you think about it, if you're getting out of longs, you have to sell. That adds selling power, and when those longs are liquidated, they're no longer present and available to sell the market to liquidate those positions. Anyways, so we have our all-time high. It's in regular trading hours. What are we doing today? Well, here we open right about there. We're right about here. So maybe a little bit of overnight inventory to the long side. We've opened with a gap above the high from yesterday's regular trading hour session, maybe even the extended trading hour session. Yes, it looks like we've got a gap above that. So basically using gap rules, if we can't close that gap relatively early, that gives us our opportunity to look for those longs. If we do come back into the range from yesterday and we start to accept range, more importantly, accept value, then I could see us pulling back. Now, is there still a possibility for an island top? There is, because we've got the gap from Friday to Monday. The gap still remains with the low yesterday. It's a little bit of a smaller gap, but if we were to just kind of trade in this area today and something were to happen and we were to open below this gap and maybe even this gap, that creates an island top, and there's your reversal pattern. And I'm not suggesting that that is what's going to happen, but it's something that I was looking for yesterday because we had those big excess bars on the daily. If we were to open below that gap, that would create an island top, and that could be something that we could really use to see a deeper pullback in this market. It didn't happen. Well, what doesn't happen is as important as what does, and I'm not ready to sell this thing yet. How about you, Jay?
I'm only ready to sell it if I'm taking profits, Hogue. Sell it to short it, I'll let somebody else do that first. But what I am seeing on the 30-minute chart here is that candle, and I would have to check this, and I probably am going to go check this because it was the candle that made the all-time high, 117.70. That was the highest volume 30-minute candle that we've seen in a very long time in silver, and I would hesitate to say ever. So I'm going to go fact check that first. But 22,000 contracts traded in that 30-minute period that started the blow off top selling. I have that framed out. The all-time high 117.70 and the low of that candle 114.1250. We can see in the overnight session we tested into that candle. We rejected right at 50% of it, minus a couple ticks, plus a couple ticks, and rejected from there. So what I'm looking at, right? How does that? They can't keep getting away with this, Hogue. But what I'm looking at is when volume starts to come in for the day, do we see volume acceptance back inside this range? Right? There was some serious selling that came in here, probably some profit taking, maybe some shorts getting in, more than likely some profit taking here. So what I'm looking at now is this a seller that needs to defend this position, or does the market just trade through it? Right? Price tried to trade into this range, not a lot of volume acceptance. You can see VWAP stopped right below the low of that range. So as the day goes on, what I'm looking for is there volume acceptance in here? And if not, maybe we get another rejection and there is opportunity to the downside because there is some room down here. If you look at it on a 30-minute chart, it's not this clear breakaway market. So there is opportunity for maybe this to fall back to the 105s, this 200 moving average on the 30-minute here.
All right. Yeah, that would kind of be a value acceptance completion play down to that 200 session simple moving average. That would take us right to the top of the gap that we're kind of looking at as it's important, but we're at all-time highs here. If the market is seeking weaknesses in structure, there's a lot of it down below. There's gaps, there's naked points of control. It has been an emotional move to the upside. And when it involves emotion, sometimes there's a lot of bad decision making. But again, I'm not ready to sell it now. And those levels below, those weaknesses in structure will become important when they become important. Maybe not today, but one of these days they will become important. There we've got our look at silver there. Anything else you want to mention, Jay? It's just amazing how those high volume bars comes halfway through it and then falls apart. Just amazing how often that happens.
I need an algo or something to just place those trades when we see them, because in silver, that's almost a 4% move from that midpoint. Ton of risk there, but pretty good looking trade here. So I'll watch how the market responds to that 30-minute candle throughout the day. I got nothing else though in silver. We can move on to the S&P. I know we got some news that we want to get to before that. What do we got, JD?
Hey, let's take a look at what happened overnight. Stocks in Asia closed mostly higher. Hang Seng Index closed up 2.58%. The Nikkei closed up 0.05%. And the Shanghai Composite closed up 0.27%. Stocks in Europe trading lower this morning. We've got the DAX down 0.63%, the FTSE down 0.52%, and the Stock 600 down 0.79%. The US dollar index up a couple of ticks, 96.279 last on the dollar. The VIX is up 1%, 16.52. On the VIX and the yield on the 10-year Treasury note, the U.S. 10-year Treasury note, 4.247% last check this morning. All right, back to you guys.
Let's take a
Right.
look here at the S&P. What are we seeing here, Hogue?
Well, folks, new all-time high, right? Yeah, that's the March contract, previous all-time high. We looked above it last night. We have a new March all-time high in extended trading hours. We know that those tend not to be lasting highs. Pretty low volume the last couple of days. Does that concern me on up days? Not necessarily. I like to see open interest coming in, and we did add 3,000 in open interest yesterday. That is the estimate. Looking at my little spreadsheet here, we've been losing open interest. 21st, 22nd, 23rd, last 3 days of last week. This is yesterday was our first day gaining open interest. And what do we always say, Jay? If we're gonna see this market continue to move to the upside, we need new buyers. Did we see some new buyers yesterday? Yes. 3,000 is that big in the S&Ps? No. It could actually be kind of considered inert. One of the things that I do like about continuation is, as long as we hold above that 70-10 weekly kickoff high, which I mean the market closed just below it, tested to it, traded just below it. It's pretty much our low of the extended trading hour session. Went through it by 3 ticks last night, but so far it's been supportive. Now I've got a couple of things. I mean, there's potential breakout to the upside. We got a new all-time high in extended trading hours. We're holding above the weekly kickoff high, which I'm viewing as a positive, at least for now. One of the things that kind of looks a little bit ominous is the fact that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points of contact to the upside on this trend line. We're back at it from the other side. Now, there are those that say what once was support becomes resistance. There are some people that disagree with that. But so far, our overnight high and all-time high have kissed that trend line, and we've been coming off ever since. So a little bit of conflicting information here. I do like the fact that, we do have our overnight, the all-time high, probably not going to be lasting for very long, but I'll say it again, Jay. We need new buyers up here. We need buyers to come into this market, whether they're covering shorts. I'd rather see new buying coming in, but we'll have to see how this plays out. Jay, what are you thinking on the daily?
On the daily, exactly that, Hogue, and that's what we were talking about during the opening call. I said it yesterday. Hogue would be saying, we need new buyers. The market was testing that 7,000 level, and great, it's done it before, and we'll see what the Nasdaq did as well. Where maybe we found them. The low volume move that we're on here. And like you said, you're not too worried about it, especially that you're seeing the open interest come in. I would love to see more volume to the upside on this move, but sometimes we don't get that, right? The market to the upside, it's a lot harder to attract new volume at highs because you're asking somebody to buy the all-time high and maybe hold on to it, right? It's a lot easier to see volume to the downside.
We like selling all-time highs. We love that.
Right, yeah. Sell it. Everybody sell. But yeah, for buying all-time highs, it's a little bit more difficult, right? So the low volume, I'm looking at it, I'm watching you, and I'm looking at the calendar for what we have, the Fed, bunch of earnings as well. I just don't want to see that heavy aggressive selling coming in because it brings us right back down to the middle of this range. But on the daily, this is a bullish market continuing to try. And as long as we keep attracting those new buyers, Hogue, all-time highs. Let's keep making all-time highs.
Yeah. Earnings this morning, a lot of green. To go stock by stock and decide how that's going to affect the equities. That's above my pay grade. No bad news. There's no bad news. That would help. We are kind of in anticipation mode waiting for the FOMC and some major earnings today. I wonder how much that's going to affect our market and our range at today, because we are anticipating a lot of information. 70.90, this grayed out previous weekly kickoff high, I still have up there as a potential for a future weekly kickoff high as well as a past weekly kickoff high. Let's take a look at the 30. I'm going to have to move my March all-time high level there because, yes, we did it last night. We took that out overnight session. All right. P-shaped profile. Not only did we probably add some new buyers on the way up yesterday, we chased out some shorts. We looked above, couldn't hold above weekly kickoff highs, settled just below it. We've been rallying. Well, we rallied in the overnight. I'm looking at this and I'm saying that our overnight inventory is uh probably flat because we started last night right around here, right around there, and where are we? We're right about there. So overnight inventory is not going to be a factor. We had an afternoon pullback low that comes in here from the 12th of January, and this is the reason I put them on there. There was a degree of resistance night before last at a previous afternoon pullback high, afternoon pullback low, put in our high yesterday. Now we're kind of back to that level. So again, we may be looking at one of those situations where what once was resistance may become support. If you are one of the believers in that, that's totally up to you. Um, but overnight inventory flat. Are we going to open with a gap? Maybe, maybe not. So what it looks like to me is we are either going to reject value from yesterday, and on this platform we've got value high at 70.17. We reject value from yesterday. We're going to probably put in a new all-time high in the regular trading hour session. If we accept value, I could see us pulling back into value low, perhaps this afternoon pullback high that comes in here from the 13th of January. We've already looked at it a couple of times. We looked above it, found resistance there. We kind of rambled through it yesterday, but we don't know if it's going to become impactful. And it is relatively close to the value low on this platform, right around 7,004. So if we show acceptance, I could see us getting back down to this level, possibly for an opportunity for a long. That would also take us back to weekly kickoff. We got the 200 session or the 100 session moving average right around 7,000, big fat round number. There's lots of targets and lots of potential opportunity to limit risk if this market does pull back. Just be careful, be cautious, and remember that this market is in anticipation mode of the FOMC meeting and a whole bunch of important earnings coming out after the close. Jay, what do you think?
Honestly, Hogue, I'm surprised to see the movement that we've seen. I'm surprised to see an all-time high before the Fed meeting, right? We say a lot of the time, right, the market's probably going to wait for the information that comes out. But I think with everything that's going on, we had the president speaking last night, about the dollar. Markets are not waiting anymore. For the session today, for this, for this New York session, I do expect some consolidation. Like you said, the overnight inventory already reconciled. We made that all-time high, starting to pull back here. We'll see. I think I have to be patient trading the equities today with the Fed meeting coming out, especially since we've had this overnight move. It was almost a 40-point move to the upside. Seeing that being reconciled already, I could see us range here for a little while. And if it's a big enough range to trade, then maybe. But outside of that, I'm going to be patient here, sit on my hands, and then after the Fed, one of two things are going to happen. I think we either make all-time highs or we sell down right back to this 200 moving average on the 30-minute chart, 69.71. That's my hypothesis for the day. I'll wait to see how the market plays out. But I'm honestly not sure that I'll take any equity trades before Powell speaks. There's a bunch of other markets moving, so maybe taking a look at those. But in the S&P, I hope the markets respond favorably, right? I would love to continue to buy these. Everyone's 401ks would love it as well. So let's see if we can sustain and make that all-time high again in the regular trading hour session. One level I am looking at, actually,
yes,
it's 7,000. I was looking at, there was a decent sell that came in yesterday, right at 12 Central, and it's right at 7,000. So big fat round number. See how the market responds to that. Right now, price and volume is above it. Market is trying to trade higher. Do we continue to attract new buyers after the information that we get today?
Well, I like that 7,000. It's not only just a big fat round number. But if we're looking at afternoon pullback lows and highs, that's the afternoon pullback low. That's probably where that order came in to buy the heck out of that thing, isn't it?
Yeah, Hogue, you were out yesterday, and there was some interesting things happening at some interesting levels. Crude oil being one of them. The most volume of the day traded right at the weekly kickoff high in crude oil.
Huh.
I'm watching you, Hogue. I'm watching you.
Uh-oh. He's on to me. He's on to me. Yeah, I
I'm
agree with
watching
you. I
you.
think, being patient is going to be important. There may be some decent opportunities in and around the initial balance and the initial balance high and low, particularly if they line up with one of the many levels that we're looking at lower for opportunities. I mean, there's going to be opportunity, but the question is which one of these levels is going to provide that opportunity? So be patient, be
Right.
patient. There's going to be a lot of opportunities. And as Jay said, lots of other markets to kind of take a look at. A P-shaped profile indicating short covering meets new longs yesterday. Is that the way that looks to me? Anyway, that's the S&Ps, man. That's the S&Ps, my old friends.
S&P. We are going to get into these crude oil charts. Crude oil opens up in about 4 minutes, just under 4 minutes here. Crude already looks like it's not going to wait for the open. It's just starting to rally here. JD, any news we want to get to before we get to crude and this opening range trade?
Yeah, let's talk about Boeing for a second. Boeing just announced a big financial turnaround. The aircraft maker reported $8.2 billion in net profit for the fourth quarter. It's thanks to selling of a unit that made airline software. The profitable quarter comes after years of losses, but it's not a one-off. Analysts forecast the company will make money going forward as it ramps up production. Boeing is the United States' largest exporter, one of only 2 suppliers of full-size jets to both the U.S. and global airline industries, and a key U.S. military contractor. Boeing estimates its annual contribution to America's economy is right around $79 billion. It supports 1.6 million jobs directly and indirectly. 1.6 million jobs. Boeing. Headquartered right here in Chicago. For now.
Thank you for that, JD. We are going to take a look at this crude oil opening range trade here. Crude oil opens up at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, 9 a.m. Eastern Time, 8 a.m. Central Time. Trading right now $63.30. Hogue, what are you seeing on a higher time frame chart in crude oil right now? Lost your audio there, Hogue.
Heavens to Murgatroyd. Oh my
There he
goodness,
is.
that can happen. All right.
I thought he was lost for words because crude oil is actually moving now.
Well, since the beginning of the year, Jay, we've been watching open interest increasing almost on a daily basis while we've been spending a lot of time in some ranges. And that's suggesting that there's, if you'll pardon the pun, energy coming into the market, right? So we've seen a breakout to the upside that occurred yesterday. What did we do here? We added 32,000 new contracts. So we're still seeing open interest piling in, and now we're seeing open interest piling in a directional manner. This is a market state break right here. We've been, this is back in October of 25. I mean, it's the monthly and weekly charts are still very range bound, but in the shorter time frame, this could be a significant market state change, especially with the open interest that came in yesterday and some pretty decent volume. We've got some time before rollover is going to come in and maybe cap off more continuation with some range bound activity. But this energy, that's coming in has been piling up, at least since the beginning of the year. I can add it up and tell you what percentage of open interest has increased since the beginning of the year in just inside of a month in a few minutes. But this is a significant change. The first break was probably the break and the hold above this trend line. Now above weekly kickoff high 6150, a lot of volume, seeing a lot of open interest coming in. I mean, this is a substantial move. I can't suggest it's going to continue. The hard part of this is monitoring for continuation. I mean, if you're in a swing trade here, you're just looking for volume, you're looking for open interest, you're looking for a healthy upside auction. And right now, this is a healthy upside auction. Jay, what do you think?
Yeah, it's very healthy, Hogue. I think again, we hear headlines all the time. What's really interesting to me, Hogue, is with what's going on geopolitically, what happened in the beginning of the year with Venezuela. I think a lot of people were expecting crude oil to be at $40 right now, and it's doing the exact opposite. I wonder how many traders are still trapped, and how much of those
Mm,
trapped traders are contributing to this trade. Because I'll never forget the headlines when the markets opened up that day, and it was, oh, crude oil selling off, and it was down like 50 cents, and it's just like, that doesn't look like a
huh?
sell off to me. That just looks like crude being crude. How many people were
Yeah.
actually short this market, and it's going the other direction. um, Looks pretty healthy here. We had this trend line from the middle of July. We broke that, we came back, retested it. This yellow line here is VWAP from the low of the year. That's been a support as well. I don't know where the upper extreme is here, but now we just start to look at, I think, whole number levels. Do we get back up to these 70s? Starting to be a very interesting market. We had a really nice trade to the short side yesterday in the house account. Crude is open now for business. We can take a look at that 1 minute opening range trade now. 1 minute is closed. I got a high
Breaking
of
to
the
the
range.
downside, it looks like.
Yeah, 60. I actually don't hate this short. 63.42. High of the range, 63.33. Low of the range. JD, you seeing the same thing in the micros?
We're about a tick off on the upside. I got a high print of 63.41 in the micro, low print of 63.34. Looks like we're right back mid-range right now. Doesn't look like we're going to get a signal on this opening, or this first confirmation candle. Let's see, though. I've got my finger on the trigger, ready to go.
This is very similar to the price action we saw yesterday, and the trade ended up being a sell-off back to VWAP before crude continues to trade to the upside. We'll see if we get triggered in a trade here, but what are you seeing on the 30-minute hook?
Okay. So,
We just got in, guys. Just a heads up. We got in 63.31, short a pair of micro crude.
Okay. 63.31.
right.
Yep. We're going to take...
Hey,
keep the risk real tight. We're going to take $50 worth of risk on this trade. 63.56 CYA.
okay. All right. What did we do yesterday? We rallied. We, held above weekly kickoff high 6150. Jay, you said that was the highest volume level there. I do find that interesting, but it was a double distribution trend day. We're holding some overnight inventory to the long side, and that's pretty recent overnight inventory. I mean, we're talking since 5 o'clock this morning. It reconciled possibly some shorts. We see buying continuing to come in. There are some visual targets above for this market. Again, gap rules, and if we can't close the gap relatively early, we're looking for opportunities in the direction of the gap, which is looking for longs, which supports the breakout, the energy, the open interest, all of that. This market is exhibiting healthy upside auction tendencies. I don't like being shorted. And as far as targets, I mean, there's a million targets above. I mean, we've seen crude oil up at $150. So there's all kinds of stuff. But the most recent target that I see for upside movement is a naked point of control from the way back machine up at 64.20. So that's another 80 ticks from here. Again, if we can't close the gap relatively early, we should be looking for opportunities in the direction of the gap. And I understand it's probably frustrating, and everybody's like, "Well, what's relatively early?" It's subjective, man. There's so much subjectivity, and there's nothing perfect, nothing precise, and nothing happens exactly the same way twice in trading. And once you get the right answers, the market's going to change the questions. But as a general guideline, if we can't close that gap relatively early, it just makes sense. We're going to see value higher on the day. If we can't close that gap, we're gonna continue to show acceptance of higher pricing through time. Jay, what do you think?
I'd agree with you, Hogue. Got to go with what the trend is saying right now. It is hard to be short this market. We saw a decent trade from it yesterday. I saw a question in the chat. Why short this this move to the upside? It's an opening range trade that we took there, and it worked out pretty well yesterday. I would flip that question. Is there an opportunity to buy crude oil up here? I don't know that I'd be comfortable buying it up here either. I like being long this market, but I think I'd need a pullback in order to buy somewhere here, especially trading right at the 63.50 level that we're at right now. Extremely strong market, Hogue. We have price and volume trading above the 200 moving average, which is actually starting to trend to the upside. It's all the way down at 60.92 right now on the 30-minute chart, but this looks pretty strong. Got to give it to my guy, Coach Paul. At the end of 2025, said 2026 has the potential to be the year of crude oil, and so far it's up about 10% on the year. So really nice move. Again, a hard one to be short, but if I'm looking for an opportunity to buy this, I think I needed to pull back into this high volume candle, maybe 62.75s, right around where VWAP is. But looking pretty good here.
Open interest, including a rollover, which usually there's a whole bunch of contracts that are liquidated or expire and are delivered. Very few are delivered, trust me. But including a rollover, we're at about 120,000 new contracts in crude oil since the beginning of the year. Overall open interest is just over 2 million. Is that a lot? Seems like a lot.
Yeah. Seems like a lot.
That would be about 5%, would it? Is that about right? Just doing public math, I think that's about right, right?
Just ask that one more time, Hogue. I think you're right.
Yeah. 120 out of 2 million.
120 out of 2 million. Yes. Yeah, around 5%. That's correct.
About 5%, right?
Correct.
So, all right. Brain's still working, I guess, for now. So we'll see.
That is correct.
All right. Yeah, yesterday, double distribution trend day to the upside. There are two single prints that occurred on the move to the upside yesterday. Those could be interesting levels if the price does go back to them at 61.82 and 61.83. There's those little singles, just little singles, little distribution, opening outside of them, little probability for repair. We're looking for opportunities for longs here, folks. Hopefully we're not looking for longs in all the wrong places.
All right. That is what we got in crude oil. 63.48 last trade there. House count short from 63.31. Short 2 contracts right now. 63.50 last trade there.
Have you heard that song? Looking for love in all the wrong places. You heard that song?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of questions about Jay's pop culture references. But yeah, my parents they listen to that. You quoted a cartoon earlier as well.
Yeah,
it was a Quick Draw McGraw. I know that stuff. Done my research.
Snaggletooth.
Yeah.
Heavens
Right.
to Murgatroyd. Exit stage left.
Those are the classics. All right, we're going to take a look at the NASDAQ in just a little bit here. JD, any other news we want to get to before the NASDAQ?
Yeah, real quick, just checking in on this crude oil trade. Looks like we did get a little 1-minute head fake on our entry there. Did the mini contract trigger a short entry, or is it just the micro?
Let's take a look here. 1-minute candle. It did not trigger a short. Right. Closed right inside the range. Close at the low tick.
There's our discrepancy. Close at the low tick?
Yeah.
All right. So, I guess the micro did trigger a short. We're in this trade because we're looking at the micro contract, not the mini contract, right? So,
micro head fake.
$50. It's a little paper cut to start the day. We're a couple ticks away from our stop. Maybe it'll turn around. Let's see. All right.
Not toast yet.
We talked
63.50, big level here.
63.50, big level. All right, guys.
How was yesterday's? Yesterday's opening range trade.
It was a
Good.
great trade.
We had a gold trade and a crude trade. We made money on both. About
2 for 2.
$20 total. 2 for 2.
Beautiful.
It was a twofer. Mm-hmm.
Beautiful. Love that.
It was a good morning for the opening range trades yesterday. All right, back to that news. We already talked about UPS layoffs. Amazon is doing something very similar, but for a different reason. Let's roll it. Amazon says it's laying off 16,000 employees. It cites a need to be nimble to increase decision-making speed around AI. The cuts follow 14,000 others in October. Amazon says it will continue to adjust staffing as needed. That includes with potential hires in other strategic areas. AI taking the reins over at Amazon, laying off 16,000 more employees.
It's insane. The AI
Reasoning behind
revolution is
UPS.
here.
Yes. So UPS laying off drivers and warehouse workers. Well, Amazon is prepping for an AI takeover. Hey, we just got back to our entry price in crude oil.
Nice.
It's looking all right.
Well placed stop.
Yes, right? Missed us by, 4 ticks? 5 ticks. We're still in it.
By that much.
By that much. All right, guys. Let's take a look at that NQ. Give the people what they want.
NQ. Anybody even traded any?
NQ, what's that? Everybody's a silver trader.
What is NQ? All right. So yesterday we broke out. Well, we basically closed right at or just below the weekly kickoff low. It looks like it was pretty much the high. It looks like 61, 26, 118, 115 was weekly kickoff high. Hey, not bad. Not bad. Slipping a little bit, but within a few points there. So again, kind of two breakout situations. If we were to put a trend line here, we broke out above that trend line yesterday. Now we're breaking out above the weekly kickoff high. We've yet to put in a new all-time high. This is the December contract all-time high. I'm going to get the March all-time high on here at some point. We also have, a potential weekly kickoff high, a previous weekly kickoff high, and a potential one kind of in the way now, 26,365. What did we do? We added 3,300 in open interest yesterday. Okay, that's pretty good for the NASDAQ. We did about the same in the S&Ps. Means a lot more in the NASDAQ because the NASDAQ doesn't have as high of open interest overall. So we did see some new buying coming in. We saw some new buying coming in the overnight. We need that new buying to continue to come in. It is FOMC day. Some huge earnings, big parts of the NASDAQ coming out after the close. It could, and I'm saying could, no guarantees of anything, be in anticipation mode. It could just open up, set a range, and flop like a fish in a hot sidewalk till the FOMC numbers come out, or till the FOMC comes out. We don't know. The market is primed for some maybe continuation to the upside. You see if I can see the March all-time high, 26,670. 26,670 is the March all-time high. So I'm going to put this on here, 26,670. That is right from the exchange. So I'll put that on here so we have that for us. But Jay, what do you think on the daily?
We finally broke the Dorito, that big Dorito pattern that we had. We broke out of it, and maybe we're sustaining price. And we said it, right? It's been balance to breakout rules this entire 3 months, really, in the NASDAQ, and we're finally starting to see a breakout. If this sustains, it's not a move that you want to fade. And I think we've talked about it. It has the potential to be a pretty big move whenever the market decides to break out of this range. And we're seeing it over the past couple of days. Does this move sustain? It is happening on lower volume, similar to what we saw in the S&P. But if this holds, I don't think that all-time high is going to last very long. Really strong move there. We needed new buyers. We found new buyers. 26,000 was a huge level of contention for the past 3 months. And finally, we're seeing after pretty much close to the end of the first month of 2026, maybe it was all allocation to this point, and now we're ready to go and make new all-time highs. But very bullish breakout pattern. The NASDAQ had looked like the weakest of the 4 equity markets for a long time, and it's starting to maybe take its first place spot again here.
The new leading role.
Maybe so. I'm Batman now.
Let's take a look at the 30-minute now. All right. So there's weekly kickoff high, pretty much high from yesterday. Overnight inventory is long. Opening right about there. We're trading here. We're already seeing a little bit of reconciliation, but we will be opening with a session gap, which kind of goes from the weekly kickoff high to where we are now. We've got about 10, 15 minutes before the open. We'll see what happens before that. But again, if just general gap rules, gap guidelines, if we open with a gap above the session high from yesterday and we can't close that gap relatively early, we're looking for opportunities in the direction of the gap. We can always reaccept range and value from yesterday. If that is the case, that would probably be hypothesis number 2. Hypothesis number 1 is fail to close the gap, find some basing, look for an opportunity to limit risk for potential opportunities for the market to continue to move to the upside. If we do start to show acceptance back below weekly kickoff high and back inside value, then the hypothesis changes. I think it's important to have a couple of different, or sometimes even several different hypotheses as to what might happen that day, because you can kind of use process of elimination. Well, hypothesis number 1 didn't work. What's hypothesis number 2? Hey, that one seems to be working. Have a strategy for that hypothesis, and you may be a little bit more nimble to be able to change the market, to change your mind in the market when the market tells you to do so. Being prepared with a few different hypotheses, always a good idea. Jay, what do you think? What do you think on the 30-minute chart here, my friend?
On the 30, overnight inventory long, maybe we're seeing that reconcile here, and very similar to the S&P. Kind of surprised to see this strong of a move before the Fed. I wouldn't be surprised now to see this come back and trade back to where we opened last night, right around the 26,150s. But that could just be a buy the dip opportunity if this market wants to continue to rally here. Very strong. I don't want to be the first person to fade it, but what I am looking at, Hogue, is price traded above 26,300. Price advertised higher, actually rejected. Oh, man. So minor psychological levels, right? Anything that ends in a 50 in the NASDAQ, 26,350. If the buying was that convinced, why'd they stop at 349? So now we're seeing that buying sort of reconcile here. No volume above 26,300, right? VWAP stopped and is trading at 26,261 right now. So maybe falling back into the range a little bit here. We'll see what happens when the volume comes in for the New York session. Again, maybe we don't get a lot from it because the market's going to wait for the Fed and the tech earnings. So wouldn't be surprised to see a range day. This is the NASDAQ though, and it's a big enough range to trade. But we may need to just be patient and let the market determine what that range is. I'm looking for opportunities to buy this for now, Hogue, but it may be lower just seeing what this price action is looking like here.
Awesome. Profile. P-shape, indicating short covering. Not supported by the increase in open interest, but just like the S&P is, I believe we saw some short covering meeting new buyers in the session yesterday. But boy, the market really just kind of looked lower, rejected, and then just hung out the rest of the day, just kind of ranging back and forth. Small value area. Interesting. It's going to be, I think, a lot of anticipation today. FOMC earnings after the close. Be patient, folks. Be patient.
Be patient for sure. Yeah, go ahead, Hogue.
I get somebody asking for the initial balance in silver. I'd like to give it to them. 114,559.5 is the IB high. 114.59.5 and 113.26 is the IB low right now.
Awesome.
There you
We
go.
go. Crude oil getting
Crude
interesting
oil.
here.
Crude's on the
Yep.
move, guys. Crude's on the move.
Yeah, you saw that, JD.
We
We
are
got to get on
in
the
the
move.
money
So,
on
JD,
this
who's
crude
trading
trade.
with us?
Yep, let's get out of here. Who's coming up next? Fast markets, couple usual cast of characters. Andre, Jack, Hogue, and Dakota will be here for the entire session. We got a couple of traders coming in and out. Ofek will be here from 8:30 to 9:30. Vince from 9:30 to 10. Hogue will be back at 11 o'clock Central Time for the morning recap to go over the trades we took here in the opening call and in fast markets. 11:15 power players with Jay, Antonio, R, and Dolby time. 12 o'clock group coaching. Gabe and Deanna and Hoop will be here to answer your questions. We're going to pin a form to the top of the chat in a little bit. Grab that form, fill it out, hit submit, and they will answer your questions live here on TopstepTV. Then we're going to have our FOMC strategy session sometime between 12:45, 12:50. Me, Andre, Jack, and Hogue will be in here to do a little prep for that FOMC announcement, and we'll be here for wall-to-wall coverage of the entire event. The 1 o'clock p.m. Fed decision on rates and the 1:30 p.m. Central Time Fed Chairman press conference, followed by the Q&A. So we'll be here for a couple of hours walking you through that event. And we're closing out the day in Power Hour. Andre, Dakota, and Dolby Time will be here to trade the final hour with all of you. As always, plenty of trade entertainment coming your way all day long right here on Top Step TV. Look at that crude. Should we peel one off at, where are we at here?
We're about to trade to VWAP here, 62.76. This is almost the identical trade from yesterday. Yeah, I think if you're at a 2-to-1, maybe take one off because we did see it bounce off that VWAP pretty strong.
Yeah, I will work to cover one at 2R. And maybe should we take our risk off the table on this trade after a move like that? Do we think this can recover as violently as it broke?
Yeah, it did yesterday, JD. I mean, today's a different day, but that VWAP and the pattern of this market is still pretty strong. I would say yes. What do you think, Hogue?
Yeah. Why not?
All right, taking a risk
I
off.
don't feel like that's
Nope. We got a risk-free trade on. It just, broke half $1 real fast. It's starting to recover right now. So we'll give this a little room to play out, but not much more. Risk off the board. All right, guys.
Good call. There was a ton of volume just traded there. We got to get out of here soon. Team is getting ready in the back. JD, you want to save that last news clip? You want to run it?
I don't think we have any time. Let's work to roll out. We'll get to it later.
Awesome stuff. We'll quote some prices really quick here. 26,245.50 last trade in the NASDAQ. 70.21 last trade in the S&P. House count short. Crude oil 63.31 even last trade there. We're short from 63.31s. Hogue, I think we are ready. I see the team in the back. Let's do the thing, Hogue. Take us into fast markets.
Do the thing. Let's do the mashed potato. Let's do the thing. All right. Folks, glad you're here with us. As always, I like to call out the top of the chat. Shubham, good to see you. First one in the room this morning. Anastasios, Acoustic Immersion, the Bongo. There's a new name. Alexandre, good to see you. Charles Henry, Guerrillionaire. River of Risk. Hoog, good to see you. John Jones 3 times like Beetlejuice. We got JK Window Cleaning. We got Uplex. And that's what we're looking at. Still short crude oil. A couple of contracts. Got one to get out at 2R. Risk off. Nice trade. As always, folks, remember, be humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Pray for peace every day, folks. And we're heading into fast markets as we speak in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Fast Markets on Wednesday. Oh, we got Powell, we got Tesla, we got Microsoft. There's one more. What am
Meta.
Meta.
And
Meta.
Starbucks.
Company.
Starbucks.
Screw Starbucks.
Oh,
It's coffee.
Mocha Laka Fracca Frappuccino.
We want the metaverse.
Yes.
Andre, how you feeling today?
I'm fired up. Huge day today. Huge day. Like you said, FOMC a little bit later this afternoon. Huge earnings. We do have the First Lady getting ready to ring the bell at the New York Stock Exchange. You might be able to bring that in. Anyways, welcome everybody to TopstepTV.
Okay.
This is Fast Markets. Huge day ahead. Dakota on the right there. Jack in the middle. Let's get right to it. How's the count? Short one, micro crude. We'll get into that here. Dakota, what do you have your eyes on? ES making new all-time highs. Gold making new all-time highs overnight. Up
Gold blowing it out of the water, man. You see that? Silver
top, man.
after that quote blow off top Monday, we're close to all-time highs in silver. But I got my eyes on the NASDAQ right now. We are just under all-time highs here in the NASDAQ. As you guys were watching, Coach Jay, we're just under all-time highs, breaking out to the long side of that Dorito that we've been in for weeks. Now, that being said, we have FOMC today, and a lot of times technicals just throw those out the window. Let's see what FOMC is and react based off of that. So there's technicals at play going into it. I'm expecting a little bit of choppiness, as I've been expecting with FOMC, and just as importantly, earnings after the bell. I think it's just, let's wait and see. Don't expect anything too crazy. Expect some mixed price action, not too clean, and then after FOMC, see how the market starts to shake out.
Like that. I like that a lot. All right, let's take a look at some of these prices. Silver trading $114.09. ES Jack trading 70.21. Overnight, we hit 70.43. Those are new all-time highs. Ed Q selling off. Thoughts, Jack, coming into this massive Wednesday?
One moment here. Going to get my chart. I'm going to have to put a new line on here. I'm looking at the 10-year yields. The dollar's been getting shellacked.
Yep.
I got to put a new line in here. This 4.2 yield. Look at this resistance. And then I didn't take the trade, unfortunately, but look at it now. It's like seems to be the support. 4.2, huge level. We're up a little bit in yields. About 4.25 right now. We'll keep a close eye on that. As far as stocks go, we got Powell. We got 3 more Powells left. Today is the first of them. They're not going to cut rates. The Q&A will be spicy. We'll see where we open up here, kind of middle of the ranges I'd be looking at, but I'll let you know as soon as those options fill in.
There you go. All right. Oh, there you go. Got the feed up. The First Lady getting ready to ring the opening bell. You can see her name, all caps behind her. Go to full screen. I guess we need to ring that
And as
bell.
a reminder, today's Fast Markets is presented by the Amazon original film Melania, which you can stream this weekend. Use code Andre.
No, I don't know about that. Yeah, we have to do it. I mean, code Andre. Did you ring the bell? Yes, all-time highs. All right, now, chat. We'll go full screen on this one. Present promo code Andre.
What are you watching?
What? We're gonna watch the First Lady's history. It's history. She's ringing the bell. What do you mean?
Is this for her? Is this for the coin?
This is for
Melania
her.
coin?
So she's on a promo tour, pushing her the Amazon doc thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, we're gonna get the people fired up on this one. It's a historic moment.
That's going to get, yeah.
Yeah,
That's going to go crazy.
We had an idea.
I like that. That is, regardless if you'll see this film or not, that person is right. This is a great font.
Strong, very, very strong. Yeah, Andrew agrees. Yep. Can't miss it there. So we got 60 seconds. We'll get that bell rung, and we'll get ready to take on this day. Any numbers? No, we do have EIA crude oil inventories at 9:30 a.m. Central. Besides that, it's a lot of backloaded for the day. We got gold trading 52.59 right now. And ES trading 70.22. Let's see if how this bell ring goes. I don't know if this is a great idea. This was my idea. I don't know if this is going to land or not. No, I'm getting some
I mean,
thumbs
it
down.
is a $1 trillion IPO.
Here we go. Can we bring the feed in? Let's just get the bell rung and get it out of the way.
Once again,
Oof.
Code Andre.
Here we go. Yep. And we are open. We are open. They are pumping up the crowd. If you're not fired up, I don't know what it's going to do. Let's go.
All right.
Let's go. We are now open.
Well,
We are now open. Market, do something. The first lady has. Again.
there's that one. There's
That's how you ring a
a
bell.
little bit of it.
That is how you ring a bell. Not done. Wow, that sounds like a fire alarm. What? We are seeing the ES pushing a little higher here. We got ES pushing higher here. 70.27. Last trade
I
getting
can
overnight
tell you
high.
that bell it's pretty damn loud.
Yeah.
When Coach Jay and I was there, yeah, it'll blow your eardrums out.
Shout out to yes. Good job, James. Thanks, James. Okay. We are pushing higher here in the ES. We got NQ not doing a whole heck of a lot. Gold selling off a little bit. Silver and a bit of a holding pattern. Dakota, what do you have your eyes on?
I'm watching this NASDAQ.
Okay.
I'm seeing if we're going to come up and test these overnight highs at these 26,300s. I'm a reversal kind of range trade mode today, I guess would be a good way to say it. Like, not looking for big strong breakouts. If we do have a nice rally, maybe look for a fade or a reversal.
This could be.
We're
it
up
right
0.7%, so we're already up pretty good for the day.
We just hit 7,000 rejected in the SPX.
Okay.
Slightly. We're basically at it right now.
Okay. 50-50 on the tilt for now. Silver catching a bit of a bid here. Again, did not make all-time highs. Still about $3 away. Can easily get there. Jack said dollar been getting shellacked. 10 years, silver 4.2, somewhere around 4.25%. We have FOMC with a 97% probability of a pause later on today. Got FOMC strategy session starting at 12:50 p.m. Central Time here on TopstepTV. Or no, we are locked in.
You blink, silver could be up at all-time highs.
Indeed.
Could be.
Yeah.
I need a miracle here to have this be the high. That's the thing about calling highs. You'll probably be wrong.
I mean, blow off top. I was looking at the chart. The blow off, yeah, it was a blow off top until it wasn't.
For silver?
And silver, gold, we got it all the way back. It brought it all the way back.
It did it once. I mean, maybe it's, I don't know what time is the charm. Around $81, it had what looked like a pretty violent pullback. We'll see. I think some of it now, the dollar is just getting crushed right now.
Yeah.
Or just in general, it's been, there'll be weeks and months where you don't hear about the dollar in the news, but then some of the comments yesterday, Trump was talking about the dollar. Suddenly it's kind of front and center again. And, if the dollar keeps going down, that is
what the fuck?
Extremely bullish.
Hello.
Gold and silver.
Hey, fired up. We have a little rejection up here in the ES 7029. Maybe his doorbell wasn't working, and he let us know who we got here. OFAC in the house.
OFAC.
What is up, my man? Good to see you on Fast Markets. What's up, man? How you feeling? What's good, man? What are you looking at? Markets, we are open now. What are you trading, my friend?
I'm trading NQ. I'm
Right
now
on.
try to get some shorts. But nothing
All
is
right.
working for me. I don't know why.
Okay, looking for some shorts. Very good. OFAC, last time you were on with us, you said, where is Dakota? Well, we got Dakota. We brought him here.
I'm right here, man.
You were looking for him. Got him here. We're selling off. Hey, you asked, we delivered. Selling off here in the NQ a little bit. Over a bit of a holding pattern. Again, ES making new all-time highs overnight. 70.43 would be that price. New all-time highs made in gold. Not so much in silver. Dow still has a little bit to go. NQ about right now we're about 400 points away from all-time highs. As we trade the NQ 26,250. OFAC, what prices, what levels do you have your eyes on here in the NQ?
So I try to take in shorts from 271, and my orders just don't work. I don't know why.
271.
Yeah, 271, and my orders doesn't work. I don't know why. I think I missed my shot
We'll see if we
right
can
there.
get. We're trading 243 right now. Let's see if we can get that worked out.
My orders doesn't work. I don't know why.
Okay, we'll see if we can get that worked out. It could be a trade evade issue. There might be a trade evade issue going on right now.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Is it? All right, very good.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we got a little pop here in gold now. We'll see if we can get that.
Still a good show, you know?
Hey, live TV, man. Live
Silver.
TV markets are open. The first lady rang the bell. Trade evade have some issues. Very good. OFAC, how have you been trading lately? How has the trade been treating you? We've got a huge day today.
It's been good, man. It's been good. I'm up something like 40K this month.
Really?
It's been good. Yeah,
You've
it's
been
been good.
Mm.
NQ only?
But I missed my shot there because of the issues in TradeAway, and I don't know what happened. But yeah, this is my potential short. I just want to take here.
We are going down.
Right now, I need to be break even right now. But okay,
Yeah, no, I hear you. I hear you.
it is what it is.
No comment.
Yeah, we'll pass it along for sure. We're working
All
some
right,
knots.
here goes silver.
Silver pushing
Silver
higher.
just running.
Silver pushing higher, $115, 21 and a half cents. 22 and a half cents. Some working, some not. We'll see if we can get that worked out for you. There, OFAC. Gold pushing higher here, selling off in the NQ. We got ES selling off as well. Take a peek at the Dow. Dow pushing up a little bit. House account still short 1 MCL. Did see a pop there in the YM. Pull back just a little bit. Dakota levels you got for, is it 300s? 26,300?
26,300s. Yeah. And then silver, if we have a breakout to all-time high, is going to be interesting. I mean, silver is just so volatile. See how it reacts before FOMC. But yeah, NASDAQ.
We have.
Maybe we go to the settlement. Can NASDAQ get down to settlement before FOMC?
Did you just settle?
Yeah.
Maybe. What do you got for settle and NQ?
Down there at those 26,000, like what, 100s, 0.6% or
All right.
0.6% from there.
We are back to the midnight open, so you can see the reaction.
Yes, we are. 26,240 last trade. Oh, fuck, we're hearing some outages across some other platforms as well. We can get that worked out because you like that short at 271. We'll find it all the way back. We'll stay locked in here. Again, OFAC in the house, Dakota in the house as well, Mr. Jack. Jack said 7,000 in the SPX. What is that? We're seeing some resistance there. What prices do you have your eye on in the ES that coincide with the options?
I mean, really one price at the moment, but if we don't go back and retest it, then you had to do it pretty quick off the open. But we pretty much kissed 7,000 the SPX exactly. I think there is a argument to be made that with FOMC at 1, it would be pretty tough, I would think, for us to push significantly beyond 7,000. We're already, that's new all-time highs in the spot market. So I'm looking there. It would be, if we break through it, could be bullish, but really I'm looking at that as like the resistance to the upside right now.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Let's talk. Speaking of prices, speaking of levels, pin in the top of the chat. We got those Topstep daily levels. Update and refresh before every New York Open. Click on that link. Check those out. I can do you one better though. Indicators tab at the top of Topstep X. Type in Topstep daily levels. You have those slapped overlaid right there on your charts. You got update and refresh before every New York Open. Pretty much trading right back to the opening prices here in Q 26,206. Oh, up 40 grand in January alone. OFAC carving this thing up. Carving this thing up. Well done.
Very calm day on the open in the mega cap stocks. Of the top 8, we got 3 reporting today. As we mentioned, we got Meta, we got Tesla, we got Microsoft doing it right now. Meta and Microsoft are both flat. Apple is down 0.88%. It's been on a tear the last couple days. The upside, Nvidia's up 1.7, Tesla's up 1.1. Everything else is very not much doing. So not a ton of drama there, just sort of a holding pattern, waiting for Powell to come tell us what's up.
Oh, yeah, indeed. Also, it's tentative for right now, about 9:50 a.m. Central, so about a little bit more than an hour. It says Trump and percent to speak tentatively. We'll see if that does indeed happen. If it happens, when it'll happen. But again, 9:50 a.m. Yeah.
Carvana's down 4.5%.
Oh,
Num.
Are you here?
OFAC, they want to know, they're asking, can you share your strategy on how you approach? I know you get the trade in, but what in general is your strategy, if you'd be so kind to let people know?
I have a little bit difficult strategy. It's called quarterly theory. Okay. So my entries and my POIs is based on time. Okay? It's based on time. I can't explain that in a couple of minutes, but this is my strategy.
Sure.
You can see I wanted to show this level. Okay, this level. You want me to say the numbers?
Yes, please. The people that are listening on the radio, they just call it those prices. What level?
I wanted to show it on the open, the levels 279 and 272 levels. Okay, because this area, it's time-based area for me. Okay, I can't explain you in this situation, but this is the time-based area for me, and I expect the Nasdaq to go back to discount area. Discount area, it's below the midnight open. Okay, you can see midnight open in 228. Okay, so I wanted to show it from the time-based area I just say, okay, to the midnight open. But like you said, we have a trade rate issues, and it didn't get me into the trade. So for now, I miss all my entries, and I think I can't get another entry for today.
It's back to that price, yeah.
Good shot. Good shot.
Yeah, well, if they turn it right back around, they are buying it back up in the NQ 26,275 last trade. Macro.
Yeah, I expect to see all-time highs again.
Really? Okay. OFAC, bullish. What's up, OFAC?
Yeah, I expect to see all-time highs again, but this is what a good scalp,
Would have been a good scalp to the downside. Macro, as always, hello. Nice to see you. We do have, again, a bit of a tame over right now. House account is short one micro crude from $63.31 in the money as we trade 63.13.
Do you only trade the Nasdaq, OPEC?
Yeah, only Nasdaq. I think I take something like 3 or 4 positions in ES for like in a year.
Okay,
So
that's good. That's good. Sticking with what you know.
I see you trade the silver a lot.
Yeah, man, it's not for the faint of heart. Silver's been just chaotic lately, and kind of hoping it settles down here soon. Not seeing that at all lately, but
Wait,
during slow markets, Coach Jay and I really enjoyed these metal markets.
Dakota, did you say you're hoping
how's
silver settles down? Will you still trade silver if it settles down? Something tells me you will not. You will.
Yeah. If I would trade silver, gold, Nasdaq. Those are my main three markets right now. And I would love to see silver settle down to where I can actually build positions, scale in, scale out, like I do in the Nasdaq. But we shall see. As traders, we have to adjust, and we're seeing silver just go crazy. We're seeing gold go crazy. You see gold last night?
Yes,
you can show
ladder.
them?
Yeah, gold all-time highs again. This is not the April conch, still in February here, so we got to roll. Roll isn't complete. We're on top Sarah expiration, but not the. What happens? This is not the most with the volume. The most volume is not being traded in this month. It is now April. We'll get that roll here, hopefully by tomorrow. Also, with that being said, upper left-hand corner of the screen, hashtag fast markets, hashtag power hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV on the X. There's some cool content. We got some trader wins. See how you guys are trading. If anyone's trading on the subway, trading in the cab, taxi, anywhere, cool places. Everyone's trading all across the globe. And I got hashtag power, hashtag power hour at TopstepTV on the X. Pretty muted open right now.
Nasdaq's just holding up pretty well.
You know, I was looking at some real sicko stuff. I've been looking at that gold silver chart, but GLD divided by SLV, it only went back to like 2007. So right now, the ratio between gold and silver is like 46 to something like that. Historically, if we go way back, I'm talking to like the 1800s and a couple times in 1921 and 23, it seems very stable down around 20 to 25 to 1. So there is my line. If we get there,
what year?
What year? We're going back to the Dutch East Indian Company or something. But if it gets down there, Andre, we're putting on a long-term trade.
Deal. All in. Incredible.
When it's 20 to 1, it's what right now, 50 to 1 or 45 to 1?
We'll start fading in at like 30 to 1, 25 to 1, 20 to 1, and then we're going to hold until I retire, which hopefully would be like in, I don't know, like 18 months.
Yeah, I was going to say, not too long after that. Out. All right, NQ did turn around now. We did kiss 26,300. They sold it down about 60 points. 26,240. 50-50 on the tilt. Right. Also, OFAC, Topstep TV crossed 200,000 subscribers. 200,000 subscribers. Got a little thank you. Got a little celebration perhaps in store sometime this week. Michael Patak joined us, the CEO and founder joined us, and said the celebration is in order. Thank you kindly. If you can click subscribe, click like, click notify. There. Thank you. Right now, markets chop around the NQ. What do you
That's PTSD right there. That's what that is.
What? Which one?
You guys see the smoke?
There's a little something on the screen.
Oh.
Yeah, you guys.
Yeah.
You didn't see that?
Yeah, I saw it.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa, wait, hold on, slow down. Yeah, well, I don't.
It's silver.
You know what they say? Where there's smoke, there's fire.
Silver and gold on fire.
Fire.
Jones, yeah.
Yes, 70% long on the tilt in the Crude and CL right now, but right now, pretty muted for the time being. What is going on in the Dow? Dow, I'm making all-time highs. Dow showing right around 49,177. What's going on? MBT, Bitcoin. 90,000, 89,490.
Rejected again at 7,000 in the SPX. A nice resistance. I got 5-minute bars. We've tapped off it on each one of them.
Well, silver.
And
What is wrong?
Nasdaq's choppy right now. That's kind of what I was expecting going into this open on a big day.
Yeah, so if we stay in this area until the 10 a.m. open, I will get a short on this level. I just
What price?
mark it.
What price are you looking at, OVEC?
2067. But if we will stay below this area until 10.
10 o'clock. So about, what are you saying, about 10 minutes?
Yeah.
This is what part of the strategy that you're talking about in terms of a time-based approach. So about 30 minutes after the New York Open.
Interesting.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yes, right back to 70.23. Silver, perhaps building steam for another push.
Man.
That's holding bid. $115.14 last trade. About 15 cents off those session highs. Again, all-time highs in silver up around $117.70. So about $2.50 to go there.
Yeah, we got the air horns out. I think we could be saying silver all-time highs here.
Yes,
today.
did it. Yes, did it.
Never.
Overnight.
ES did, huh?
Yes, 70.43 printed right around midnight Central Time. Previous all-time highs right around 70.30. So
the only market that's not near its all-time high is the dollar.
No, NQ still got some room to go. The dollar is not.
No, it is not.
No.
We're close on the NQ. We're closer today than we've ever been.
All-time highs in the NQ, 26,646. About 400 points from there. And light numbers. FOMC strategy session beginning at 12:50 p.m. Central Time. We'll have the rate announcement at 1 p.m. Central Time. Prepared remarks after that. And the Q&A, the question answer followed as well. TopstepTV have wall-to-wall coverage of that real-time analysis. You know, you don't get it here right now.
Intel straight mooning. It's up 9%. Yeah, it's just right
About
back
time.
up.
What happened?
I have not looked. I just seen someone mentioned Intel, and yeah, it's up 9% today.
Is it really?
Like
They
earnings never even happened.
They got hammered on earnings, right? Yeah.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, right back up.
Well, still down since earnings. Trading 48.20 right now. Looks like it was at about 54.20. So a little ways to go to get back. And speaking of which, we're getting back to 7,000 in the SPX right now.
All right.
All right, OVEC, top of the hour here in about 7 minutes or so. You still like this setup right around 6.7? Because we're trading 7.6 right now.
Yes.
Why'd you laugh?
See it.
I think Coach Jay was right. He said the New York session is going to be choppy.
So far, very, very choppy. See money, take money would be the approach.
Yeah, because we very close to all-time high, so all the short position I try to take, it's very, one to two, 1 to 3, and get out. So in the open, when I try to take this short, if my orders, if the market will take my orders, so I will win for today and get out. But for now, I don't have any setup. So we need to wait for 10 a.m.
Okay.
And then I need to see the market's still choppy.
Yes, it is. See if we get that same setup. Still 50-50 on the tilt across the board. House count is still short. 1 micro crude from $63.31. About 15 cents in the money right now, 25 minutes into this New York session. Saw the First Lady ring the bell. Perhaps her husband and Vicente will be speaking in about an hour. It says tentatively. We'll see if that is the case.
Trading is optional.
Yes, it is.
So yeah, it's something I think I've needed to stress that a little bit more lately with us seeing the volatility in like the metals. If you do not like the price action, don't trade. There's always tomorrow, and today we have a lot going on. So if you don't see good price action this morning, you know, like you, Ofek, just patient, sitting on your hands, waiting. And then we got FOMC coming up at noon. Then we got Powell's speech. Then we got the earnings. So plenty of opportunity to come.
Trading is optional. If you don't like the price action, when you say don't trade, that doesn't mean get up from the walk away from the desk, does it? Or just completely remove yourself? Because
no, it just means you don't have to place a trade. You could just sit here, wait, watch,
practice
and
account.
then once the price action does start to settle down,
Me
or
personally,
go into
if I don't get any setup, something like an hour from the open of New York, so go out. Don't trade for the day.
Okay, nice. Because you do a lot of time based, right? So that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at the silver ladder. That'd be a better indicator if you really want to trade. Be careful. It is thin, liquid, and there are gaps in prices. The spread. I mean, careful.
Yeah.
Careful. ES last rate 70.28. Maybe a 10-point range in the first 25 minutes of the New York session. The ES NQ, maybe 89. Call it a 90-point range in the NQ last trade. 26,281. Highest price we traded in the New York session, just above 26,300.
We're at the upper end of this range in the NASDAQ.
Mm-hmm.
Still going to wait for it to settle down a little bit. I mean, range trade, buy high, buy low, sell high. Yeah, look at this, right back down.
7,000 ES, sorry, 7,000 SPX. Just strong resistance at the moment.
Interesting. Okay. There's a setup there. Could there be a setup there? Yeah, if you don't get your setup, but it's a good place to learn. Good practice counts. If Dakota, I agree. If you don't like the price action, you don't have to trade. Trading is optional. However, if the price action remains the price action you don't like for an extended period of time, you gotta adapt, right?
Yeah, you gotta adjust.
If we're range bound,
like
in a market, you gotta adapt. Practice counts absolutely good. Simulate trading, of course. Adapt or die. That's right. I meant adapt or die. Right now, market's a bit of a holding pattern. Looking for anything really cooking. 10-year, like we said, up around above 4.2%.
Silver's still holding up pretty well. How's gold doing?
52.75 here in the Feb contract.
Okay. Yeah, last night the gold ladder was non-existent, waiting for rollover.
That was expect slippage. Expect slippage. It's a definite possibility when it is that thin. Those fills, those stops, most likely not going to get that price. Can't get anything break out. Just be this holding pattern until we really start rocking. Maybe Vicente and Trump, are they just they're gonna be sitting shoulder to shoulder and just talking? I don't know what that entails. We'll see if we can even get the feed for it. Right now it is restricted. We are looking into that right now. OFAC, has there been one trade? I think you said you're up nicely in January. Same approach, day in, day out. The time-based approach, going off that.
Yeah.
So you're essentially looking for what, one or two trades a day?
Yeah, 1 to 2 trades a day, even one trade,
Okay.
even one trade.
Nothing
Let's
wrong
see
with
the 10 a.m. We have 20 seconds.
I did say, well, expect slippage. Slippage is a real possibility in a. I did say that it's a real possibility in a market that thin, with such a wide spread between the bid and the ask in gold or silver. Correct.
limit orders.
Right,
Limit orders are your friend.
Correct.
All right. Top of the hour.
Yep. Impatient. Top of the hour here. Just came and went. Not a whole lot cooking just yet. Ovek, are you back online? Are you back looking to, can you get in the trade? Right now, you're not even at your price. We're at 26,255.
It's 266.
266? Okay.
But I don't think I'm gonna take a trade today.
Okay. Will you?
It's very choppy.
It is very choppy. Will you be at the desk? Will you be at the trading station for FOMC to see, or do you trade off the news, or you just look for your setup? Do you anything?
No, I don't trade off news. Don't trade off. Only New York Open. Only New York Open.
I like that. That's the process. Stick to the process. Commit to it. I like it.
Mhm.
So Rod asked really quick why the SPX is important. SPX is the spot index for the S&P 500. So if you're trading the ES futures, I mean, that's what the spot market is.
Mhm.
More importantly, nowadays is that it's where the great majority of options flow, like zero date options especially, takes place. So there's levels there where you can encounter some forced dampering or acceleration by option market makers.
It looks like Vicent may be getting ready to speak here on CNBC. It says moments away, Treasury Secretary. So I think Vicent will be speaking here. We'll keep an eye out on those headlines.
Silver's going.
Is it? Yeah, silver is.
Silver's up 9% as well. Yeah, we're in the mid 115s.
Okay. All right.
Oh man.
Yeah. See my guy?
SPX 7000 for the win.
Yep, stuck right there. Hey, speaking of, I haven't seen this guy in a minute on Fast Forward because he is a star wearing a sick hat. What is up, Hogue? Welcome aboard. Huge day. Blow off top. Andre, it's a blow off top. Hogue, we're back above those prices, man. What's up, Hogue? Happy Wednesday.
We're not above those prices.
Happy Wednesday, everybody. It's great to see everyone. I put on this hat this morning and I can't take it off now. It's like,
nope.
I get cold if I take it off. So I'm stuck with it for the day, I think. But yeah, the equities, I mean, they're kind of doing what we would really kind of expect. I call it anticipation mode. They're anticipating some important information later on in the session. So we're really just seeing chop opening range, neither the high nor the low in any of these markets, really. So we're just kind of watching the market chop a little bit and kind of expected new all-time highs last night in the S&Ps. Overnight session that tends not to be lasting. I'm still kind of leaning on gap guidelines, looking for possibly opportunities for longs, but just trying to stay patient. I'm going to wait until the initial balances are established to focus on those for my opportunities because they're going to give me good levels to limit risk. Silver kind of lagging behind gold a little bit, but we've certainly got a nice bid under it right now, just putting in new session highs as we speak in silver. But we're still kind of under the pressure of that excess high on the daily chart that we put in on Monday. That was where I was like, oh, this could be a blow off top, right, Andre? And I'm thinking, if we were to open with a gap below Monday, that would leave an island top. That would be a reversal pattern, but it just didn't happen. We did not get it. We still have a gap there. If maybe we have 3 days and then we gap lower, that could be another island top. But right now, I mean, everything's looking roses for the metals markets. Obviously, I think we've got a new all-time high in gold. Let's double check that. In the daily chart, this is again the February contract. So yeah, another new all-time high last night in gold. Silver lagging just a little bit. I'm really just kind of staying patient, watching the markets flop around like a fish on a hot sidewalk and looking for opportunities as the day goes on.
Love the look, Hogue. Percent is speaking right now. Nothing yet. No market moving headlines. We'll see if he does have any comments on FOMC, the Fed, Powell. Moving forward. All right, we got about an hour and 25 minutes. EIA crude oil inventories at the bottom of the hour. Right now, see if silver wants to make another push higher here. $15.53.
It seems like we're going to go for those all-time highs, man. We're
$2
$1.50. Yeah, a few bucks away.
I just printed some new session highs there. Gold pushing as well. Equities pretty much in a holding pattern, but watching silver cook. It is pushing higher here. New highs, $115.67, $2 from those all-time highs.
We're kind of coming up to an important J level here in silver. We can show you. So Jay pointed out that this bar on Monday, probably the highest 30-minute bar that we've seen in recent history. He was kind of hinting that it might be all time, but then you kind of put a box around that and you put the halfway mark in it. Now the overnight last night traded to that halfway mark on that high volume bar that just came off that all-time high. We tested to it last night and rejected it. Are we going to reject it again today? Is really the question. Now we've got a successful upside auction above the initial balance high in silver, 114.59 half. We closed above it. We're holding above it. We're seeing buying coming into that. So for me to short this, I would really have to look for some sort of reversal pattern, some sort of thing happening at that level, Jay's level here, right around 115.92 is a half of that high volume bar. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Something's happening as you spoke.
Yeah.
You're speaking something into existence. I'm seeing the DOM is just
vaporized.
I don't know. Yeah. Is this just in silver? Or is this all over the place?
We're still off a little bit in equities, but nothing huge at the moment.
3%. Not
Silver's going to do this all day.
It's
thin.
As soon as you said that, Hogue, silver straight down $1. Yeah.
Yeah. Look at that. Wow.
Yeah. Down $1 indeed.
In order for me to short this, it just dumps.
Am I right? How about it?
Yeah. Gold just tanked $50.
Okay.
Wow. Look at this.
All right. What's going on here?
What do you say?
We do have Besson speaking.
Yeah, he's on the dollar right now. What's the dollar getting smoked? The U.S. always has a strong dollar policy. That'll do it.
I'm gonna live.
It'll do it.
I'm gonna live another day here on my little bold prediction.
Strong dollar means setting fundamentals. Right fundamentals coming from Besant.
Your bold prediction, that being the blow off top.
Crude just got smoked. Are we still short Crude? I was still short. I was going Crude down, just sold off about $1 there. Crude's trading $62.67. And Besant hitting the wire.
Oh man.
Yep. That's right.
You spoke
more
that
trading, less talking.
Well,
right? Crazy.
Never.
More from Besant. If we have the U.S. is absolutely not intervening in dollar yen now. If we have sound policies, the money will flow into the U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent speaking live right now. We saw a huge sell-off in gold, huge sell-off in silver, crude. ES selling off right now, 70.17 last trade there. Down about 15 points. Dollar up. That's all it takes to push the dollar higher. But if you want to cut rates, we'll talk about that later.
Yeah, there is some tension between what they are saying they want and what they are implying they want to do.
It's going to make things tricky. Hey, c'est la vie. Such is life.
You know, I want my cake and eat it too.
Yeah. It's like Spalding. I want a hamburger and a hot dog. I want a strong dollar. I want low interest rates.
You'll get nothing. You like it.
I want high stocks. You'll get nothing and like it. That's Powell.
Yeah. That's Powell. Again, gold selling off about $70, give or take, on that. We got silver selling off about $3 on that. Bessent talking about a stronger dollars. Did the Dixie pop?
Yep.
See, but this is crazy.
Yeah.
Open my chart. Look at this. Open my chart. I missed my entry, my limit order for like how much points? 0.50 points. 0.50. And the price just goes straight down. This is crazy, man.
Happens.
Are you back up? OFAC.
Back up.
Are you back online? Are you able to get? You said you're not trading for the day, correct? You're done. I was wondering if you can execute, you can get be able to take trades right now.
And then I said I want to see 266 getting hit, but we missed the entry by 0.50 point.
By two ticks, yes. More from Bessent. It is up to the Fed on rates. I hope that they will have an open mind. Trade deficit is shrinking. This should help the dollar.
They got the memo, man. They're talking dollar now.
Yes.
Bessent's always good at knowing where the fire is to put out. He was big on rates, like the 10-year yield was his big concern, trying to control that earlier. The dollar's been having a rough time lately, and now they're talking dollars.
Well, that's his $3 move in silver.
He's the fixer. Oh, okay. From Bessent on Fed, Myron's term could continue. Okay, this is again, Bessent on CNBC right now talking up dollar strength right now. We saw a reaction in gold. $70 sell-off in gold, $3 sell-off in silver, a little downside pressure in the ES. Crude selling off. Down about $1.
Changes everything now. Just Bessent talking.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be that. I saw a chart basically with the current makeup of the Fed. There's 12 voters. Okay. 3 could be characterized as doves: Waller, Myron, Bowman. 6 is neutral, including Powell, and 3 as hawkish, which means you got 9 people that aren't trying to aggressively cut interest rates. You need 7 votes to implement new policy. So we're a ways, even when they change who the Fed chair is, remember, Powell can stick around for 2 years too as a voter. We're a ways off from having the sort of majority that would be able to cut rates a lot.
Fascinating. I'm sure they'll be asking Powell today in the Q&A about the Fed independence. That will be the question and answer session after the prepared remarks. We'll be bringing that to you live here on Topstep TV. But Bessent has gotten the party started, talking up a strong dollar. Strong dollar. Let's see, there's more selling here in the ES. Session lows hitting 70.13 last trade.
And woken up silver and gold. Metals are moving.
Yeah. Poke the bear with the stick.
They did. You caused it, man. You said something's got to happen.
Sure did.
Yeah, finally do.
Yeah.
Right?
More from percent. There's no trade deal with South Korea until they ratify it. Deal between India and Europe. I find the Europeans disappointing. I spoke with Trump about the Fed chair on the plane back from Iowa. We have 4 great candidates for Fed chair. We have not narrowed or expanded the chairman candidates. I thought it was down to 1. Apparently, it's back up to 4. We're seeing some buying coming back here in the equities, turning around now to the upside. Oh, the sun just spraying all fields now. Talking Canada now. What are the dollars? What is the dollar? Did Dixie just absolutely pop? Incredible. Again, bottom of the hour, we have EIA crude oil inventories.
And a little reversal.
Oh, yeah.
Tiny reversal in the stocks right now.
Love how they do this on Fed Day.
The timing.
Right.
Yep, Jay.
Mhm.
Who needs power when we
Timing's
have the Hogue? Yep. Very thin. Very, very thin. ES bottoming out at 70.12. We've got a 18-point range so far in the first 45 minutes of the New York session. And Treasury Secretary started off talking about I don't know what they were talking about, some Trump savings account things, and we really just picked it up on the dollar. So now, obviously, the dollar's on the radar now, Jack. The dollar's been getting hammered for quite some time, most of January.
Yeah,
they're in a pickle. They're in a pickle. If they want dovish, they want to cut rates. It's not strong for the dollar. Trade up. I don't know.
Well, they might have. I mean, this ventures into politics, but don't worry, not the bad type. Just like a little game theory is.
Sure.
Do they almost want to be in a position where, like I mentioned with the voters, the math really isn't there to get you rate cuts? So is it almost better for them to be like, hey, we want the rate cuts, they won't do it, and then you don't kind of own any problems? Because it's like it's like my libertarian friends back in the day. It's really easy to say a lot of things when they're never getting implemented.
Gotcha.
So it's sometimes a good place to be.
I gotcha. We want this, but they know they're not going to get it.
They won't give it to us.
They won't give it to us.
Their scapegoat's going to be out in a few months.
Oh, one last. People are talking about the RTY in chat. Something interesting I saw. This is more for like long-term trends. Is that the companies in the RTY are much more sensitive, like a decrease, like a percentage decrease in labor cost has a much larger effect on the earnings positively of the small cap companies compared to the large ones. So maybe there's a little bit of like long-term AI productivity play there that's been pumping the Russell lately.
Call Jack. I like that. Yeah, and earnings after the bell today. Make sure to stay tuned to at the buzzer after Power Hour with Jay and Paul. Microsoft, Tesla, Meta, IBM. So reporting after the bell. Had Starbucks before the bell today. Treasury Secretary speaking right now on CNBC. Talking up the stronger dollar. Instant reaction in the metals selling off quite aggressive. We saw silver sell off about $3. Saw gold sell off about $70. ES push lower. Crude push lower. And now, bit of a holding pattern. We'll see what happens to that EIA crude. Are we still in that crude trade? We were short one. I believe we're only short one now from 63.31.
Okay, I think we're short one now. Yeah, I believe we're short one.
Good.
I'll ask JD.
Trade.
Risk off.
Very good. I believe Besant has concluded.
Yeah, we get
mission accomplished.
Yep.
All right, percent done.
Yeah, that helped that crude trade, that strong dollar comment. Strength.
That's all you have to say, huh? It does the trick. Yeah, and bottom hour, we'll get those initial balance high, initial balance low prices. Hogue. Okay, so initial balance high in silver was $114.59. Obviously, when those comments hit, we blew right through that.
Yes.
The downside.
Right through it.
Yeah, well, what was IB low?
Even
What's
through the
low?
IB low.
Okay, so throw those out. Yep. Throw those out then.
113.26.
Okay.
$113.26 is the IB low. Closed the session gap to yesterday and found some buyers down there. Little bit. There's that gap. But, you know, silver and gold are so funny because when you look at the settlement price from silver yesterday, it's all the way down here, 105.95. The closing price of the day was 112.34 and a half. Big difference there, right? Because silver and gold close, they settle at the old pit close times. So there's a big difference, big disconnect there.
Yep.
And we had an insane rally for Power Hour yesterday.
It was insane. $80 pop in gold.
Yeah.
It
was like 7% in silver.
Yeah, it was absolutely. Oh, fuck! I gotta ask: Have you taken any trades, silver, gold, any of the metals?
Silver.
Nice. And how'd it go? Was it fun? Was it profitable? Did you do it again?
I only do it once, and again, no. I love NQ. So stick to the process.
Well, was the trade profitable? Was it a profitable trade in silver?
Yeah, it was profitable. Yeah.
And you didn't go back. Well done. That is discipline right there. I like that.
Yeah, you know, I have my baby, my baby NQ.
Absolutely. Stick to it. I like that. So we got NQ back to 26,244 last trade. Bottoming out 26,205. 100 point range.
Very
100 point range.
Transaction.
Look at the ES ladder. We got some size down there around 70.11 and 70.11 quarter. We got about 1,000 on the bid, maybe 1,100 on the bid. Between 70.11 and 70.11 quarter, about 9 points lower from where we're trading right now. Use that level 2 data on Topstep X. We'll see that. Will we go get the fill down there? If those were to fill, those would be session low prices also, but it seems to be running away from it right now. We do a little bit of size showing.
Yeah. We're still kind of just choppy, range bound as expected. Not seeing any setups on my end.
Anticipation mode.
Yeah. Exactly, Hogue.
That's right.
That's a heck of a close. That's a heck of a fill in the crude there. We got the one bought at 62.79. Now we've got a potential failed downside auction. We're still in the one lot with risk off. Nice trade.
Yep. It's crude grinding back to $63 even now. Markets gold, NQ, ES, crude all grinding back. Trying to recover some of those losses that we saw when percent hit the wire, talking up a stronger dollar. Yep, we have one up Mike in the chat. Crude oil inventories in 6 minutes. 6 minutes till that number. What is expected?
Okay.
Can add
We're still short one MCL right now in the house account.
$2.5. No, what am I looking at? 2 million barrel surplus is expected. That number is notoriously, the actual number versus the forecaster expected is notoriously wrong. So keep an eye out for that. We'll bring that to it. Except for that one time it was right when Dakota was on.
Yeah, is that one time?
50-50 on the tilt. Nothing really jumping off.
Even if you
No.
didn't know that there was something big coming out today, you could probably just see it in the dome. Like S&P's dome is thin,
Let's talk
just
about that. Oh, yeah.
low liquidity. NASDAQ is thin. They're all just kind of thin. Not a lot of
that are
bids and
new.
offers.
Right. Okay. I think that takes experience. For those that are kind of new to this, just get introduced to futures. They may see this. This is typical. This is what they normally. This could be their normal, right? What we're seeing here in terms of the size on the bid and the ask.
Sure.
Yeah, that's what Topstep. All experience. We're seeing it's thin. The numbers on the bid and the ask are much smaller than what we're accustomed to, and that's what tips you off. That's what gives you the indication that markets are waiting for something. There's something around the corner. Something is coming. I think is what this isn't what we normally see. I guess is what you're saying, Hope.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, usually in the S&Ps, we're seeing 3 digits on the bids and offers, very close to price. We're down to 2 digits. Sometimes, even 50, 60 contracts on the bid and on the offer. It's just not a lot of liquidity. And Andre, you said it earlier. There's a bigger probability for slippage when there's less liquidity. You're probably going to see more slippage when that FOMC release comes out. You'll probably see these bids and offers pretty much evaporate for the minute before and the minute after. You'll just see nobody playing there. You're going to see price whip around, and if you're in it, you've got to stop. You better be careful because you're gonna get stopped, possibly very far away from your election point. Where you put the stop. You're probably not going to get filled there. So just keep that in mind. It's just one thing when we're anticipating something. And again, I just call these markets are largely in anticipation mode, range bound, just kind of chopping around. Yep. This is, what you're going to see in the dome. You're going to see a lot fewer bids and offers. People are just not going to participate. They're just going to watch, see what happens, maybe react to whatever happens at 1 o'clock or anything, during the speech. But right now, everybody's just kind of waiting, you feel like you look at the dome, you feel like everybody's just kind of waiting with a little bit of anxiety as to, okay, what's going to happen?
Exactly.
What are we going to do? How are we going to make money on this?
We're going to wait. Yep. Hope does know.
Building the domes.
Oh, yes, indeed. All right, bottom of the hour here. A couple more minutes. Oh, I got a couple more minutes. Let's see what these numbers. So after this, you go desk. You walk away. Go on with the rest of your day, huh? Do you trade mobile?
Yeah,
Use your
mobile.
You don't. Never. I like it, man.
Good.
I like
Good.
it. See, silver might be wanting to push a lower here.
Is there a way to track P&L by devices? That would probably be good. I would love to see what people's stats are on their phone.
What would your hypothesis be? Jack?
I think we would need some test subjects who are actually trading on their phone. I mean,
that's not what
personally,
I asked, Jack. What would your hypothesis be? How do you think? What would the performance of our mobile traders are?
I would think they might display some characteristics that I would associate with being compulsive.
Yeah,
I agree. Samsung users might show a little less, right? P&L, Apple versus Samsung.
Because they're rebels.
Green chat
bubbles or
green chat versus blue chat.
Yeah, that'd be interesting to see.
I see silver just holding on for dear life, trying to hold bid here. $112 to adjust print. Again, Secretary Treasury Besant coming on about 25 minutes ago, talking up a stronger dollar, as well as some opinions on the Fed as well. We saw that sell off crude, sell off silver, sell off gold. Pretty much grinding its way back. That 900 lot, that size did get pulled in the ES slider. All right, bottom of the hour. We'll also get those initial balance high, initial balance low prices for the NQ and the ES. And after that, OFAC couple words. Let's get those. Let's get this oil number, OFAC, and then we'll let you run after that. If that sounds good. Then we got a lot more coming here. So EIA crude oil inventories expected 2 million barrel surplus. OFAC up $40,000 in January. Trading live. Also awesome to see. All right. Last price.
I don't have any trading like apps on my phone, and I think literally the only time I've ever made a trade on my phone was merely like an OF moment where it was like, well, I got to do this now. I don't know if other people are like that.
All right. It was supposed to be a surplus. It is indeed a drawdown of 2 million barrels. No major reaction there. All right, OFAC, couple words before you get out of here. Sorry about those issues. Obviously, very, very frustrating. Thoughts, words of encouragement for those that are trying to beat up $40,000 to kick off the year, OFAC, before you get out of here. Thanks for joining us, by the way.
Yeah, thank you too. It's been very good to be with you guys and see Dakota.
Yes.
And just stick to the process, stick to the hard work, doing your checklist every day, and it will come. It will come.
Very good.
Just
Thank
don't
you.
gamble. Don't gamble.
Very, very
Best advice right there, man. Don't gamble.
Thank you, OFAC. Thank you, OFAC, for joining us. Appreciate that. All right, we got those IB high, IB low prices. Hope we can get that after, because I want to see, just like OFAC is a live funded trader, we got more live funded traders putting up some pretty decent numbers on a rather range-bound day. Let's take a look at what our leaderboard is looking like. Shang up 19, almost 21, up 12 plus. Bean up 11. N up $10,000. Well done, Kendra. Up $10,000 already. Trader, great job. Keep an eye on that.
Nice.
Bring you that board a little bit later. What's up,
Some
Ho?
good trading today.
There
Some
is.
good
How'd
trading
you
today.
do that?
Yep. They must have sold silver when I said, I'm looking for a reversal pattern here.
Pretty much. Pretty much. Hey,
Done.
Hogue.
3.5.
Hogue, initial balance high, initial balance low prices in ES and NQ. Simply the highest and lowest price traded in the first hour of the New York session.
Sure.
Yeah.
IB low in the S&Ps, 70, 12, 50.
Yep.
7,012.50. 7,031 even, the IB high.
Mm-hmm.
Haven't traded outside of it yet. NASDAQ getting pretty close to the IB low right now. IB low, 26,205 even.
Right.
IB high, 26,301.
Tight range. Oh.
Ooh.
Everyone's new favorite in the house. Bam. Look at that. Where's he
Hey.
at?
What up, Vinny?
What's up, guys? What's going on?
Yeah.
We are having a blast here.
Marcus.
My guy.
What's up,
my
Vince?
guy.
What's up, Bogue?
What do you take any
I'm
trades
actually
today?
short euro currency.
Yeah, you are.
I haven't
Let's
traded the
go.
euro in a long time.
Hey.
I'm short the euro right now.
6E, baby.
Yeah.
So we're
The 6E.
the 6E.
Short the euro,
We can bring
really?
back old school. Yeah, we're gonna go back old school here. I'm short euro currency right now, so we're gonna see if we get some continuation here to the downside.
What
You know,
price?
it's a momentum play. It's not my favorite style of trading, but we're gonna see what happens here with the euro today.
All right, we got to walk
Nice.
through this. Vince, what price are you short from and how many times is the first question?
I'm short 5 micro 6E at
You got micros?
119.72.
1972. Okay, last trade. And all right, next question. How many different products are you watching? What caught your eye in the 6E? I used to trade the euro. I was a euro trader for a long time. What?
Yeah, me too. I traded a currency fund for a while. Yeah, I mean, we have kind of like a head and shoulders breakdown here that I'm trying to play. I don't know if it's going to work, but I'm looking for a continuation play here. And we're going to see if we can get a nice big move to the downside. Like I have a pretty big target right now if we get it, but we got to
Is it
get some
parity?
momentum here to the downside. Yeah, we're sitting at value low. Yeah. At parity, yes. We're going to
So
keep jumping up.
yeah.
We're going to $1 even.
Vince, I don't know if you know this, but there are weekly kickoff levels for the euro.
Look at you guys.
1960 is weekly kickoff high. We broke above it yesterday. We just tested back down to it.
1960. All right.
Yep.
We need to get back
Just
below that thing then.
in case that helps.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, let's see if we can get below it. And if not, we might be
NQ just got
toast.
sold. NQ just someone hit the bid. NQ selling off now. New lows just printed. Anything else moving? 26,190. Just got.
I mean, gold's range bound. Silver's range bound.
Yeah. Maybe
Yeah,
that gets to settlement.
Crude inventories come out. I don't know if we talked about that, but down 2.29 million. They were expecting plus 1.95 million.
No surplus. Drawdown.
Okay.
Yep. We're getting a little bit of a bid in the crude oil now.
What happened? They hit the bid. There's no follow through in the equities. Is that what happened there? Someone hit the bid and printed some new lows, but no real follow through right now for the time being.
No follow through in silver either. So are you you're bullish the dollar? Is this just like you said, pure technicals on a momentum play? Has nothing to do with
technicals.
Okay.
Nope. We're just gonna give it a shot. We can minimize our risk, and we're just gonna see if we can get a follow through here.
I like it.
Is this the first Euro trade on TopstepTV?
I'm thinking this is the first one I can remember. I love it. Okay, so answer the question, Vince. How many other products are you watching? How many charts you got on that screen?
Oh my gosh, I'm watching. boy, I'm watching the ESNQ, Russell, Gold, Nasdaq, Euro. Right now, that's and crude oil.
Did you say silver? There it is. There it is.
Yeah,
I was waiting for
silver.
that.
Yeah. Man, I was in a silver trade last night. I got long, and then I told my in my session I had a target in place of let me see if I recall what it was. 115.30s was my target last night. And I was like, all right, well, I'm just going to exit here at the end of the session, but we'll see if we get to the target. And sure enough, as soon as I closed the session, within 30 minutes, I think it got up to the target. It was so heated. Yeah, it's been a fun market to trade, but it gives you the jitters.
It does. With a micro being the smallest size, it's a little difficult on the risk management side.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, you got to risk at least $500 usually on a one lot micro, at least.
Yeah. True.
Brunella show.
Okay, question for you, man. We've been coaching together for a couple of years now, actually. What's the most amount of trades you've had on with the amount of products that you watch at one time?
Just in futures, or we're just talking in general?
Yeah, just here.
Just in futures.
Just in day trading.
Probably at one time, I would say probably no more than 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
4 different markets.
I know more than 4.
Okay.
Usually it's not that many though. Usually it's maybe 2, but
yeah, fair enough, because you use the higher time frame. You have a 15-minute chart up as well, so that makes it a little bit more manageable.
Yeah.
Hey Vince, you're talking about your session at Discord. When can the people, if they want to get more Vince Discord, what time can the people find you?
It would be 7 Central.
7 Central.
Monday
Discord.
through Friday right now in Discord.
And then rolls right into slow markets, 7:30 p.m. Central Time.
And they're good. They're really good. I watch them all the time.
It's Wednesday. Who's on with you this evening, Dakota?
Coach Jay. Coach Jay's on with me tonight during slow markets. Feeling a little bit under the weather, but hopefully he's starting to feel a little bit better. He was on opening call, and health comes first. Always.
Sure.
Health is wealth.
For sure.
Health is wealth. Absolutely.
That's right.
Again, forget, we starting 12:50 p.m. Central Time FOMC strategy session. And we got the announcement at 1 p.m. Prepared remarks, Q&A, press conference from Jerome Powell. Yeah, 97% probability of a pause. I was looking at the Fed Fund futures. First, 50-50 for a rate cut. They have all the way pushed out to July or June. It's just 50-50. It's pretty much pause until the summer. Obviously, that can change.
What do you think will happen if they cut today?
Limit down?
Ooh, I hope
No,
so.
not limit down.
No, I mean, who knows? But they won't.
Banks are in trouble.
Like, if anything,
Hey, you never
the
know.
the tails of these things become is just like in those event betting markets. The tails become at the end of it, like that 2.8% chance is just probably slight hedges against disaster by people, but there's no way they cut today.
They have to give the banks the heads up, or else they're in deep trouble.
Yeah.
If they cut, probably initial equities would initially pop, the algos, and then everyone would be like, "Well, why? Why do we cut? What don't
what's
we know?
wrong?
What's wrong? Right? What's wrong?"
Well, I mean, Powell is on his way out, right? Who
Well,
knows?
as chair,
He's got 2 more meetings after this one, so
Okay, yeah. Maybe the last meeting he'll do something funny.
Yeah.
he's gonna be
raise
going
it
to the-
3%, drop
He
the
can't do
mic.
it. He can't single-handedly do it. Though. That's the thing. Like,
He can't.
want-
He's got to convince the posse. But
yeah, he's got to convince the crew.
let me take a look. A good
hey,
tool on
goals-
the Fed Watch, by the way, if you go to July, if you hit that compare button, it gives you where the probabilities were a day ago, a week ago,
Oh,
and a
nice.
month ago for each of those levels. So something fun to play around with.
Thank you. I like that.
You mentioned gold, Andre. We're popping here in silver.
Yeah, gold for almost all the way back, about $12-13 to go to recover all those losses that we saw. $70 sell off when Percent came on, talking about a stronger dollar. Saw a little bit of a sell off there in the NQ. ES as well. ES just got sold off about 5 points, closing in on right around initial balance low. I guess NQ is low. Might be low right now.
Yep.
Points.
Yes, it is. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, we got
Some
that
follow-
big move, and we haven't really seen that follow through on the metals.
There's New York lows in the ES.
Yep,
Right
there
there.
it goes. Finally, finally started to move. NQ going to the IB low right now, right?
All right, new lows. New
Yes.
lows printing here.
Yes, check it out.
ES ticks. Nothing crazy.
Russell's in the trend. The Russell's trending nicely right now. Maybe we should start trading the Russell, everybody.
Oh boy! Add another
Actually,
chart to Vince. Vince, let's add
Yeah,
another.
well, I got
thing.
the Russell up there. I
Okay,
got
good.
it on there.
All right, good.
I do.
Coach Jay would
Add
agree
that
with
to
you.
the list.
Yeah.
And that's a
Dick's
list plus
like
16 stocks.
slightly. 16.8 in the VIX.
VIX higher. All right, starting to see
Oh,
some.
yeah.
We'll push lower here again. New lows printing. New York session lows in the ES as 70.11 quarter. Same story in the NQ 26,185. 185.
I'd like to see settlement here in the Nasdaq. Maybe we see 6,000. Can we see 6,000 again in the Nasdaq that we broke out of yesterday?
26,000
Maybe.
even. Oh,
Yeah.
200 points to go.
Yeah. I know
Some
everyone was
follow
talking
through.
about breaking out of the big Dorito we've been in for a month or so. Just doesn't make sense right before FOMC, and we're starting to see
No.
the market sell off now.
Yeah, is it not convincing sell
I
off
like
though?
a trip down there in the NQ. I like the 26,100 levels.
Long down
Get
there?
No, well, to get short and target it.
Oh, to the downside. Okay.
Yeah.
Those asking, the FOMC rate announcement comes out at 1 p.m. Central. About a half an hour later, the Q&A starts with Powell. We will be covering it live on TopstepTV. Hogue will be here. Andre.
Nice.
What will Paul
The
say?
afterglow for that might be insane with earnings after the bell as well.
That's right.
And I'm going to be for it.
Stay locked
Andre,
in.
I'll join you for Power Hour.
You will? You gonna trade it up?
Yeah, I will. I'll trade it up for Power Hour with you.
Okay. Anyway, I need to join you on slow markets. I watch it all the time, but fantastic stuff. More selling here in the ES. Is there another push lower? Yeah. 770.09. Half last trade and lows in the ES. NQ grinding lower as well. 26,178 would be the new low print. You got Vince coming in hot, short the euros. That's the 6E, folks. Coming in hot. Maybe you playing the dollar gets stronger, euro gets weaker. Push lower there. We'll see if we got another push to the downside here.
It's not looking too good right now, but we got some room here. It's been a while, so this is my first euro trade in a long time. So,
how's it feel? Feel good to be back, Vince?
Yeah, it's bringing back some memories. Hopefully, it'll be good memories.
Like
you know what I mean?
I traded it a lot as well back when they first announced Brexit. That was insane.
Mm-hmm. You remember, like, the euro got real hot. Who was it? Jay-Z used to rap about the euro, and everybody started trading the euros. I started getting all these euro orders coming into my office. Like, yeah, I want to buy euro. I want to buy euros. I'm like, all right.
What's the Jay-Z line?
It's amazing. Oh, my God. Let me think.
That's right, euros. I'm talking plural.
You'll probably know.
I love it. You're the man, Vince. I love Vince. He's doing Wu-Tang yesterday. He's doing Wu-Tang yesterday. Now he's doing Jay-Z today. Where else do you get that besides TopstepTV? He's also short the euro. Euro did just push lower there. Okay. Top of the hour here in about 14 minutes or so. Tip of the week. Tip of the week here at TopstepTV. I love this one. I heard Jack talking about a journal entry. Keep a trading journal. I call it trade details, review wins and losses, definitely patterns in performance, time of day, stuff like that. Also, refine your strategy from insights. Trading journal, trading journal, trading journal. Hogues preaches it. It's important. It also helps when gives you accountability. For me, writing stuff down makes it sticks in your head. You go back and review. What was I thinking? Oh, there is my journal. You got my journal right here. Still got it right here.
Yeah, learn it twice.
Yeah, I mean, you'd be surprised, right? You'd be surprised what that journal could do, especially with the emotions.
Yes.
And Robin Dane actually touched on it yesterday as well in her session, talking about how to manage, journal your emotions and stuff. So,
awesome.
I think it helps a lot, especially with holding trades and becoming more confident in your trades.
Yeah, Jack.
So
Okay,
you're sitting on weekly kickoff high right now.
We are. Jack, we had a great example yesterday of what a great journal entry would be. We got the NQ continuing to make new lows, 26,166. For those that weren't watching yesterday, what when you took that short, there was something that you didn't take into account in the ES. The stop got
just to
hit.
pay attention, we did make new session lows in the ES. Yeah, my stop, I didn't. It's less, I don't know if you call it journal entry or something to pay attention to, is I completely had in my mind the wrong all-time high in the spot market. I thought we had gotten SPX 7,000 yesterday. We hadn't. And so when I was taking that short, I was actually very near the all-time high, which is not definitely one of the firm rules I have would be like no shorting when it's close to making an all-time high, because you'll almost always get a better price.
Yeah, it's going to target market. We'll try to go target that, those all-time highs. We are looking at 73% short tilt in the NQ, 70% short tilt in the ES. Euro is pushing lower right now.
Nice. I know my
What are you
My
laughing about?
Don't
best
say that
journal
too loud,
entry.
Dre. Don't say that too loud.
I gotta do play-by-play on something. It's the only thing moving, Vince. I know, man. I'm sorry. You come on here with a. Just go ahead, Dakota. You got a Euro trade. I got to talk about something. Go ahead.
I kept all that up. No, my best journal entry has been on a napkin, and I've had it at my desk ever since for the past year and a half.
What's it say?
It's this one.
That's not a napkin.
No.
That's a napkin.
TFD.
That is a napkin.
BTFD.
I mean,
It's a napkin, man. It's
hey,
on a napkin.
Hey, the best deals
And
are
here's
on
the thing.
napkins too, right?
that's
My
paper towel.
worst trades is when I haven't followed that journal entry.
Really?
Yeah, and I've been
That's powerful information.
Yeah, when I've sold silver or sold the Nasdaq, the market just rips me a new one. I look at that and I stare down like, man, I tell myself,
I was actually thinking about that yesterday. Oh, what does BTFD mean? Question in the chat, Dakota. What does BTFD mean? You wrote it on your napkin.
I think he got frozen in space.
Oh,
like one of those,
means buy the dip.
Buy
Means
the
Buy
effing dip,
tiles.
right?
Buy the dip. Buy the
yeah,
dip.
buy the effing dip.
Buy the dip.
That's Dakota. Yep.
Buy the effing dip.
buy the freaking dip.
I was thinking about
There it is.
lessons learned, journal entries. Lessons. The way you learn lessons in this is break bad behavior. Bad when you lose enough money doing it a certain way. That's how I learned. I'm not gonna. That's
Yeah. And it definitely helps you learn a little faster too,
learn
right?
quicker. Help.
For sure.
Shorting
So
highs.
what's on a-
shorting high? Shorting highs. Shorting highs. Shorting highs. All right, I'm getting killed. Not doing it that way anymore.
What's the
Silver's
Mike Tyson
trying to-
saying? You think you have your plan until you get punched in the nose or something?
Everyone's got a
Yeah,
game plan, so you get
punch
punched
in
in
the
the face.
Yeah.
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 How many
Best.
times are you going to put your hand on the hot stove
Yeah.
before you decide it's a bad idea?
Yeah, that's how you
A
learn
few
lessons. You lose enough money, you'll stop doing it. Jack, go ahead.
Yeah.
I was gonna say what's unappealing about this dip right now we're getting in equities. For the record, there's a very small options level from yesterday here that could slow it down a little bit. But what would it take for you to get long here, Dakota?
Settlement.
Settlement. Okay, I like that.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah. Either
6,000
settlement or some type of major sweep, maybe down to. We do have a level that we made last night, and that's going to be right where we opened around these 26,130s, 140s. Maybe we can come down here towards that level, but not seeing anything else. There's just no support resistance. Maybe a little bit of a something at 26,159. But as of now, no. I think more patience, because I could see myself trying to buy this now on like a 3-bar reversal or something for a push back up to these 240s. We're still up 0.4% right before FOMC.
We are. We're at settlement in the ES though, so
Oh,
that's
yes.
underperforming there or close to
Right.
it.
There you
Well,
go.
if we can manage the risk, Jack, I mean, we're beneath,
We're sitting
there's
right at
balance.
weekly kickoff high in the S&Ps as well. 70-10.
Let's take a look. What was the size? Size was down around. Those bids did get pulled. Looks like the dollar might be
Since we
getting.
do have value acceptance in the S&Ps, however, so I'm looking for shorts. I'm probably looking a little lower. I mean, if I'm looking for longs, I'm probably looking a little bit lower.
Around 7,000 evens, a little lower. 04s.
Yeah, not far from there. 7,150. That neighborhood.
I like that too. My two long areas, if you want to be, would be like that one, and then the big one before Powell would be like around 69 to 80, which is the 69 to 50 SPX. Okay, so we got two rounds in the revolver here. That'll be our first. I'll go with that too, Hogue. If we get down a little bit more.
What was that price like? 04 or evens? Jack, it's 7,004.
Yeah.
All right. Let's trade 7,000, 7009. Vince, looks like the dollar's getting a little stronger here, catching a bit in the dollar. I'm not going to jinx your position, but what's your downside target? You're short the euro 6E right now. Emily, what's your target? Vince, Vince going stealth mode on us. You didn't want me to jinx the trade. You didn't want me to jinx the trade. So I stopped. So then I tried. Vince, you there?
Don't say anything. Let's see how long it's going to take him to notice.
I mean, I don't. Yeah, we have to. The euro's selling off right now.
Yeah.
Top of the hour. Also,
Vince, you're on mute.
Vince, you've been on mute this whole entire time.
Oh my goodness. Oh, geez. Hope, what was that weekly kickoff? 119.60?
Yes.
Okay. I want to get below this here.
It's also the
mute fee's now
100
5
SMA
minutes.
on the 30-minute chart.
Okay.
$5. $5.
A little bit of turnaround
What do we ever
here.
do with the $5 fund?
Inflation. We have to
Yeah.
call it 10 now. We have to make it $10.
What was
No,
it?
we can make it €5 instead of $5.
one
There you
point-
go.
There you go.
Yeah. At one point, Dakota, we were paying them out. I think we had to stop it. We were paying them out as like victories for reversal challenge.
Oh, okay.
That got shut down. The head have been shut down. Dakota was on there.
I defended my house though. I came on for the mute fines have been going to my Venmo account, and I did come on in the brief time we were doing this and won the reversal challenge, which was
okay.
you gotta defend your capital.
It's like the banker Monopoly. You know, he's just like, I don't know. We have schedule has changed a little bit here. Seeing Trump and Bessent scheduled to speak at the top of the hour, so about 4 minutes. It was tentatively scheduled for 9:50, so about 6 minutes ago. It's now been pushed to 10 a.m., top of the hour, and tentatively is no longer next to this. So if we get it, we try to bring that in.
Okay.
Bessent did speak earlier, talking up a stronger dollar. He got his FOMC day. Bessent did talk about Fed, Myron, rates. And,
Stronger dollar.
yeah.
Kind of leaning. This could be interesting to see what happens. If they're gonna speak together, they're gonna be just
It says Trump and Bessent
okay.
speak. It was in parentheses tentative for 9:50. It is no longer tentative and has been pushed to 10 a.m. It was restricted in terms of getting the video feed. It doesn't. They're working on it back there, so we'll get the headlines at the very least. But we are seeing more selling coming in here in the NQ.
Yep.
Kind of makes me lean they're going to be talking more about the dollars.
100%.
Guys, Carvana is down 9%.
9%.
Wow.
Half that.
Whatever happened to United Healthcare yesterday? Did it ever come back?
Oh no, I got a. Has it come back? A little bit. It was trading like 280. It's at 290 now. I got
down what 19%.
Torched. Yeah, I got torched yesterday, and I should have known because that doofus sold all his shares. But that was. I got torched yesterday on that, and that was really like, of all the things I'm in, that was the thing I was least expecting just to get torched on one morning. Like,
Yeah.
I did not have, if anything, that's allocated to a more like defensive positioning, and it just got traded like a meme coin yesterday. So I took a wallop yesterday, but
They'll come back.
Carvana is helping me.
All right.
You said
top
Hoop
of the hour.
used Carvana, right? Hoop used it. Had a good experience.
Not enough, apparently.
I'm gonna have to go buy a car, Jack. I'm gonna go online right now.
I'll go buy one as well.
think-
We'll push this thing up.
Not enough.
There we
Not
go.
enough.
Who bought a car on Carvana?
Not enough.
Through Carvana.
Yeah.
Not
that's what
enough.
I'm saying.
I heard Hoop bought a car in Carvana. Is that?
Did you hear that? Did who bought a car on Carvana?
Yeah, we'll have to ask him.
We'll have to ask him. Did just down
Anybody else or no?
I'm sure people in chat have. Oh, macro bullet.
He's back.
Yeah, oh yeah, macro. Right, top of the hour coming here. All right, Vince. Keep us posted on this Euro trade, the 6E. Short the Euro.
Sure.
Vince, check him out in Discord, 7 p.m. Central Time for his sessions. Also, he has a couple silver coins for sale as well.
Yeah.
Vince, a couple words before you get out of here. A couple words before you get out of here, and then we got some announcements coming up. So,
Yeah, just be careful today, FOMC, right? Especially getting closer to the hour. Me, myself, if I don't get stopped out on this trade, I'll probably be exiting by about 12 Central just to flatten up and just wait for the fireworks to come out. If there are any, right? It could be a dud of a day too. We just never know. So just protect your accounts. I can't wait to actually get through this day. So maybe we can get some better conditions here. So just trade well, everybody. We'll see you later on.
Awesome. Thank
Take
you.
care,
Vince.
Thank you, Vince. Later, man.
Thanks, guys.
All right. He's talking
Trade
about
well, everybody.
fireworks. What fireworks is he talking about? Well,
Hey, my guy.
Dr.
See ya.
Volatility. James, come on in here. Busting his ass behind the scenes, by the way. James, you the man.
What's up, everybody? Thanks, Andre. Guys, today's the day. Grab your popcorn, put on your purple ties, and get seated in front of your computer. The FOMC watch party kicks off this afternoon. We're going to be broadcasting the entire thing here for you live, starting at 12:50 with a strategy session. Our TopstepTV guys are going to sit down, talk about what could be discussed and what it could mean for the market. So if you have no idea what's going on, be sure to tune in at 12:50. I'll get you caught up and ready for the meeting. Now remember, the notes and the minutes release at 1. We'll see some market reaction, but the true fireworks start at 1:30 when the conference begins, and Jerome Powell will be there live, delivering his remarks and then answering a brief Q&A session. Again, we'll be bringing this to you live, so you don't need to go anywhere else. Stick with TopstepTV all day and get live commentary and play-by-play from the experts you know and trust. It's going to be a great time. We can't wait to see you there. But before that even kicks off, we're still doing group coaching. Group coaching, it's the point in the show where you get to have your questions answered live on television. If you have any thoughts as to what you might want to ask, go ahead and click on the link in the chat and get your question submitted. It's the only way to get your question in front of our coaches' eyes is to use the link in the chat. They're going to look them over, and then they're going to take time out of their day to sit down and answer your questions live during group coaching. Today, we're joined by Gabe, Hoop, and Vince, I believe. Gabe, Hoop, and Deanna. So even better, Eurotrade herself will be here to answer your questions live. If 3:30 in the morning is too early for you to catch Eurotrade with Deanna, you can catch her here on group coaching. Submit those questions for her, and then be back here for group coaching, followed by the strategy session for FOMC at 12:50, and of course, FOMC itself kicking off at 1 p.m. Central Time. Now, speaking of FOMC, you may have a lot of questions. The Federal Reserve is expected to announce Wednesday that it's holding interest rates steady, and some observers are looking for signs it might stay the course even longer. You ready to hear that again? The Federal Reserve is expected to announce Wednesday that it's holding interest rates steady. Some observers are looking for signs it might stay the course even longer. The Fed meeting comes as President Donald Trump pressures the board to cut rates. The Supreme Court is considering whether he can fire a Fed governor over unproven allegations, and the Fed chair says the Justice Department is investigating him. Economists widely endorse independence for the Federal Reserve so they can make decisions without political interference. Without it, they fear the U.S. will face higher inflation.
Yep. You heard it 2 times. So nice. You heard it twice there. Thank you, James. Cut rates, but stronger dollar. It's quite the pickle. Again, pin to the top of the chat. Get those questions in for group coaching. Gabe, Deanna, Hoop. And then we'll have the FOMC strategy session before we get that rate announcement at 1 p.m. Central.
Yeah, I would not mind a stronger dollar. Let's see if the speech is happening anytime soon or what.
Yeah.
Whatever Trump said is going to be talking about.
Yep, Trump and Besant are scheduled to speak. Again, this has been moving around on the economic calendar. It was first tentative for 9:50 a.m. We saw Besant already speak on CNBC. That didn't change this calendar. It actually moved it to 10 a.m. So about 4 minutes ago. It's no longer tentative. We'll see. Keep an eye out for that. If they do indeed.
Was he
He must be in New York.
foreshadowing? Was he foreshadowing?
Well, Besant's in New York. Melania's in New York, as we saw her ring the opening bell. So I assume the president is there as well. We're going to be speaking together. On standby. Okay, cool.
Not yet.
Okay, we will be getting it, I guess. If he's on standby,
All right.
the stage is empty, but we will be getting it.
Okay.
Awesome stuff. James absolutely crushing it, man. I drive him nuts, by the way. He rolls with it and keeps me in check, but absolutely adapting on the fly. So again, while waiting for the president, we can put that in the Chiron. That we're expecting the president and Besant to speak here momentarily. Though their stage is empty. We did see a bit of a preview, like Dakota was saying, for a stronger dollar, perhaps. Well, okay, so let's replay this. Besant hit the wire and started talking about a stronger dollar. We saw gold sell off. We saw silver sell off. We saw crude sell off. We saw equity sell off as well, not as dramatically as those other commodities did. I know we got Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz talking about gold prices on CNBC. Yikes.
As one does.
Yeah, I mean, bottom of the hour, we got the London close in 25 minutes. We are awaiting the president and Secretary Treasury Secretary Besant to speak together. Empty stage, but we'll be bringing that to you. Awesome. Good stuff here.
And we did, in fact, hear Coach Hoop bought a car from Carvana.
Yes, we did. We did.
Bought a car from Carvana. Not enough of them, apparently.
And it just was not enough.
S&P is really just kind of focusing right now on the IB low. NASDAQ not even coming back to it just yet. So it's looking like successful range extension, but I don't look for a whole bunch of range extension on days like today.
Neither, Hogue. That's why.
Back inside the initial balance low in the S&Ps now.
Okay. It seems like the topic du jour regarding Trump is these Trump accounts. They always start there. Cruz is talking about that right now. Besant started with that right now. It's Besant. Oh, Besant. It's Peasant.
Silver hanging around 113.
Besant.
It's been hanging around 113 since the drop.
Thank you for that correction. Names are interchangeable. I'm sorry I mispronounced it. Thank you for the correction. I'll just call him Treasury Secretary.
It's Rick Reeder. I actually looked up how to pronounce it.
The names are interchangeable, but I agree. No, we should be accurate. So thank you for correcting me on that. Besant. Thank you. I'm trying to Besant. Thank you. Again, the initial topic they're promoting these Trump accounts. Inevitably, they do start venture into rates. Now, it seems like dollar is now on their radar. And when Besant and Trump will be together here, we'll be bringing that to you here on TopstepTV. All right, everyone flat. House account still short this micro crude from $63.31. Last trade, $62.97. Jet, why are we not trading gold? Why are we not trading gold or silver? It's been uptrending all morning.
Yeah.
There was a massive sell-off.
Silver.
Uptrending all
We're
morning.
flatlined here in silver.
I don't know. We're getting screamed at by Mass Trader Rick.
I put in the high in silver for you, so there you go.
Yeah, you did.
Stop yelling.
I appreciate that, Hogue.
No problemo. No problemo.
Do it again. Let's see $100 an ounce.
Gold continuing to recover off that sell-off.
Maybe after the FOMC.
Yeah, you think we could see 100
I
now?
mean, I guess silver's been up trading all morning, except for at 9 a.m. when it fell $3.
You got destroyed. Still, why have we not been trading gold and silver?
5 minutes.
Here, Rix, I'm not being a smartass. Have you looked at the ladder? Take a look at that ladder. It's very. You're going to trade. You're going to take on a lot. And when I mean by ladder, look at the bid and the ask. Look at the spread. Look at how illiquid that is. It's very.
I've also never traded gold or silver futures, and I feel like now is a bad time to start. That's personal.
There's nothing in there. I mean, oh, look at this. Who bought a car from Carvana says, I stopped trading NQ and started making money.
How do they do that?
It's great. Did you click subscribe? You must have clicked subscribe too. Thank you kindly.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. President is taking to the podium right now with Bezant. Let's bring this audio in. Expected to start talking about the Trump accounts. We'll see where it goes from here. TopstepTV, great job, James Andrew. Absolutely crushed it back. Let's bring this audio in. See, holding till music is over. They're playing the presidential. Dun, 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 dun. Was it Hail to the Chief or something like that?
Probably YMCA.
Oh, he loves that. Again. Okay.
Let's see it.
All right, you live. Trump speaking now with Bezant. We'll keep an eye on these markets. So let's go. It's kind of how we're going to do FOMC here too. So we'll bring the audio in, and we'll keep an eye on these markets. If anything does move, we'll be jumping in.
Yeah,
Proud to be
we can't.
Dollar strength.
So we can't bring it in because they're playing music in the background.
Gotcha.
We don't want to get sued by Lee Greenwood. So we will.
Gotcha. Look how
that's
over. Yep. Take a look at these. Again, when Bezant spoke earlier, he's talking about a stronger dollar. We saw, see if they go back to the same playbook here. We saw gold get hammered, silver get hammered, crude got hammered.
Let's see.
Without the music, this is something.
It's still, I mean, that's so awkward. Incredible. Yeah, I mean, look at that. Bravo. All right, no. Again, not trading the politics.
Been hanging out with Elon again.
It's the economics. It's the economics we care about. All right. Doesn't matter. Vote for him, not vote for him, like him, don't. Doesn't matter. Now listen to what he says. If he's talking about a strong dollar, markets are going to move. We just saw Bezant do that. So we ain't going to be blindsided by this. We're going to see, turn this clown. No, we can't. Absolutely not. All right, here we go.
All right, let's get down to business. That's enough of that.
There you go.
How good is Lee Greenwood? He was with us right from the beginning. First time I walked onto the stage, I heard that song. I liked it. I said, let's use it. That was 10 years ago, and he's been with us all the way. Fantastic guy. There's never been a man that made so much money from one song ever, and I'm happy about it. But I'm delighted to be back in the beautiful Mellon Auditorium, a wonderful family. Tim Mellon is a great guy. He's the current version of the Mellons, a fantastic person. To celebrate a thrilling new milestone for America, the first generation of Trump account children. Trump account children. For the first time ever, we're going to give every newborn American child a financial stake in the future, head start at life, and a fair shot at the American dream, something people don't talk about so much, at least not for the last 4 years they haven't been, but now they're talking about it big. This last period of time, it's been unbelievable. You see what's going on with our economy, the tremendous investments that's been made in our country. We have over $18 trillion coming in. The most, I think, was 3. That was 10 years ago, another country, not even our country. We have $18 trillion, and we have thousands of businesses being built all over the country, and hundreds of massive plants, so big, car plants, AI plants. With the support of the men and women here in this beautiful room, over the next 15 years, we're going to put $3 to $4 trillion of wealth into the hands of young Americans who otherwise would have really started out with nothing. It's really an amazing thing because it gives young children that start out with really nothing, and it gives them, boy, it's more money than anybody could imagine. From their standpoint, they'll have a real start in life, and that's why decades from now, I believe the Trump accounts will be remembered as one of the most transformative policy innovations of all time. And I've done a lot of them. The tax cuts, we've done a lot of them, more than I think anybody. And I think this is going to be one of the most outstanding. Last summer, I signed the great, big, beautiful bill delivering. It made this possible, too. It actually made this possible. Without it, we wouldn't have been able to do this. Delivering the largest tax cuts in American history, including no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And, you know, we did another thing. When you buy a car now, you get a deduction on the interest payment if you borrow money. So think of it. Rich people get so many deductions. I'm the king of deductions. I love deductions. But people, middle-income people, never had a deduction before. Now they're getting a deduction on interest. They buy a car. That's going to have a huge impact on the automobile. By the way, there's one proviso. It has to be made in America. If the car is made in another country, no thank you. But they're all going to be made in America pretty soon because we have factories coming in from Canada, Mexico, Japan, Germany, all over Europe. They're all coming here to make their cars because they don't want to pay tariffs. Very simple. It wasn't very complicated. You'll see those numbers starting to produce. That's why you see these massive construction numbers. And soon when those things start opening,
can I finance
you're
like
going to see employment,
American-made Lambo,
wealth creation for middle-income people like you've never seen before. Every single Democrat in Congress voted to raise taxes on hardworking citizens. Their whole campaign was raise taxes. I've never heard of it before. All my life I grew up. And I hear politicians, we will cut taxes. This is the only group I've ever seen, we're going to raise your taxes. No wonder they lost. Actually, there were other reasons also. But together with the majorities in the House and Senate, we overcame their obstruction, and we put more money into the pockets of every working American than anyone thought even imaginable. Perhaps no provision of the great, big, beautiful bill will prove more consequential than Trump accounts. Under this program, the U.S. government will automatically create a tax-free investment account for every newborn American child, something that nobody really would have even thought of. There were some brilliant people that thought of it for a long time. They're here with us today. We're going to introduce a couple of them. But nobody really, I mean, I've had friends at the top people in business. They came up to me, whose idea was this? This is great. They said, I never thought of that. We'll fund those personal accounts with a seed contribution of $1,000, which will compound and grow over the course of their lives and could grow into very, very substantial numbers. Parents, employers, churches, states, and loved ones will also be able to add up to $5,000 in additional money for those accounts. And with every modest contribution, Trump accounts should reach at least $50,000 in value by the time the child turns 18, and could be very substantially more than that. With slightly greater contributions, the typical account will grow to $100,000, $200,000, and can even grow up to past $300,000 per child. And we think most likely, the most likely case is in the $200,000, $300,000 range. The size and scale of this wealth will dwarf all government programs ever created to benefit America's youth. There's never been anything like this. That's why everybody's talking about it. Even really people that truly hate me are making this investment. One person hates my guts. He put $1 billion into it. I said, you must like this program a lot because you can't stand me. I said, I do, but I do like you more than you think. They liked me more in the last year than they liked me before. Although we had a great first term, we can't forget that. We're the greatest economy in the history of our country, but this is blowing it away. So every president, thank you. Every president in modern history has left our children with nothing but debt. But under this administration, we're going to leave every child with real assets and a shot at financial freedom. We'll ensure that Americans don't just end their lives with a nest egg, but instead all Americans will begin their lives with a beautiful nest egg. There's never been anything quite like this. I want to express my tremendous gratitude to a very special couple who believed so strongly in this vision right from the beginning that they personally donated $6.25 billion. That's $6,250,000,000. Even the 250 is a lot of money when you think. I mean, you know, Nikki, do you hear that money? That's big even compared to rapping, all the money she makes. She's hearing a number like that. She'll say, how many songs do I have to make to catch that? But amazing, amazing thing, $6,250,000,000 to fund Trump accounts for an additional 25 million children aged 10 and under. And that's Michael and Susan Dell, two incredible people. Where are you, Mike? You know, I tell you, he didn't do it for his business. He did it.
Oh, we lose it? Did we lose it? Again, see if we get that back. President, talking about the Trump Council. We'll see if we get that back. Peasant expected to join him as well. We can get that back. I'll bring that if we can.
Silver's catching a pretty strong bid.
10 minutes for London close also. All right,
unbelievable. Really unbelievable.
All good.
What you've done. So Michael and Susan made this donation in recognition of America's 250th anniversary because there's no better way to honor America's history than to invest in America's future. That's what they did. And this is perhaps the largest, one of the largest certainly, but perhaps the largest private donations of all time. That's a lot, $6,250,000,000. And somebody did say that. A friend of mine, very rich, he's going to put up $100 million. And he said, geez, you know, think of it, the 250 that Michael has is a lot more than mine. And I haven't even talked about the $6 billion. But anyway, it's amazing when Michael can start off with very little money and build a fortune where he can, you know, routinely make such a payment and investment in the youth of our country. Michael.
I get a little hiccup there again.
So just a reminder, you're always poor compared to someone. We got $100 million.
And I also want to say hello to and thank some very special people that have been with my administration and really become friends of mine. On occasion, I have little arguments, but generally, I would say really good. And who's doing, and start off with a man who's doing a phenomenal job, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Scott.
Here we go.
Thank you very much, Scott. And he loved this right from the beginning, Scott, right? He saw this and he said, wow, what a great idea that is. This is, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars by the time they reach 18, but we can go 21. They can keep it in longer. But he saw this right from the beginning. He said, wow, this is great. And we have some other ideas that will be great, but this was one that just hit everybody. This was an easy one to think about. And again, that bill allowed us to do this. Otherwise, can you imagine trying to get this approved by Democrats and Republicans? Let's get together. We got it done. Also, a man who's made your life much easier, because those of you that are building plants and equipment so you can give your money, ultimately you're giving your money away anyway, no matter how much you make. But he's made it a lot easier. You know, approvals for big plants used to take 20 years, 25 years, and then you'd get rejected, actually. You'd go 20 years environmentally and they'd reject you. You finally, if I think of it, a guy starts young, he starts an approval process. By the time he's middle-aged, they take a vote and he loses. It's not worth it. But we have a man that's getting these things done in a matter of weeks. And the biggest plants in the world are being built right now, and he's getting them done fast. He's getting electric plants built so that we can buy them. They're paying for them. They want to pay for them so they can open up their AI plants and they can open up their automobile plants, and lesser so. The automobiles, believe it or not, take much less electricity. You're going to have to tell me why you need so much electricity to create information. I said, what's your primary product? Information. Oh, I see. information. It better be damn good information for the kind of money. But Lee Zeldin is a star, and he has been incredible. Thank you, Lee.
One to
And,
close
you
6
know,
minutes.
I have to say this. Scott and I were talking about it. So Lee went out to California after the fire, which would have never happened if they would have let the water flow from the Pacific Northwest, which everybody's been telling them, including me. Now I just opened it up. We literally sent in the military to open it up. But if they would have let, you wouldn't have had the fires, because you would have had a little thing called the old-fashioned way, water in the fire hydrants, as opposed to empty fire hydrants. You would have had water, and most of the houses had the sprinklers on top. No, there was no water in their sprinkler in their living room. All those fires wouldn't have started. But they did start, and I will say that Lee, the most difficult permit was Lee. I went there a couple of days after the fire, met so many people on the streets who were, in many cases, fairly wealthy people, some very rich people. Some of the best houses in California burned down. And I said to him, so what do you want to do? They said, sir, we want to start immediately. Well, we'll get you permits. Now, the hardest permit, Lee, was the federal permit. Is that right? He got everything done in 20 days, right? The whole thing? Is that a correct statement or less? 20 days. So he got everything done, 100% ready. Permits done within 2 years. Remember that? I got into an argument. I said, you mean within 2 days, right? She said, no. And I'm meeting all these people as I'm walking along the streets with the fire departments and the policemen, and they're all devastated. You know,
A little bit of a hiccup there again. President speaking.
they're still
Trump comes
smoldering.
present.
They weren't
Expected
even
to
allowed to go
join
in
as
their
well. Bring him
property.
back
The
in.
Environmental
This guy moves
Protection
markets.
Agency local
Gotta
said,
pay
don't
attention.
go on your property, okay? We said, it's okay, don't worry about it. Any problem is gone. Any problem is burned. Any germs are burned. They're burned. They were burned. Nobody's ever seen anything like it, but all so unnecessary that it happened. But we got it all done in 20 days, the whole place. And yet now, still, more than a year later, they don't have permits. Almost nobody is building. So I haven't told this to Lee Zeldin yet, but I'm going to put you in charge of getting permits. I think we're going to override the local authorities, because they're never going to have it. And when I was told that there's a provision where you can override the local authority to get things done, because it's really, to me, it's a national emergency. What they've done to these people is horrible. It's just horrible. And they'll still vote Democrat. Can you believe it? After all, it's just, they get used to it. Although I must say we converted many. We'll probably convert a lot more. But I just want them to get into their houses. And I don't want a big section of the area built into low-income housing. They want to put low-income housing right smack in the middle of it. And that's not the American dream, you know? You didn't do that. And low-income housing is great. I built a lot of low-income housing, but you don't put it there. This is one of the richest neighborhoods in the world, and we're going to let those people. And I recommended strongly that everybody gets the approval, immediate approval to build a house, and you give them a 10% bonus so they can build a house 10% larger than they had before, if they want, for all the suffering they've been caused. So they can build a little bit bigger house. So, Lee, if you want, will you accept the job? He's under a lot of stress. Okay? All right? Override those people. Those people are incompetent. Between the mayor and the governor, they're incompetent. They'll never get approved. They'll never get approved. So do whatever you can, Lee. There's a provision that you're allowed to do it, and I'll sign it in 2 seconds, frankly. It'll never happen. I also want to introduce a man, Frank Persigno. Now, if you met Frank, and if you knew Frank, he's quiet, but he's actually a stone-cold killer. He was one of the biggest people in business. He would have been sitting with you. In fact, now he's got a better seat because he's working for the government. He's the head of a lot of things, but the job he's done in this country is great, and he's working on Social Security and a thing called the IRS. He's working with Scott on both of them, really, but the IRS in particular, and he is a fantastic man. Where are you, Frank? Took the biggest pay cut in history. He went from being paid $35 million a year to being paid about $35 a year. I think you may have taken the biggest pay cut in history. He'd be close. He'd be one of the top 5. because a few people have done that. Few billionaires have sort of left. But Frank has gone from one of the most successful people. He worked with Jamie Dimon. I don't think Jamie likes me too much nowadays, but that's okay. I never minded that. But Frank, you are fantastic, and you're doing a great job. We appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you to the family. The director of National Economic Council, a man who's in the news a lot. You know, my only problem is I don't want to lose him. I will tell you that he's working from a big deficit because I don't want to lose him. He's so good. Kevin Hassett. Thank you, Kevin.
Ooh, there's a name.
It's not good enough to be Fed chair.
A friend of mine, a senator who has been unbelievable. She's a tremendous woman, a tremendous married to a great
we'll turn
football
this
player. She's
down for a couple, but we got to keep this on. We'll keep the video on. You got it, folks. President of the United States, Treasury Secretary moves markets. They move markets again. Trading economics, not the politics. So we got the London close about to happen right now. Let's take a look at some of these prices. Little bounce in the ES, about 6 points higher. 7 points higher off those session lows. 70.13 last trade. NQ, about 30 points off those session lows. NQ trading 26,173. Hogue, we have, you got a morning recap after this. So what's up, Gigi? Again, group coaching, get those questions in group coaching. The form pinned to the top of the chat. The president is speaking right now. Jack, any levels? You liked what? Down here in the, yes, around 7,004.
Yeah, we liked a little bit below the low of the session here. Once Hogue's gone, I'll tip on a few things because they are talking about the Trump accounts. I think there's a few important things to say about it.
Okay.
But Hogue,
you can jump Hogue. That hat, by the way, is so cool. So cool. Very, very cool.
So warm.
That's so sick.
It is. It is very warm.
Hogue bounce. Okay. Yeah, Hogue, couple words, and then
see you in a
see
few.
you in the morning. Yep, take care, Hogue. We got more Hogue later. Hogue, got more Hogue in morning recap, strategy session, all that. Jack, a couple things you're looking to hear about Trump accounts.
Oh, this is more of just like a PSA. These will be coming out this year, and if you are lucky enough to be in a position where you can, like, say you have kids and you can contribute to it, there are some like major advantages to that. I think it's like you can do like $5,000 a year. That'll add up, and then at 18 you can transfer all of it to a Roth IRA. So
Big advantage.
there are some advantages there. I will be doing it. I got 3 kids, all 3 of which just missed the cutoff for the 3,000. Although it was a nice for my taxes that they were born a few days before the new year last year. But yeah, look into it. It's definitely a good planning thing.
I might have to get me some.
Hey, Dakota, what are we seeing here in the NQ? NQ.
Yeah, so I was watching to see how silver reacted to that, and we got dollar bounce on silver, and then MNQ. Honestly, not really much is going on here. We are starting to sell off. Like I was mentioning, I want to see NASDAQ down to settlement, but there's not been any opportunities for me to just short it. Right, kind of a little bit of consolidation and then continuation lower. I haven't seen that pullback that I'm willing to just jump in. And we might be down here at these 26 130s before we know it. I mean, that was a decent sell-off right there.
We'll see if there's more room to the downside. Again, President speaking, looking for the economics, not the politics. Markets sell off there in the ES, little sell off in the NQ. Let's go back to the president here.
He's a great guy, too. He's a great guy. We've become friends, and he's a very effective person, too. Thank you, Ted, very much. The man knows more about tax than anybody that I know. Jason Smith, Congressman, wonderful person. Thanks, Jason. Thank you, Jason. Great job. Idaho Governor Brad Little, terrific guy. Thank you, Brad. Georgia Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones, who hopefully will be the governor of Georgia very shortly. They have a big race. He's leading by a lot in the polls. He was outstanding as a lieutenant governor. He's great everywhere, and I've endorsed him fully, so I don't want to, do anything that you don't know about. I have given him my complete and total endorsement. Burt Jones, where are you, Burt? Thank you, Burt. Great guy.
Going around the room right now, giving the shout-outs.
Chief Design Officer of the United States, Joe Gebbia.
All right, just doing the shout outs. Obviously, nothing to do. We'll keep, again, we'll be ready in case something is said. I mean, it is FOMC day. Obviously, the president's well aware that it is. Sir Saw Bezant jumping on, talking about a stronger dollar.
Yep. Was he still going to hop on and talk or speak after Trump?
He's in the room. He's in the room. He spoke earlier. He's doing the shout outs right now. So let's go to TBD. It's always TBD.
Fair enough.
With this.
Fair
So
enough.
we guys, yes, got to adapt here. 50-50 on the tilt across the board. We want to make some new lows in the equities. And a bit of a holding pattern for now.
I see you on television. You have what it takes, right? So I appreciate it. And thanks for all the nice things you do. And Cheryl Hines. Where's Cheryl? Wow.
From Curb?
Married to a very, very powerful, important man.
The one and only.
And I said, I'll tell you, Bobby, she's strong. I watched her in an interview. I said, Bobby, you keep him in line, don't you? Huh? She said, yes, I do. She's got no choice. He's doing a great job, and so are you. Yeah, he's doing a great job.
It is her voice.
He's doing a very different kind of a job, too, and he's doing things that people have wanted to do for a long time. And they didn't have the courage, so say hello to Bobby, okay? We're also pleased, my daughter.
And Olivia Nutsy. Hey-o.
Heard that this was happening. I want to go. You know, she happens to be in the wrong state right
OD
now
would not be in that room.
when she heard that there's a certain person that's here who's the greatest and most successful female rapper in history, Nicki Minaj.
No
Come on.
way.
And, you know,
Marcus aren't doing anything right now. Trust me.
and Nicki makes a lot of cash. Not as much as Michael Dell. Not quite.
What is...
Not as much. But that's okay. But Nicki makes a lot of money, and she's generously stepping up. She's investing hundreds of thousands of dollars in Trump accounts to support the children and really the children of her incredible fans. That's great. Focus on that. Why should you give to somebody else's fans? Give to your fans. I like that. But and I just think she's great. You know, I've been hearing so much over the years because I didn't know Nicki, and I've been hearing over the years she's a big Trump supporter and a Trump fan.
Guy
She took a little heat on
donated the
occasion.
100 million.
Her community
All
was
right,
not necessarily-
all right, we're doing shout outs.
That
I see a little selling here, little new lows. Did Nicki Minaj make the market? Yeah, again, didn't have that on the bingo card that Nicki or Sharon
That
would
was-
be in the room. But Trump accounts you can only get that on Topstep TV.
Yeah, I thought it was just kind of fun. He was talking about Dell's like 6.25 billion. He was like, "That's amazing." Yeah, that's a lot of money.
That's
And
a
then
lot.
some guy donated 100 million. He's like, and that's not even the fraction after the 6 billion. You know.
Oh my gosh.
I know.
And then it's like, oh, Nicki Minaj also gave a few bucks. Bad for
100,000.
that guy who gave the 100
Oh,
million.
Nicki Minaj, big fan. You should hear her verse in Monster. Very, very good. Nicki Minaj in the crowd. Yeah, all right. Just printed some new lows. ES 7004 quarter. Print there. Gold holding pattern, silver holding pattern. NQ grinding lower, about 10 points off the lows there.
Yeah.
We still in the we gave Kanye a shout out? No. Just tell me Kanye's there. Who is this? Sorry. That's her. Oh my, is that her? Yes. Markets, the markets do know.
That is her.
Can we just? I'm sorry. If the markets do move, I got to hear this. Can we hear this, please?
Well, I don't know what to say, but I will say that I am probably the president's #1 fan.
Oh, well. All right. This has nothing to do with the markets.
And that's not going to change. And the
okay, yeah, this has nothing to do with the markets. I had to. All right, where do you go from there? We lost Jack. Jack's over it. It's just here. Myself, Dakota's not. It's just here. It's Andre here on Topstep TV's This Fast Markets. Listening to the president speak with rappers. Trump accounts. I thought we were going to talk. Economy. It is
Kevin O'Leary
FOMC
in the
day.
background.
We got earnings. Jack, where'd you go? I lost you there.
I blacked out for a moment there.
So we all did, I think. I think we all did. Please click subscribe. Please click subscribe so they'll let me come back on tomorrow. Please click subscribe.
Was there a poly market for like Nicki Minaj would be on?
Who's this? Wait, who's this now? Sorry.
Yeah, it's Kevin O'Leary, Shark Tank.
Okay, this is turning into
Marty Supreme.
This is not having anything. Okay. Mr. Wonderful. And for that reason, I am out. Okay. Yeah, this is incredible. How about this? We didn't have this on the show sheet today. I can tell you that. We got Dakota in the house. We got Jack in the house.
Who's next?
I mean, hope you guys are enjoying this.
Who would be the best?
Hope you guys are enjoying this. There's the president.
Ladies and gentlemen, Roger the Rocket Clemens.
Oh, Bob. He's just having a fantastic time. Hit this like. All right.
Nicolas Maduro.
Stop it, Jack. Oh my gosh. TopstepTV. Can't hear what he's saying. He said Nicki Minaj up there.
Beautiful. On that glorious day, we also expect to have commitments from generous private individuals in all 50 states, and they'll be making additional contributions for children in their own states. And already legendary investor Ray Dalio has pledged to adopt the entire state of Connecticut. That's pretty good, Michael. And thank you very much, Ray. Great legend. And today, one of the original advocates of this program has agreed to adopt his home state of Indiana, Brad Gerstner. And Brad's here someplace. Where's Brad? Come on. I think Michael and Brad, would you come up here, please? Come up here. I mean, this isn't exactly Mr. Wonderful and Nikki.
Okay.
But I think they might be worth more money.
Take a look. What do we got on the sheet? Do we have any housekeeping to do here? Jack's thoroughly enjoying this. Dakota's saying nothing. They are thoroughly enjoying
I'm watching
this.
silver, man. I'm watching these markets for opportunities.
Is there anything moving? Please, something move.
That's what I'm doing. Like
Please,
nothing's really
something
moving. Nasdaq's starting to continue to push off. We're almost down to these 130s.
Thank you.
Silver's not doing anything either. So I mean, equities grinding lower. Maybe we continue to grind lower until FOMC. Still looking for, like I said, this would be the area that I'm actually looking to buy the Nasdaq, to be honest, down here to these 140s. Sentiment still a bit lower. 26,000 is that big round number as well.
I still can't get over Andre. He kind of he did you wrong there, where you had to go out and be like, "This is gonna move markets. This is gonna move markets." So that's like,
no, it turned
Nikki
into
got her start in a rap group called Young Money.
Yep.
And today we're talking about Young Money with these Trump accounts. Nikki, come up.
It was almost like that. Remember when Powell was up in Milwaukee and the final question was about the bootlegger, that the dead shows? I mean, that just
that was the best moment I've had.
That's just Is that Bezant? We are seeing a little selling coming in here in the equities. Is that Bezant? Might be. A new low is 7,002.
We're continuing to sell off here.
Yeah, more selling coming in here. That is. Oh, it's Michael Dell. Dell's up there. More selling coming here in the NQ now. New lows. 26,127. Brad Michael. Yep. Michael Dell. You guys enjoy that?
We're making new lows in the ES.
Thank you. Making new lows in the ES. Gold, silver, not really moving. Again, FOMC, I know. Okay, closing on 7,000 evens here in the ES. Let's see if there's some stops beneath there. 50-50 tilt. Jazz loving it? Okay. Yeah, once Nikki started talking, look out below. Incredible. Andrew was loving it back there. Kind of. It was just like live TV.
No, man.
Incredible.
You know, just the level of discipline I've had over the past 1 hour.
To do what?
Hold my tongue.
or not make a trade. What?
Yeah, not make a trade.
Thank you, Dakota.
This is
Thank
a
you.
pure
Well done, Dakota.
business decision, Andre.
Yes.
Pure business decision right here.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We have, Dakota, we're going to be seeing you after the Q&A. After the Q&A.
Yeah, I'm going to join you for power hours, man.
Yeah.
We're gonna trade it up. Me, you, Dobie.
We will trade it up. Jack, I'll see you for the strategy session going into FOMC. We're selling off here. I haven't taken a look at the 10-year or anything with the bonds. Has that moved? Riding low or new lows here? Anything?
24, 25 in the 10-year. Carvana's down nearly 13%. Pump it into my veins.
He was talking about cars too. There's so many jokes in there. 7,000 even.
I looked up, by the way, what is like some of the most expensive American-made cars I could buy and finance. I don't know. I'm sure there's a cap on what you can deduct as interest, but
Corvette.
No, there's a model
Escalade.
of Escalade's up there.
Oh, those Charger things.
There's a GLS Maybach, whatever you say. That could be cool. Although honestly, I don't like the look. I don't like the look of those cars. Maybe I'll get the big Escalade.
Buy it at the vending machine.
What is going on? Hey, folks, I hope you're enjoying that. Who's up there? That's Michael Dell, Dell Computers, of course. Please click subscribe. Click subscribe. They're going to kick us.
We're almost to settlement, man, here in the NASDAQ.
Here's that bounce. Tilt. Nothing
I'm
heavy.
Actually liking the longs here. I'm long 1 micro here in the NASDAQ.
I feel that. Micro?
Yeah.
What'd you get? 2.8? 26?
I got to switch this to points. I've been trading silver.
Yeah.
Trade ticks on silver. All right. So I got 130. 130.
Okay.
I'm going to scale into this, baby.
I like it. What are you looking for upside?
This will be like a retest.
He's back.
150s, 160s, depending on how it reacts.
All right. He's laughing.
Arjun Sethi of Kraken. Arjun, thank you very much, wherever you are. Thank you. Anthony Noto of SoFi Technologies. SoFi. Thank you very much, Anthony.
All right, still going around
These
the
are
room.
the ones you read about, and Bill Ackman is here, Pershing Square.
Ackman. A little pop here in gold, pop here in silver as well. A few more minutes here on Fast Markets. Again, pinned to the top of the chat. Question form, group coaching. Group coaching will be, yes, we got Hoop. Gabe, I believe, will be taking those questions. So much experience there. And then we got strategy session. Nice, Dakota. Long 2 now.
Those 50s. Yeah, long 2 from 129.
129. Okay. It's like 129.
I'm looking for these 150s to come into play. Nothing too insane.
Silver holding pat right now. Again, gold. This guy's a February contract. We're going to make new all-time highs there. About $3 to go. We're trading 52.90. 52.90. $3 beneath all-time highs there. 7,000 to the tick. 7,000 even in the ES. Yeah, ES making all-time highs overnight. The price would be 70.43. New all-time highs ES. New all-time highs gold. Just like a bit of a more serious. Nope, still talking about Visa creating. James, you're listening to this, right? In case. Yeah, all right, sounds good. Another pop here in gold. Crude. Again, house account still short, correct? Jack, I do believe we are still.
I haven't heard anything. It is, so.
Short from. Yep, house account short 1 micro crude from $63.31. Crude last trade, $62.86. That trade was taken in
and scorned, and every American child will now be and have access to something that is really incredible, and they can watch directly the economic boom that's taking place. This is a boom that's taking place, the likes of which we've really never seen. I don't think people, get it yet. Not a lot of people. They don't get it. They don't see the thousands of businesses being built, the hundreds and hundreds of massive factories that are going up all over. But they're going to start to see it. They're starting to see it. I mean, if they're modestly intelligent, if they're very intelligent, they saw it about a year ago. With us today is Craig Smith, a fourth-generation family farmer and volunteer firefighter from Culpeper, Virginia, along with his wonderful wife, Heather.
all the shows. Still doing
Craig and
shout-outs.
Heather have an 18-month-old son and a 1-month-old.
Still doing the shout-outs. All good. To total along 2 now, or
I
did you add?
added 3. I'm now long 3 from 128.
All right.
We're still trying to hold these 120s. We can't break sooner rather than later. I'm just going to bail out for scratch. But I need to see this thing start to go.
Long 3 now. Long 3. Start off 1, scaled into this position. 50-50 tilt.
Correct.
Those numbers, nothing on the board. Again, FOMC. And earnings after the bell. Make sure to stay tuned. Tune into At the Buzzer after Power Hour. Get all the coverage on the heavy hitters with Microsoft, Meta, Tesla. After the bell. Cody, you're eyeing this price all fast markets. What are you? Where is the risk on a trade on a trade like this?
Right now, it's tucked just below this nice little resistance here at 100, 110. So I have it at 26,087. But I'm managing this manually. I'll bail if I see this thing start to sell off. That's like an emergency stop, right? Just in case something hits the wire, I'm not expecting. That's my max loss. I'm managing this manually.
Okay. Jack, what'd you think about that last 30 minutes, 35 minutes or so?
That was great. Great TV. Also, they probably should have I saw they had some babies up there. They should have found someone with like twins that were born this year, because I think the older kid doesn't get the $1,000. He was 18 months old. Don't ask how I know. We're tapping on the lows again of the session in the ES. I see a little bit of resistance. Like
I'm at minus 180 for the session. Yeah, so minus 180. I'll be back for Power Hour, ready to trade it up.
Yeah, a couple more minutes here, fast markets. New lows just printed. The president is speaking. Nothing yet regarding monetary policy, economics, the dollar. I've just been doing shout outs to those in the room. However, the equities been seeing a little bit of pressure, pause, then sell off, pause, then sell off. New lows, 69.97 and a half, and we are 50 points off all those all-time highs that were printed about 11 hours ago. NQ selling off a bit, making new session lows, 26,108. Silver kind of grinding higher here. Still haven't recovered from all that major sell-off when Besant came in and talked about a stronger dollar. And
I'm still looking like that 69.50 SPX, so like 69.80 in the futures is where I'll be off air by the time it happens. Maybe I'll put a small one on just so we get something if we get there, but that's a big level, hopefully, of support.
Yeah, absolutely. So for the FOMC, we got that strategy session starting at 12:50, 10 minutes before the rate announcement. What to expect? We're going to talk about where we have been last couple FOMC meetings, where we are now, and what we're looking for in terms of what the voting is. How many dissenters? Last FOMC meeting in December, a record was a 3. We had 3 dissenters, 2 for a pause, one for a 50 point. Yeah, so we're going to look at what the voting was. We're going to read the language as well as what's going on with Fed independence, employment, and the dual mandate with jobs, or I'm sorry, inflation as well. So we'll talk about that. Jack, JD, myself, right before that rate announcement at 1 o'clock p.m. Central. All right. That being said, it was a hell of a fast markets. It was fun. Weird at the end. Great job back there.
Interesting.
Dakota, great job. I hope you guys enjoyed that because that was that was a wild one. Anyways, we got morning recap coming up next. We're seeing new session lows here in the equities. Gold just printed new all-time highs. Morning recap, power players after that with Jay Antonio Dolby, FOMC day, huge earnings after that. TopstepTV, let's go.
Let's go.
Soybeans, meal, oil. You want to buy some soybeans? Soybeans, who wants soybeans?
What's up, everybody out there? This is Dolby Time from TopstepTV, and what I want to talk about here is the new dashboard. So we have updated all the account management tools. They've simplified everything. So that includes managing resets, managing rebuild dates, and most importantly, managing those payouts. Trust me, it's going to make all of our lives a lot easier. So trade well out there.
What's up, traders? It's Mick here with Topstep. The best program to get you funded is now built around you. Topstep's got a new offering, and it isn't a one-time sale. It's the best all-in price, and it's going to be here every day. Now, there's two paths to funding. The new and exciting path is the no activation fee path. This is where you're going to pay a little bit more upfront, but then pay nothing when you pass the trading combine. You've got your standard path. It's a lower monthly cost. Then when you pass the trading combine, there's an activation fee. That activation fee is actually coming down in price. Topstep's got the best program, the best payout policy, and now the best all-in price. I can't wait to see what it offers our traders on their way to a better lifestyle.
All right, welcome to the morning recap. Interesting morning, aren't they always? Everybody's awaiting the FOMC meeting, but some changes have occurred throughout the session today. We're going to start the opening range trade. We did not take the opening range trade in gold this morning. We will be trading the April contract tomorrow for sure. But let's take a look at what we did in crude oil. We're still in this trade in one of the contracts. So, as always, we like to take a look at context. And we have, an opening with a gap. Overnight inventory was long. Wasn't real excited about the short side on this because we did see some pretty good buyers coming in yesterday, but we still haven't closed the gap. We're still possibly looking for a good second exit for this. If we do get anywhere near this gap close, I like to close this trade if we don't decide to keep until the end of the day, which might actually be the right thing to do. We never know. So opening range, let's look at the 5-minute chart. We got triggered into the short two, 63.31. Kind of looked around, didn't get to our stop, was within about 2 ticks of our stop, very well placed stop, I might add. And the market turned around. So we did see some range extension below the initial balance low of 62.87. And we got out of one of them at 62.79, still holding on to the second one. We've taken the risk off on this trade. So we're just kind of holding on and seeing if we can't see some more continuation to the downside. Again, a gap close, anywhere near the gap close, to me, it looks like a pretty decent opportunity for us to possibly get out of this second contract. Right now, we're putting in lower highs, lower lows. We have found some support here on this 5-minute chart around the 100 session and 200 session simple moving average. We found support there earlier today. Let's see if we can't give that up and see some more continuation. Now, Coach Vince was our first to stick his toe in the water here during fast markets. He's trading the euro, the 6E. Now, we do have a weekly kickoff level that is in play right now. That weekly kickoff high is 119.60. We don't talk a lot about the euro. I don't really have all my tools on it, but we did, we looked above it and closed above it yesterday. Back to it, what was once somewhat of a degree of resistance maybe has become a little bit of a level of support. Now, Vince said he was going to try and stay in this trade, and if it wasn't considerably in his direction by noon Central Time, he would probably get out of it. I'm not sure that he's still in it. Vince, if you're watching, let us know the status of this trade. Short 5, micro 6E, micro euro at 119.72. 1972. So we'll see what happens there. Now, silver. All right. So at one point today, we did have Treasury Secretary Bezant talking up the dollar. That knocked metals off their highs pretty significantly. This is the range for today on the 30-minute chart. So knocked our metals off. This was that bar when he started talking about that, and they've since pretty much recovered. Now, we've traded both sides of the initial balance in silver, and I look for those to remain relatively range bound. And knowing that we have the FOMC coming out at 1 o'clock, that seems like a pretty decent probability. So look for your opportunities near the extremes of the current day session range, at least for now. We'll take a quick look at gold. Gold has recovered a little bit better than the silver. We did leave a failed downside auction, but we had looked above it, and that's when Bezant started talking, and that's what knocked us down. So again, we've traded both sides of the initial balance. We did put in a new all-time high in the extended trading hour session. I don't look for those to be lasting, and it looks like traders are targeting that high right now. That high, again, 53.06, currently trading 53.01.90. Let's take a look at the S&Ps, and I think some of the bigger changes that occurred after Bezant started speaking have occurred in our equities markets. So we opened with a gap above the range from yesterday, and when we look for the market not to close the gap for continuation, that was really hypothesis number one. Hypothesis number two came in right about the same time Bezant started speaking. We put in the initial balance low, and we also started to see possible acceptance inside of yesterday's area of value. We looked into it. We closed right on that 30-minute bar, closed right on value high, 70.71 quarter. But when the market could not recover and it took out the low of the initial balance and closed below that initial balance low, 70.1250, that's when this market started to tell me it might be a little bit heavier than we think it is. So we did actually finish the value special situation play. We've traded down to the afternoon pullback low from yesterday, and we're starting to see possibly some buyers coming in. And this was a level that Jack and I were kind of talking about or thinking about looking for potential longs. If you're short, this afternoon pullback low would be a pretty good opportunity to trim some of those shorts if you are looking for continuation to the downside. Right now, we're starting to see some bidders come back into this market, but again, Bezant, his comments about the U.S. dollar seem to affect all of the markets, of course, but it seems to have a little bit more of a lasting effect on the S&P and the Nasdaq. We're really still kind of showing that we're in anticipation mode. Anticipation mode is when we're expecting information. Of course, the FOMC is expected not to do anything with rates today, but there's always the anticipation of something unusual happening. In the Nasdaq, 30-minute. All right, so we got a lot better price action up against some levels based off yesterday. So, the market opened, put in the initial balance high. Besson started speaking. The market took out the IB low. It never even came back to the IB low after closing this 30-minute bar below it. And the market has come down to weekly kickoff high to 26,115 and also just kissed value high from yesterday. And I'm going to tell you that level is 26,100. Just kissed it. No acceptance of value. That gap close and the lack of acceptance of value, we were starting to see some buyers coming into this. And Dakota was, I think, sensing this as we were getting close to the end of fast markets. He took 3 longs in the MNQ, 26,128. As soon as we started breaking below that weekly kickoff low, Dakota said, all right, you know what? I'm going to get out of these. We'll look for something later on. And that's good. That's smart trading. It was a small loss, good risk management. But now, again, we're starting to see the buyers coming back in here above yesterday's value high as well as above weekly kickoff high. Let's take a look at that on the 5-minute chart. So here it is. I mean, Dakota already sensing we may be running into buyers down here. He did take that long, didn't stick with it too long, but again, we're starting to see possibly some buyers coming in. Do I think this thing could recover the entire range? I don't know what I think on that. We'd have a lot to contend with around the initial balance low if that's the case. All right. So there's our recap of the markets, the trades, and what we were looking at this morning, how things have played out. And now it's time for a quotable quote. Quotable quote. Don't judge yourself against other traders. It's just not a good idea. The jealous are troublesome to others, but torment to themselves. Don't compare yourself to other traders. You are not them. You don't have their experience. Your motivations, your ideas, your decision-making process is all yours. Somebody's doing well, great. Maybe learn from them, but don't compare yourself to other traders. It's just not going to help you. Learn from them, keep learning, keep getting better at trading, and we'll look forward to your success. All right, coming up, we got Antonio joining us again for Power Players. Jay and Dolby are going to be hanging out with Antonio, who's been dipping into silver and gold like so many of you. Let's catch up with him and see how things have been going for him next. This is TopstepTV, folks. Great to be back with you all. Let's go.
Welcome back to Topstep TV, Trade with Topstep. I'm Jay. To the far right, we got Dolby Time, DJ Profits, took off all the silver jewelry. And we got
We'll be back.
Antonio in the middle. Antonio, welcome back to Topstep TV. What's going on, man? How we doing today?
Doing well. Can't complain, man. How you fellas doing?
Not too bad. Watching these markets, watching equities sell off right now. Not so bad here. Dolby Time, what's going on, man?
Not a lot. FOMC day. I've had a case of the drops recently. I made a pizza yesterday for lunch and ended up dropping it cheese side down right into the oven door. So I had to clean that up. And then today I dropped a bagel and it bounced into the dry cat food. So I got like, I don't know. I'm not playing wide receiver for any team soon. I'll tell you that right now. Play that.
Not at all. I'm sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah, there was some profanity shouted yesterday for sure. I don't know if you ever dropped
with the pizza for sure.
Side down. Oh yeah, I mean, you can't prevent that from happening. That just comes out naturally. Look at the
Crust down,
though.
You can make it work, but yeah,
100%
cheese side down.
And the oven on the oven door, and then it was like caked in there, so we did get like a vegetable, like a scraper, and like scrape it out, bro. It was brutal. Looking at the No, looking at the Nasdaq though. Had a nice bounce here at 26,114. It's actually a level we're looking at yesterday for power hour, even though we were really just watching gold bid almost $100 in 1 hour in power hour, which was absolutely insane. So I'm kind of seeing if we're going to get this bounce at 2614. We were talking about it yesterday. It was a massive area of resistance on the daily for a lot of days. We had it on the 5th of November, 4th, 5th, 10th, and 11th of December, and we're getting a little bounce there now. So I'm actually kind of interested in longs here, especially after this sell-off. I think Trump is very close to being done speaking, so we might just hit the bids again if all is held equal. So let's see what we can find.
Maybe looking for some longs here in the Nasdaq. Antonio, what markets are you looking at? I know you were mentioning the equities and gold. What do you got your eyes on right now?
I'm pretty much looking for the same thing with Dolby here. I like these NQ longs. I just need to see a little bit more information printed. I was looking at gold shorts, but that would be a low risk trade for me if I did decide to get into that one. It's looking nice, like it's setting up, failing to break the highs. I like that as well. But yeah, that one would be a low risk trade for me if I did get into that one. And I'm with Dolby on the MNQ longs.
Sweet.
Gold shorts, Nasdaq longs, 26,149 last trade here in the Nasdaq. Are you guys looking at specific prices? Antonio, you like a price in the Nasdaq to maybe get long here?
For the Nasdaq, let me see. I'd like to see them hold above the 150s. If they get above the 150s and come back to test them, then I may try to get in long there.
Gotcha.
I'll back that. You get in, I'll get in. It's more like a momentum trade, but I'm willing to get out of my comfort zone. We got to switch things up a little bit. Also,
that one would be one that I scale into. So I may start with one and then see how it plays out, and then scale into it as it goes.
Okay, cool. I like that. For getting into this MNQ, I'd be trying to look for like maybe 125s, which would be like the midpoint of the kind of 5-minute range that we formed. But if the momentum is already there, there's no way we're getting filled. But trying to get like something around like 100s, 110s, 120s, have a stop at like 90 or 85, that would be pretty sweet. I just don't know how juiced Nasdaq is right now, but it does feel pretty juiced. So we'll see how this plays out. Might have to be a momentum trade, Jay.
Dolby time switching it up a little bit, maybe trading a momentum trade here in the Nasdaq. 26,150 last trade there, 7,006 evens last trade in the S&P. Taking a look at the tilt, we got 63% long in the S&P, 61% long in the Nasdaq, 50-50 in crude and gold right now. See if we may get into a long here in the equities. Again, today is Fed day. We got that Fed rate decision coming up, 2 p.m. Eastern time, 1 p.m. Central. Make sure you stay tuned in to Topstep TV for our watch party and our strategy session right before it. Seeing a little bit more selling coming in here. No close above. So Antonio, you're saying, if they close it above 150s, what time frame are you looking at that on?
Right now, I'm watching the 5-minute time frame. So if we can ride above the 150s and then maybe come back and retest them, that gives me a little bit more confluence to moving some type of motion up to the upside, because we do still have VWAP up there. So
VWAP at 26,228 in the NASDAQ. Maybe scouting along here.
I don't know, 5-minute?
Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to put the view up on my chart. I'm doing it. Jay, you traded me gold or silver last night?
Yeah, I did. So on slow markets, I took a long in silver off of VWAP last night, and this morning gave back a little bit of profit. So we talked this morning on the opening call about a level here in silver, and while Hogue was talking about it during fast markets, it traded up to that level and sold off at almost $3. So I thought that that's when Besant was talking about the dollar. I thought we were going to see some continuation, and the move just dried up. So I got kind of chopped up trading some micro silver in that range. Gave back like a third of the P&L that I had on the day. But yeah, took a long last night that is most of my profits for the day. In silver.
Nice.
Trades pretty well technically.
Yes, it does. It is a pretty clean chart. It's just a volatile chart.
Very expensive one.
Yeah, it is.
Very expensive. We got a good question here.
Okay.
I want to throw this one to Antonio. From Mogam, do you have any full port FOMC strategies, Antonio? Anything you suggest? Not financial advice, but any strategies. I have one.
No.
I have one. They're probably not going to like.
No.
I have one.
I don't play those reindeer games.
Not at all. That's my answer as well. The strategies don't do that. Don't full port your account. Whatever you.
I am going to put one on here
question.
on MNQ though.
Yep.
Right here.
Yep.
I'm gonna take one.
Okay. Antonio long.
Average is 149, 3/4.
Ooh, Ren. Okay. Oh, come on.
Don't hate me, Dobie.
I'm not hating you, bro. This is a great example of why this is
Every time, man.
Bro,
every
Did you join
time.
the bid there, Dobie?
Get on, huh?
Did you join the bid?
We did not get filled, Jay. We did not get filled.
No fill.
As soon as I'm even like clicking to get it in, it just shot up like 7 points.
Every time. When I say I'm in, it's just like, wait a minute.
Whatever.
There it is. Antonio 1 for 149.
We'll just watch this. Get your money, Antonio. Get your money. Come on.
All right, we're doing this. We're doing it.
If they come back and test, then I'll put another on.
All right.
But that's
Maybe we'll
after.
get lucky.
We need to see some more points to the upside before that test. I don't see this candle as coming back to my entry as a test.
What did you get? What price did you get?
149 3/4.
149 3/4.
So,
Nice
Antonio,
trade.
we heard Dolby, right? He's getting a little bit out of his comfort zone right here. Trading a momentum trade. Do you join the bid or do you use the market button when you get in?
Every trade I take is market.
There you go. That's how you get those. That's how you get those clean fills, Dolby. But completely against your strategy, right? Like, we see JD do it all the time. JD always uses a limit order, no matter what. And I do as well, right? I always join the bid. I'll drag the order if the market starts to go, as long as it doesn't go too far. But I'm the same way. But every once in a while, it's just like, damn, should have hit that market button.
No, as a range trader, I'm pressing the market button or join bid. I'm chasing.
Yeah,
I'm chasing.
Yep. Yeah.
Got to have those limit orders in. The range is the range. We know it's not going to change all that much, so the market should come back and fill us. We do leave money on the table if we don't get filled. It does happen, but
yeah,
the price you pay is the price you pay. Look at the bid in them. It's sitting there. 49.75. We'll get that retest for all those break-even traders, Antonio. We know they're out there. No, they're out there
No,
somewhere.
they are. They are. I'm one of them. I'm working my way out of that. Like I'm weaning myself off of it.
Oh, it's a tough thing to wean yourself off of. I'm with you.
You are not lying. No
I'm
lies
with you on
told.
that one. It is hard.
No
It
lies
was my
told.
goal for January to not go to break even, and I think I broke that rule within like 36 hours. It is just such a bad habit.
It's a habit. What does it take? 21 days? 21 days to break a habit? Is that right?
We made it 36 hours.
21 days to
Jay.
make.
21
I mean,
days
I
to
guess it's
a
make
new
or
habit.
break, but
Make or break. I guess so. Right?
Yeah.
Develop a habit. I guess if
Well,
the
it's a full month of
develop.
trading.
Okay, so if you're breaking one, then you're developing a habit still.
Right. 21 days.
I did that. I learned that when I was a kid, and I put that to the test with the neuromechanics with your hands, having them go 2 different directions.
Ooh.
Okay. Oh, like
I did that crap for 21 days straight.
It's a brain test. It really is. It really is. Okay, we're getting a little pullback here. 26,150 last trade here in the NASDAQ. House count long one. Antonio long one as well.
You're trying to add on breakouts, not on pullbacks, right?
Either, as long as respect is there.
What's your stop currently?
My stop is 0.93 quarter.
0.93 quarter. Okay.
So I'm gonna give them some room to give me some heat.
Yeah. Okay.
Risking about $111.
All right. Let's do it. I'd actually be interested in adding it like these 124s, maybe even these 100s.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
See if this can hold. This might just be temporary because Jay, I'm looking at the 15-minute chart, and we kind of have like one of our stair step stairs right there. So this might be like sort of a lower high kind of testing that. But leading up against these 114s, I'm pretty confident I can find some support.
I like this as a little stop run for the early buyers.
Yeah, I think we try to get 114s and then 100s.
It would be bold to add one here.
We're adding 112s. I want to see if
fortune favors the bold.
It's true.
No
that
lies
is true.
told.
Seeing a pullback, 26,129 last trade here in the NASDAQ, 7,002 last trade in the S&P. Everything else kind of just chilling out right now. Gold at 52.9670. Silver just hanging out as well. There was a question in the chat. What's wrong with setting your stop loss to break even? There's not necessarily anything wrong with it. It's to me, it's loss avoidance though, right? And someone might say, well, what's wrong with avoiding losers? When you try to avoid losers, you're not letting the market work. You're trying to control the market, in my opinion. So if you go to break even after being a couple ticks in the profit, you could be cutting off a really good trade because you don't want to take a loss.
So that's a question where context matters. You're supposed to put your stop loss at break even. But what me and Dolby are talking about, where we're weaning ourselves off of, is we go break even too soon.
Too soon.
Right. Yeah.
You're basically betting
context
against
matters there.
Trade. Yeah, you're betting
There's
against
nothing wrong with
trade.
break even trades, but yeah, you're supposed to put your stop loss at break even. We jumped the gun.
Yep. Like if I'm behaving myself, my rule typically is I allow myself a test of my entry. And then if I get my bid back up again, then I'm okay with going to break even. But if you just like get into your trade, you get a nice bid, and then you're going to break even immediately, there's a very good chance that you are going to get stopped out for break even. The other way to think about it is this. Typically, we can only go break even if our trade is in the money. How many people in chat go to break even when their trade is down?
You can't.
Which is you lower your take profit to your entry to get out of a trade that you took heat on.
Doesn't happen.
We don't do that. So the only time you can really go break even on a trade is a trade that you have momentum on. So think about that. It's pretty interesting. But also do the math. You know, if you're a 40% winning trader and you're trying to get 2-to-1 to 3-to-1 and you're choking out your trades by going to break even, that means the math has to math in the fact that you are essentially betting against your own trades to not work.
Yeah.
You got to let them play.
There's a question here just to follow up on that. Can't you just re-enter the trade? You can. I'll be honest, with working with how many traders I've worked with at Topstep, no one ever does re-enter the trade, right? You go to break even, you start to maybe second guess the initial trade idea or things like that, or you go to break even, the market tags you out and then runs 50 points in your direction, and now it's a completely different trade.
And you risk going on tilt.
Right. Yeah. 100%. 100%. So you can re-enter if the trade is still valid. You know, I say all the time, even if you take a trade off or you lose a trade, don't throw out the initial trade idea. Your timing or location could have been wrong, right? You know, we're day trading here, so timing and location is really important. But personally, I try to avoid it with most trades. Antonio, you got a comment in the chat here from Brad. Says Antonio is a rock star. Love watching him and his trades and his insights. We got a question also. Your socials, can we share them? Antonio's YouTube, Instagram. You have links for us?
I will get those. I'll get those over to support or.
If you want to, Antonio, if you put them in the green room chat, I can copy and paste them over for you.
Okay. Yeah. Once I get everything all set up, I just created the YouTube. I just created the Discord. So I'm doing some configuring now.
We'll try to get you to your first 500 subscribers.
That's right.
Easy.
That's right.
We got
seeing some more selling.
You guys are. I love trading with the gang, man.
Oh, that's fun.
Absolutely. Makes trading fun. Looking at that tilt, the tilt did flip slightly short now. It was a little long earlier. 50-50 now.
I like that. I like the tilt being short. Squeeze them out.
Okay, there you go. Reverse psychology here.
Well, somebody's got to be on the winning side of somebody's losing trade, so I'd rather it be me.
That is true. Is the house count still short crude oil? I saw that on the board there. I don't know if that's true. JD, if you're here, let us know. Are we still in that crude oil trade? S&P trading below 7,000s now, 69.99.75. Oh, there it is. There is JD's screen right there. House count still short from 63.31 in crude oil. Beautiful trade, all day trade. Love to see that.
Nice hold.
62.71 last trade in crude.
Oh, you were speaking about hold times, weren't you? Last time I was on.
Yeah. We were talking about that last time.
I'll show the hold time on my performance stats right now. If it goes, I think it should go.
Okay.
Will it show it?
Yeah. If you
on the trading combine, yeah, I should pull it up.
Yeah, will it show it?
Yeah. Well, the whole time, I think so.
Okay, here we go. Average win duration 170 minutes.
Let's do the math. Okay. 6, 12, that's almost 3 hours. That is almost 3 hours of hold time right there per trade. That's impressive, awesome, man. Also, look at your average.
And for those who want to see the calendar, there you go.
Ooh. Bro, what happened on the 21st? You were cooking.
Oh, man, we're not going to talk about that right now.
That was the 21st. That was 7 days ago. It's in the past.
We're not going to talk about that right now. Why are you bringing up old stuff?
Oh, it's a practice account. Do you have your trading combine account up?
Yeah, that's the other one that's up here now. Let me get that pulled up. Boom. Boom.
Okay, it still looks great.
This.
Yeah, what's your hold time in this one? Probably pretty similar, right?
I see some pretty long hold times there. An hour. Yeah.
I mean, the
still
ratios are about the same. Just it's a little bit more conservative. That's impressive. Got like almost 3 to 1 on your risk reward. Looks real solid.
So Antonio, of course, people are going to say, with the first one was a practice account, there's a lot less emotions and things like that. Is your goal to get your hold times to be similar in your combines and XFAs?
No,
And that's why
I
you're
just
practicing
trade.
it. There you go. There you go. Just trade.
It depends on the trade. You don't know how long you're going to hold a trade.
It takes some discipline. You don't get you don't see dollar signs in your eyes when you're up a pretty penny in a trade you've been in for 2 hours.
No, you see dollar signs every day. Every time you take a trade, you see dollar signs. That's why you have stop loss.
There it is. Oh, that's good stuff. That is good stuff. And you're gonna have a great YouTube channel. I'm letting you know that right now. It's gonna be real good. It's gonna be real good.
I think we found
your
our
shorts
first
are gonna
subscriber.
be fire, dude. Yeah. We might get filled here at this 114.
Well, I mean, you guys should already have the Telegram information, correct?
Maybe.
Yeah, I believe a couple of people joined the Telegram.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
But I want to get it set up for the Discord. So if you don't have it, don't worry about it. We will get all that information set up and sent over.
RTY is eating it. MES is eating it. Micro NASDAQ hanging in there. Better than the other two.
Yep. I like the print. I like the print of a higher low, and I like how it's holding above that, just above. Let's see here. Which one is that? Okay, the one that has the largest sell wick at around 121s, the buy candle. It's just holding right above that.
Yeah. So when you were getting into this trade, what time frame were you looking at primarily to?
I was looking at the 5-minute time frame, but I had already scanned through higher time frames.
Oh, okay.
And I'm just looking at price exhaustion, price action, where is price and what's price doing.
Got it.
So it's basically like doing like this.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to feel for the door.
That's right. Hopefully these buyers
26,119. 69.98 quarter last trade here in the S&P. That's still 50-50 right now.
Come on, 112s. Come on, 112s. We're trying to average down in this one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to see.
Yeah, like I said, even if we take heat on this, our risk is managed properly, so we're good.
So you risk what? And risk about $100 to make 200 to 300. Is kind of the gist of it.
Well, this one's not capped. I don't have a set full target on this one. I haven't made a decision yet on that.
All right, we're in.
Because all I need to pass this combine right here that I'm on is what, $300, $400.
Oh, okay, that's not much.
S&P going for lows of the day here. S&P just made a new low of the day. House count long 2, average price 131s now.
We got one more at 101s. We're going to see if the big round number can hold.
Antonio, are you adding to yours as well, or are you holding on to the one lot?
No, where are we at? 114s. Yeah, I'm gonna add one here.
On 2 here as well. 26,111, 69.97.50 last trade in the S&P. 26,111.50 last trade here in the Nasdaq. Got the house and Antonio both long here. Fed rate decision coming up in about an hour and a half. This is a scary one right now. It's against the flow for the day, but are we finding some lows here potentially? These 26,100s.
It depends what time frame you're looking at, though. You know, if you're on like a
Really
1 minute or
does.
5 minute chart, you're like, this is going to zero. But if you're on a 1 hour or 4 hour chart, you're saying this might be finding support. Might be finding
I
support.
like the W pattern. I like the W pattern it's creating. It's printing.
Because
especially on the 5-minute chart.
yeah, I mean, what we're looking at is really on this daily. We got 114s right here. We're trying to see if that's going to hold. And we That's basically a range retest of the biggest range we've seen ever. Not, I mean, not ever, but since October, all of October. I mean, it's massive. If it fails, it fails. If it bids, it bids. We don't know, but I do enjoy leaning
Well,
up against
this gold box that we have here in this trade, it just represents an imbalance over here to the left, to the upside. And I was targeting that imbalance on shorts. So if we can get there and get up and above it,
yeah,
because that imbalance is between the prices of 184 a quarter and what is it? Looks like 169 and 184 a quarter. Set the imbalance to the upside. So that got smoked on my shorts this morning for about 170 points. That was a good trade. And now I want to see them get up and above it again and invert it again to the upside. But again, we got FOMC today. We might hang out down here. Who knows? Risk is managed.
Risk is managed.
Risk is managed. We're going to go to some news real quick. We'll come right back to the charts. Data is showing that home buyers are pulling out of deals at the highest rates ever. Let's bring in that clip.
Home sales are down, and one of the reasons may surprise you. December saw more than 40,000 would-be buyers back out of contracts. According to Redfin, more than 16% of contracts written during the month didn't end up going through. The years-long slump in housing sales has been largely blamed on lack of available inventory and high mortgage rates. Some experts say that's only part of the picture, and buyers are becoming more selective. To many analysts, it's started to become unclear whether we are in a buyer's or a seller's market.
Thank you for that, Gabe. See, it's not a spoof. You just changed your mind, right? They pulled their bid. They didn't want the house anymore. It changed their mind. So when you see orders on the order book, sometimes that 1,000 lot just doesn't want that order anymore. Not always a spoof. Not always a spoof. 126 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Antonio, what's your average price here now? 131s also?
131 half.
Yeah, we're 131 quarter.
Twins,
so we're right in the
same
same camp. I mean, if we get over our 131s, this is looking pretty decent. We have a nice
I like
kind
it.
of minute range.
I like it for
High or
sure.
low. I think our next point of interest is probably going to be these 160s. That's where like our not initial entry. We're like 148s. We just got to
That's basically a sniper entry, man.
Gotta get some conviction.
Need to find those buyers. 26, 122 last trade here. Let's get a little vibe check in the chat. About halfway through the trading day. How's everybody trading? Are you up in the day, down in the day? Are you staying patient, waiting for the Fed rate decision? Are you following your plan? Are you following somebody else's plan? How's that working out for you?
Follow your
Let
own
us
plan.
know in the chat. Follow your own plan. Total time waste. I think that says flat there, right? Zero trades so far. I've been chilling. Boomer Brian, I've been chilling through this BS.
It's a great day to chill. It's a great day to chill.
Great day
and
to
watch.
chill.
Do not have to trade on FOMC day. Man, if we get buyers, this looks good. We got some size
Joe
offer
Black.
on the micro Nasdaq. It's Joe
The
Black.
easiest target would be VWAP right now.
Yeah. View up pretty predictable. We got
I got it at 216s.
100.
Yeah, right around there. Mine's anchored to the session, so mine's at 224 3/4.
All right, we'll sell one at 224 if we can get up there.
Gold starting to sell a little bit. Silver selling here as well. 113.72 last trade in silver. 52.82 last trade there in gold. Joe Black, I like that comment. I always like add to losers. If I didn't, I wouldn't have any friends. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Nice.
Whoever said that, we're friends now.
Nice.
That one gets read out on air for sure, Joe Black. All right, let's see what we got here. Do I have Delta for the S&P and the NASDAQ? I do. Give me just a second. I can pull that up. Right now, I'm looking at Delta in the NASDAQ of about negative 1,600. Is that right? Yeah, about negative 1,600 in the NASDAQ. The S&P, I have positive. Nope. S&P's positive about 1,100. So not too much to read from that. Not too much to read from that right now.
And we had our entry test hanging in there.
Yeah, Dolby, you getting your whole time up, my boy.
Yeah, yep. Not touching it. Hands off the mouse. Hands off the mouse. We're not going to break even. We're not flattening this trade. Let it play out.
Warm them.
Let this thing
Sit
cook.
on them. Sit
I mean,
on
you
your
need to do
hands.
that with how cold it is in Chicago right now.
Oh, bro, I had to go help.
Man,
my
how cold is
landlord.
it? What's the temperatures like right now?
12. It's 12 degrees.
12 degrees.
I think 12 degrees.
That's
for, like,
nuts. I'm looking at 62.
Oh, buddy.
Man,
Where you at, Florida?
heat wave over there.
There's not even that many states that are that warm.
I'm in Arizona.
Yeah, where's
Arizona? There it is.
Ah, okay.
There
Yeah.
it is. You and Hoop probably got your coats on right now. It's 60 degrees.
Something like.
Something like. Dude, I had to help my landlord with the HVAC today. I had to go outside. My hands are still cold from that.
Damn. Yeah. It is cold.
You get an extra freezer though. You get some extra freezer space, which is kind of cool. The whole stairwell.
Just put stuff outside?
Yeah, why not?
I mean, I guess so, right?
Like, yeah, I got Butcher Box delivered, and I don't feel like dealing with this right now, so I just put it in the storage unit. It's colder out there than it is in my freezer.
I'm not gonna lie. I do that when I buy groceries, and if I don't feel like bringing them in right away, if it's cold enough outside, I'll just okay, they'll sit in the car. It's cold enough.
Yeah.
It's cold in my refrigerator. That's not okay. Right?
That's logic.
It is what it is.
I'm sorry, that's just logic.
It is logic.
It is.
It is logic.
Problem for tomorrow.
Got a question here about Delta. So when we quote Delta here, you said you're familiar with Delta as far as options go. What we're talking about is the difference between aggressive buyers and aggressive sellers. So we're strictly looking at the volume that trades in the market. And if Delta is negative, that means there were more aggressive sellers than buyers. If Delta is positive, that means there were more aggressive buyers than sellers. Why we read that with negative Delta in the NASDAQ right now, it's congruent with direction, right? More negative sellers, Delta is negative 1,800, and price is moving down. That means sellers are happy. And they're going to look for price to continue in their direction. If Delta was negative and price was moving up, that means there were more aggressive sellers and price is going against them. What's likely to happen? They're going to cover, market trades higher. So when you hear Delta on this show, on Topstep TV, we're talking about the volume. And
we're in the green.
Push back up. Green on the screen.
In the
green on the screen.
I'm so stingy. I never would have taken that trade. Not a chance. I would have kept my orders down there, sitting through this pullback, living in a day in Antonio shoes. My feet are sweating. Palms are sweating.
Where were your original bids, Dolby?
Down here.
You were talking about buying low, right? Down here, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think I wanted to work like 124s, 110s, and 100s.
Gotcha.
But it was looking pretty juicy for that bid to the upside. Not gonna lie. But we would have gotten filled. It would have had. I mean, we kind of got the price anyways. I mean, it only would have been about maybe 15 points off.
Yeah.
But we'd still be in two contracts. It's just different. It's nice seeing
typical range. Typical range for Delta. The NASDAQ, you'll see it anywhere from plus or minus a couple thousand. And when I say a couple, maybe 3,000. The S&P, that positive 1,600 right now is pretty much nothing in the S&P, right? Sometimes it's as high as 20,000 for a day. But when it's in the low thousands, we usually don't pay too much attention to it.
Starting to see many Doritos. start to form. RTY is in one. NASDAQ is kind of in one. MES, not so much a Dorito because it's equal lows. But I think the shadow of FOMC is starting to loom across this market for sure.
Yes, it is.
15-minute
Seeing things slow down.
Yep.
Things slow down for sure. Antonio, you've been trading the metals a little bit as well. Still sticking with trading the metals overnight if you're going to?
Yeah, I don't like to catch too many moves during the New York session on the metals. They seem to just be more. They seem to like Shanghai Asia session more. So I don't want to go against what they like.
Yeah, right. Go where the money is moving. Go where the money is moving. Last night was a pretty interesting night for gold, making new all-time highs.
Yeah, I caught gold buys at 51, 57.
Okay.
Right under VWAP. Preempting the VWAP, reclaiming bounce off of.
So Antonio, if we get to FOMC here, we're still in this trade. What's your game plan? You just let this cook?
If we get some points to the upside, this is going to go. I'm just going to reduce the risk. It's already decent risk on it in the first place. $150. Okay, fine. So if FOMC decides to blast it, I'm sure we're not going to see much slippage on $153.
Yeah. Okay. Well, got a bid now. If we get over 160, that'd be great. That would be great.
Just hit our price target now, then we don't have to worry about it. Right?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
I like that better.
Go to view up now, right? Why not?
Fill that bag up.
Right. Let's take a look here. Who do we got coming up for group coaching? We have that form pinned to the top of the chat. Make sure you get your questions in group coaching today, right at the top of the hour, 12 p.m. Central Time. We got Gabe, Coach Deanna, and Coach Hoop for group coaching. So again, make sure you get your questions in there. That form is pinned to the top of the chat. House count, Dolby time, both House count and Antonio, both long right now from 26,131 in the NASDAQ. Looking for a potential VWAP test here. See what that tilt did.
Range break here, this 15-minute. That marked off.
Yeah, I'm still going to take my hood off now. I had to put my hood on to make sure it goes back up.
Was that what you do when you lock in? Is that lock in mode? It's like that meme where the guy sits up in his chair, right, when he's playing video games.
Like,
okay,
it's time to go.
Time to go. Lock in mode. I like that. It worked. So patterns are patterns. Tilt starting to build long here. 64% long in the S&P, 58% long in the NASDAQ, 72% long crude oil.
Wow.
So the shorts got squeezed.
Yeah, all 6 crude oil traders. 60% short in gold. 52.83 last trade there in gold. Seeing a little, Dolby, we were talking about a potential stair-step pattern. Are you still seeing it on the 15?
For NASDAQ?
NASDAQ, yeah.
Well, on the 15-minute, we're stair-stepping down. So that's kind of where we're at. I'll kind of draw off the lines. That's probably about it. So we're kind of in like this third one at the bottom. So it's like 1, 2, 3. So we're looking for this stair-step pattern to break at about 160. And then this might, so we want this 15-minute pattern to go up to 160, break it, push higher, and then see if we can get a retest of like 160s, or just not retest and just go straight to the moon. That's probably preferred. But I think that's going to be kind of like our area of resistance or turbulence is these 160s. But like I said, we're leaning up against a daily level, right? So you kind of have like a shorter time frame stair step to the downside, bumping up against a daily resistance pattern. So I think, kind of the general rule of thumb is that you want to give the leeway to the larger time frame.
For sure.
Give it the right away. I think that's what I'm trying to say. Give it the right away, because that's the bigger bus that's going to come through. A 1 minute chart's like a little Miata, but then if on a daily you're looking at like an 18-wheeler, like that thing is going to move markets. So I'm happy with this trade. I think it's a really good spot to be in. I mean, sellers got to have some conviction if they want to break through a daily range. I mean, it's on them to prove it, right? And if they don't do it, then we might get a failed news come fast move situation, and this might just rip to the upside if they all capitulate on trying to short this thing below that level.
Good right now. Some more green on the screen, filling up the bag. 26,200. I like that as a potential target for this trade here. For Sage in the chat that was asking about Delta, Delta is not more positive than it has been today. The Delta in the Nasdaq is actually the lowest it's been all day, negative 1,800, and in the S&P, I'm seeing positive 1,300. Where at the high of the day, it was positive 3,100. So we're actually seeing more sellers in this market than anything. But again, if you sell something and it doesn't go in your favor, what do you got to do to get out? You got to buy it. So that could lead to a little bit of a pop here. 26,140 last trade in the Nasdaq. Antonio House long from 131. Seeing a pop in Bitcoin as well. Is that true? What are we seeing here? I haven't looked at a micro. Bitcoin's boring now, guys. I don't know if you know.
Same.
No one's trading that anymore.
Trading almost 90,000. Yeah, actually, it's a pretty good bid going on right now. It's above VWAP on the 5 minute. Yeah, long and strong candlesticks. It looks pretty solid. Yeah, I mean, like the whole, you were just saying, Jay, like, if you're long, you have to sell to cover. I mean, that's kind of like the entire concept of like the stair step trade or range over range, whatever you want to say. It's, if we're in a range and let's say you are a breakout trader to be, hold on, let me do this right. There you go. Okay, let's say you get short at the high of the range and it ends up breaking out and it pulls back to your entry. Do you cover? And if you cover, you become a buyer and that increases price or vice versa. So like support becomes resistance. That's just traders getting break even who are on the wrong side. In my opinion. Let's go. Go, Nasdaq.
Gentleman Dad says, where's Jack? Carvana down 16%. Jack will be back for our FOMC strategy session. Nasdaq pushing higher here, almost 20 points in the money. This is, you're watching Antonio's hold time in real time here. Been in this trade pretty much the entire session, about an hour average hold time. You don't call the game over until the clock says 0. Got to remember that, chat.
We watch the Bears. We know how this works.
Yeah. About to pull a Caleb Williams here and maybe get the whatever he did on that fourth down play. That was insane. I know they lost the game, but
majestic.
I was watching.
Magical.
I was the chat, Dolby. I'm going to be honest. I saw that play and I'm just like, oh shit, this game's over.
100%.
And he just throws it up and it works. So great hold time here, Antonio. We are watching the master at work right now. We're going to get Antonio's social links so we can post those for everyone who wanted them. 25 points in the money on this trade right now. Absolutely cooking here. Forgot who said it in the chat and at the buzzer. They said, if you're looking, you're not cooking, right? If you overmanage this trade.
If you're looking, you're not cooking.
Keep opening the oven.
I love that.
You keep opening the oven, your turkey's never going to cook. So an hour cook time. Antonio gave you the recipe for this trade. Anything you want to say, Antonio, before we get out of here? We got group coaching coming up next.
Nom, nom, nom.
Now we eat. Beautiful trade here. 26,161 last trade in the Nasdaq. 30 points in the money here. Seeing a bid in the equities. Again, you don't call the game over until the clock says 0. Our clock is going to switch over to the top of the hour, which means we have group coaching coming up. Gabe, Deanna, Coach Hoop, form is still pinned to the top of the chat. Make sure you get your questions in there. Stick around, hit that thumbs up button. FOMC watch party coming up in about an hour. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Quarter bid, half bid, the orders bid, even bid. Now I'm a seller. Quarter, half, the orders, and even.
I love the manual lockout feature on Topstep X because it helps you avoid temptation. That's right, the devil on every trader's shoulder that says, I'm down a bunch, but I can just cannonball this and make some money. Well, you don't have to worry about that with Topstep X. You can take that option off the table by clicking the icon at the top of the Topstep X page and lock yourself out for an hour, a whole session, some custom time. It's all up to you and help you stay within your trading plan.
All right, good afternoon. Welcome back. It is time for group coaching. We got a little bit of a limited session today because we are getting ready and geared up for FOMC. Hoop has his hard hat on. Deanna is here. We're hanging out for about 45 minutes. So we'll look forward to answering a few questions while we await the arrival of the FOMC crew and Powell, of course. Deanna, looks like you got a trade on. You want to walk us through what you're in and how are you doing, first of all?
Yeah, I'm doing okay. It's a bit of a long day for me. Got up at 7. Obviously, I have to be up for a multitude of reasons. But yeah, the copper trade I'm being tortured by because I've been in this trade forever, it seems. And so far, it's been a pretty quiet day for COMEX. We'll see whether this COMEX close can bring a little bit of action into the FOMC. But yeah, so the idea is that we failed to hold above VWAP. We did have a failed auction. And now I was expecting the value acceptance to happen as a bit of an unwind ahead of the FOMC because copper is pretty high up. If you look on the daily chart, let's just block out some things here. It's kind of creating a bit of a basing structure, like distributing from the previous area of supply. So I'm hypothesizing that at some point, if not today, maybe tomorrow, we may see a nice drop, and it should get us down to some more important levels, which are currently sitting at 575 and 570. So we don't really have much to stop this dropping. And of course, on the upside, we have the 6 evens number. So if that starts to run upside, obviously I'm wrong. But contextually, we should see a bit of a sell-off. When and whether I'm going to be able to be holding on to this trade, it remains to be seen. But yeah, looking for value acceptance, special situation play below 590, and then we'll see. If they really start to run, it would be nice. If they don't, we'll just manage it as and when required.
Awesome. Sounds good. Oop, what's going on, man? You looking at anything right now?
Gold has caught my eye. I was jumped in actually Aaron trades last night because one of our mods were out and watched a little bit of the all-time high get hit overnight. Gold is just an absolute beast. It's an amazing market to watch. I'm afraid something's going to break. Dee and I, you were talking earlier today about it. It just feels like we're in that mode, like something's going to, I don't know what it is, but the metals are just on fire. And I've been looking at gold a little bit, but man, this close up against the Fed, it's hands off for me. I've tried to scalp inside this hour before and just it's not a great time for me. Good time for me to get chopped up. So yeah, let the dust settle from the Fed a little bit, and then that's kind of my feeling a little bit later this afternoon.
Gotcha. Also, you're already green. You're up 286 in the XFA today. No reason to try to get any
back. I dug
back
out of a hole on that, by the way. That's fighting a directional market most of the night, and to dig back from that was, trust me, that was not, there's nothing better that feels better, right, guys, as a trader, is to dig out of a hole, get a little bit positive or a little bit green, and you're just in that mode to say, man, I'm not going to do that again, right? So, yeah, I brought this one back. I was down and this is an XFA. I was down $600, I want to say. I probably got a little bit over my skis trading, and scalpers do that, right? So, but yeah, I brought it back to positive, and I'm going to keep it that way.
Let's go. Love to hear it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, chat. What are we in right now? You guys in any trades? Bob says, let's trade some silver, Gabe. I will not be trading right now because I'm driving. But we're happy to look at some silver charts and take a peek around the markets. Let's go ahead and take a look around, quote some prices real quick, and we'll get into a couple of questions. We got the S&P and the NASDAQ both making a little bit of a bid off the lows of the session so far. The S&P made a low just around 69.97, trading back above 7,000, 7,003 right now in the SPOOs. You got NASDAQ trading 26,150 off the lows of about 26,100 earlier this morning. We got the Dow kind of chopping around, barcoding around 49,156. Gold looks like it wants to pop and make a new high here. 5301.6 last trade here in gold. Silver trading 113.60 and kind of retesting a previous couple 5-minute lows here in the middle of the range. And then we got crude slowly but surely grinding down. House account is still short 1 micro crude near the, I believe it was the 63.30, 63.31, I believe is where we got short. I know we took one off after that pop, or the drop, I should say, around 9:05. And then we are still holding on to 1 here. So we'll see what happens with that crude trade. But looks like those in the chat, Donald's locked out, 339. Great job there, Donald. Futures trading locked up, 214. Love to see it. A couple people long the NASDAQ. Let's see. Long silver. Brad Sims is long silver from 113.40. Yeah.
You might get
All right.
a QQQ in gold here.
We may indeed. We're not too far off here. Only a little over $3 off.
$3, yeah.
Making a new high here in gold.
What a beast.
Gabe's chart makes my eyes hurt. My apologies, but that is the
mine.
driving chart. That is the look
That
at
is
all
mine.
markets. Oh, that's Hoop's chart.
That's mine. Yep. And this is one
Why?
thing.
There's
Gabe,
not
one
that
thing.
much there.
Yeah, I was going to say, one thing we were talking about silver real quick, Gabe. Deanna and I were
what's up?
talking about it. And, you know, as traders do, we all kind of, you know, bounce. Hey, what are you looking at? You know, everybody, the shiny new toy is silver. And, you know, Gabe, you were talking about what time frame you look at. And then I was talking to Dee. And Dee, can you tell me a little bit? You said 1,000 tick, right, is kind of what you've been looking at a little bit for structure, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Let's have a look at that.
It might hurt your eyes less.
So, yeah. So with silver, because it's so fast, you really need something that's going to smooth out all the nonsense that you're getting on lower time frames. I mean, look at this. This is the 5-minute chart. This is a 2-minute chart. This is spanning 316 ticks. And unless you have the balance to trade this, you just can't really trade it on like 40, 50, 100 ticks. You need some wiggle room. Otherwise, however you try and position yourself, it's just going to whip you out.
It's a $1,500
so silver
range in 1 micro.
Right.
I know. Yeah,
That's
it's
ridiculous.
crazy. It's insane. Yeah. And you know, when I'm looking at the market risk on something, that is one of the things that I look at. What kind of stop loss would I need to absorb any wiggling that this product might do without knocking me out? So I'm quite known by wider stops, not like super wide, but for example, on copper now, I feel very comfortable in a 45 to 50 tick stop range. That allows me to stay in on trades longer, but you just can't do that on silver. So what do? I try and smooth it out with a 1,000 tick chart sometimes, while still keeping a 30-minute chart in front of me somewhere. And that gives me a directional idea of what they're trying to do. But at the same time, when I'm trading silver these days, I actually need a 220 tick stop for the types of trades that I do, which is capturing the majority of the move, or at least kind of 30-40% of the day's range. And if I try to trail it, or I try to get like a smaller stop loss, it just whips me out. And that's one of my mental triggers. I'm like, I know I'm right. But now, and to me, the worst thing is not just getting stopped out. It's getting stopped out, but being right on the position. The worst feeling ever. So that's something that I try not to do. And then wider stops enable me to stay calm and emotionally regulated whilst I'm in a trade. So a 1,000 tick chart is pretty good for me to look for areas when, you know, for example, I have 115 as the potential dealer hedging area. So we're seeing that move from it. But really, I don't really like going in until I see a very, very big move that is very decisive and it doesn't have any wicks. So that, like this structure here, would tell me that the dealers are hedging at that level. And, this is still incredibly wide, though. Still incredibly wide. This is still 193 ticks. So again, if I use a stop of about 220, I can just about absorb that and then grab whatever drop comes after. So hopefully that makes sense, and maybe some people can use that, but just be so careful, because you are so, the risk of ruin trading silver, even on a 150K account that doesn't have any balance in it, that's just lunacy at this point. It's so much risk. You're just playing with fire.
You're a 4 and 5 hour type trader too, right? Or even more,
yeah,
right?
3 to 5.
So,
yeah, well, it depends. Normally 2 are, but if I have a potential for a swing, let's say I see a big distance between one mega call area and another sort of mega put area somewhere lower, I will try and get the majority of that. But obviously with silver, you want to try and stay in until that move comes. And I'm very good at identifying my sort of big anchors where I'm expecting a swing to come in. However, silver, it's still challenging, even to me. It's smooth when it moves, but when it gets stuck in these 300 tick ranges, it's painful. It will irk you, and it's going to mess with anybody's head. It doesn't matter how many years you've been trading. And you try and do something different, you try and adjust risk, and it just doesn't work, man. It's just so much noise in it.
Yep.
Indeed. Well, speaking of silver, by the way, so gold came off the highs a little bit. Silver also taking a little bit of a move lower here. Brad Sims, nice exit on that, by the way. Trade down all the way to about 112.63 half. Seeing a little bit of follow through right now as we speak, getting back up underneath 113. See what we have in store for the remainder of this session. I do want to get to a couple questions. I know we have a little limited time today due to the FOMC watch party. So let's go ahead and crack one open.
Yeah, let's go.
We got a good one from Dan. So Dan has said, how do I not let my lifetime losses affect my trading? I'm down a bunch over the span of a couple years. I realize it's going to take time to make it up, and I tend to oversize to try to get that back too quickly. Any potential perspective to help? Dee, why don't you start with this one?
Yeah, I think you're dealing with some psychological trauma there from the previous losses. So whenever somebody comes to me for coaching, I recommend EMDR therapy, which you can do by yourself. There's virtual EMDR. So I don't think it's a strategy issue. I don't think it's anything to do with, oversizing or whatever. That's all a byproduct of your previous traumas, because you've made trades that didn't work out, losses mounted up over time, and therefore now you're dealing with a traumatic event. And I know it's difficult to accept that, but EMDR is amazing at rewiring the traumatic events. It's based in neuroscience, so it's not like voodoo or any kind of hypnosis or something. It's literally based on the lateral movement of the eyes that causes a safe sensation in your brain. So EMDR therapy has 2 parts. In the first part, you're following a little ball on the screen and going left, right, just with your eyes, and then bringing up all the traumas that you've had previously. Some people on the first run, they can only do it for 30 seconds and then they burst out in tears. And it can be done for anything, not just for trading, obviously. It's a well-known trauma therapy, very, very well-known and super effective. And once you've done the first session, then you go into a second session where you then bring up all the positives about what you're doing, about yourself, about your achievements and stuff, and therefore rewiring that traumatic responses to something more positive. So that would be probably the best thing for you, Dan. Otherwise, maybe try not to trade for a while, take some time off. That would help whilst you're doing the EMDR therapy, and then see how you are after about a month or 2. Just take a break. Sometimes that's all we need.
Thanks, Dee. By the way, shout out to Manifest Trader in chat. Says, Dee, you helped me with this. Guys, it works.
Yeah, exactly.
EMDR.
Yeah,
something new to me.
EMDR.
I've never heard of it.
Yeah, it stands for eye movement desensitization something. I always forget what the R stands for. Reprocessing. Yeah, reprocessing. Yeah, that's it. So yeah, it's super effective. Super effective. And manifest trades has been on my euro trades, so, and I've mentioned it before. So there we go.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Hoop, do you have anything to add to that, man? How to kind of overcome, the past? Obviously, it takes a lot of time to learn this skill. Timetable varies, but there's a cost, right? And that cost for a lot of people is finances. And I think that that tends to be a pretty big thing to have to work through, is just the cost of doing business and the cost of learning. Anything that you'd have to add to that for Dan?
And we never remember our real home runs, right? It's always the ones we get absolutely annihilated on, right? We can't remember. I mean, don't get me wrong, we remember the good ones, but we hang on to the bad ones typically more. I just tell you, I mean, I probably need to work on this one myself. I mean, I did a trade years ago on the floor, and then we're like, we're kind of like a little bit of like a pack of wolves, right? We're all fighting for market share inside the pit, right? So sometimes you get acknowledged, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you yell and scream to get acknowledged. And didn't get a piece of a trade that a lot of other traders did. Was just ticked to no end that night. Took it home with me. Didn't go into work the next day. And there was a ton of opportunity the next day, and regretted that for probably a good month and that's just not me. I'm usually tend to be more level, but it's just, we all get that moment where we just kind of hang on to something that didn't go our way. That's trading, right? We have to have short memories. And journaling helps with that. But we're human. You can go bot it away, and you don't have to worry about it because you make the setup. But I think journaling for me, once again, talking with other traders about it is a really good one. But stuff you're holding on to for like years, there's a lot of trades that most traders would say leave a mark. I'll say. And I just keep saying it all the time in Discord. Identify your weakness and accept it, and just stay out of those moments more and more is kind of my feeling. And by the way, pew pew pew, gold.
Yeah, new all-time high in gold. We just traded out 53.17s and backing off just a little bit. But new highs in gold. Silver's catching a little bit of a bid as well. S&P and NASDAQ slowly drifting higher a little bit here. Yeah, Dan, that's just overall a great question. I think it's something that a lot of people deal with, is just wrestling with the timetable and all the costs that have come with learning, and getting fixated on how deep in a hole that you actually are from your learning phases, or your the timetable of trying to build this skill set. But yeah, connect with some traders. Find a way. I think Hoop brought up a good one, journaling. Deanna's approach, which is helping, release some of that trauma and some of that past experience, and just focus on the future, right? What can I do today? I think we all get so wrapped up in thinking so far down the road. But all we can really do is show up today and make good trading decisions and be as responsible and disciplined as we can today. Tomorrow, leave tomorrow's worries for tomorrow. I know there's some scripture, for all my Bible readers out there, but there's a lot of good in just focusing on the now. My session today, as I approach today's trading, what can I do to help put myself in a position to continue building towards that overall goal of becoming scratch over time and then profitable, which is obviously a goal that we all have. But stay with us, Dan. We appreciate you sharing.
Be more dog. Dogs live in the now. Dogs live in the now. They don't dwell on the past. Like whatever happens to them, and it's not like they don't have memory, because I know they can suffer from trauma as well. But it's just whatever life throws their way, they just deal with it and they live in the now. So you can somehow do that and not overthink things, not focus on your past. It's very beneficial as a trader. I always say I'm a bit like Drew Barrymore from 50 First Dates, where she suffers from she suffers from a condition where she can't retain any information past one day. So we need to be like that. So just forget whatever happened yesterday and just try and do better today. And write things down. Writing things down helps. Not just typing, but actual physically old school writing. There's something to do with muscle, mind, memory that rewires your brain. So there are neuroscience tricks that you can use to work through the issues, and we should use them as traders quite heavily, really.
I've always joked how many traders still have Post-it notes around their computer that say, I have one that sits to my left that says, "Don't fight a directional market."
I have loads of them.
I know,
still, look.
Yeah, we all have those. Hey, just remember what you did before. So how many people have Post-it notes around their computer?
Loads of Post-it notes with a whole bunch of stuff, reminders. Always see, but there's like little bits and pieces on it to remind me of things not to do. Just make sure to get the ones that are super sticky, otherwise it's not going to stick to anything, so that tends to annoy me. Super sticky notes.
B. Cole in chat says, Mark got lame, put Nicki Minaj back on. I was at lunch and I missed that opportunity, but apparently there was some fun stuff happening during fast markets. But anyway, let's go ahead and get into another question. We have a few minutes until I bring in JD for some stats updates from our live funded traders. But let's go ahead and knock out another one. I like this one from Ericat. It says, once I'm in a trade, what signals can I look for to know that my trade idea is invalid? And how long do you typically wait until you decide the trade is stale? That's a great question. I'm going to preface this by saying I think that this comes down to strategy, like individual strategy as well, because not everybody's strategy is going to have the same invalidation. But why don't you start with this one?
Since I'm an indicator guy, I lean typically for invalidation around my indicators. Whether it's it's in context. I think Dee made a good, kind of a thing there. You got to look at your strategy and your time frame and all that. But I'm an indicator guy, so I'll typically, if I'm looking at VWAP, is it invalid if we go through it? I mean, it's dynamic, but I typically, as using indicators in variable time frames, when I get through a certain point, I have to manage my risk. We talk about it. If a market, like gold, came down earlier and bounced right off of on a 30-minute, it bounced right off of VWAP, right down here at like 52.35. So, what's my invalidation point? Then I just have to sit there and say, okay, what am I willing to risk down there to be wrong? So I'm going to lean against an indicator like that, or I might lean up against, you've seen Mandy, use a smaller time frame EMA. If your strategy respects it, then you just have to manage the risk around it. I think, especially as a scalper, I'm pretty quick to probably pull the trigger. And whereas my counterpart here, who I trade with all the time, trades longer, she's looking at a much wider lens typically than I am. So I think we always have great conversations about it. So, I think Dee has, a little more context in a wider time frame than probably I do as a smaller time frame scalper, right? But I'm going to lean towards my indicators to give my validation points and then manage the risk around when that's wrong. So that's kind of how I look at it.
The second piece of that was he was wondering, how do you know when a trade is getting stale, or does a trade getting stale potentially impact your desire to keep that position on? Do you have any perspective on that? What that might look like?
I don't think, to me, as a scalper, I mean, patience in this industry, I've learned over the years, even as a scalper, that, I still manage the risk. I think the biggest thing over the years that I've done is cut the TP because I don't really always know exactly where the market's going. So, I mean, I have an idea or a level or an area, but I don't know if a trade, I mean, D, for as long as you hold trades, does a trade go stale? I know you, I have talked and we've had conversations where you're like, I had enough, I'm cutting it, and then it'll be validated, right? But you'll be holding a trade for 3-4 hours.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes if I see a setup early, I may try to keep it for as long as possible. But then there is a cutoff point. Like, I think for me, that's about 4 or 5 hours of nothing. And then I actually have early exits based on the time of day. So if we get to a particular time of day, nothing is happening, I will use that to go, all right, well, it should have moved by now, right? So I will cut it. But at the same time, I also have, when the trade is going in my direction, I like to use a concept of OODA loops, or OODA loops, as Anne-Marie likes to call them. So that's basically taken from the fighter pilots training, where they're put in a disadvantaged position, and then they need to get out of it. And I would argue that as traders, we're always in a disadvantaged position. So one thing that I do use is kind of smaller GEX levels, value areas, and also Asia high, Asia low whenever we have them as reference points, and then seeing how the price action behaved. So it's literally the flow of level, price action, how is the trade progressing? So are we closing below it? Like, for example, on the copper trade, I really want to see two things. I want to see this go to the bottom of the value on the developing value. Then I want to see it go into a value acceptance, which is this previous day value high. And then if either one of those breaks down at some point, then I've got my trade and I can relax, because then we go into special situation value acceptance play. And then on the way down, I also have a point of 587, which is also a minor GEX level, but still pretty relevant. However, my big anchor point today was 6 evens, which I didn't manage to get a good trade out of. I tried to run a liquidity sweep this morning. They never even retested that, and they usually do. It just kind of started melting through it. So one of the reasons why I'm in the short is that. Second one is obviously the higher time frame context. But if we do eventually get this move down, I would be looking to see how the prices behave at 590, 587, previous day value low, and if all of that just starts melting, I keep holding. I don't exit and go, ooh, that's enough. Why? Because my big mega anchor is actually 575 followed by 570. So big target to the downside if we start to really unwind. And that's how I get some of my big days, where I just run for 1 million ticks on like 1 lot, 2 lot, 3 lots, right? And then you get a nice meltdown or a nice skyrocketing move. And I love shorts. I think they're faster. So when I'm short, I will extend my targets if I feel that we have legs to do so. And as for the trade going stale, that's a time of day thing for me. So let's say I entered somewhere around my midday. If it hasn't really done what it's supposed to do by 3 p.m., so 3 hours later, which is my next day trading time zone, as I like to call them, I will cut it. But if it does something, and if it starts moving, then I hold it until 6 p.m., which is half an hour before COMEX close, because that's my next pain point, danger zone, where things may turn around. So that's how I look at it. That has simplified my decision-making process to like a few points in the day. So I don't even have to think about it much. I actually have alarms that scream at me that go, hey, COMEX close coming, or silver fix incoming. And that has helped me a lot with my workflow throughout the day. So I don't sit here if I'm in a multi-hour trade. I'm not going to sit here watching it tick for tick. I'm going to go do video games, walking the dogs. Before I used to like do some guitar playing practice, anything just to keep me away. And every hour I would watch it and see like where are we ending up, and then I would make a decision of whether to stay in or get out. So time of day for me is early exit.
All right. Well, speaking of meltdown and shorts coming into the equation here, so gold made that new high of 53.20, pretty much almost 53.24. And we, in the last 10 minutes, have sold off all the way down to 52.73. So almost pretty much a $50 move in the last 10 minutes from high to low. Silver's also potentially popping to the downside as well. We did peak below the session lows of 111.87. And currently rebounded about 50 cents an ounce there in silver. I do need to bring in our good friend JD for some stats before we wrap up this segment to get into the FOMC watch party. JD, what is going on in the live funded markets for our traders?
What's up, guys? Little housekeeping that we didn't get to in fast markets today. Let's take a look at the top 5 live funded P&Ls from yesterday. Here they are. Up at the top, Connor G, $17,533, trading gold, silver, and the NASDAQ. Connor's now got 2 winning days since his last payout. Good month for Connor. Alexander C, 15,941, trading nothing but gold. 3 winning days since Alexander's last payout. Azamat, 13,795, mixing it up between all the metals, gold, silver, copper, and a little bit of NASDAQ also. Karab, $11,870 in profits, trading nothing but the NASDAQ yesterday. And Shunchi rounds out the top 5, 10,997. Let's call it 11,000. Trading gold, silver, NASDAQ, and S&P. Big shout out to these live funded traders. All right, take a look at some payout numbers. Yesterday's top 5 live funded payouts. Here they are. Up at the top, Camilo, $21,378. Zachary, $6,030. Anthony R, $5,168. Jalen, $4,550. And Poe rounds out the top 5, $4,500. Nice job to these live funded traders showing us what is possible in the live market. Way to go, guys. Back to you, Gabe.
Thank you, JD. All right, so we are chilling right around D's entry here in this copper short. And as we talked about, the markets are currently seeing a little bit of volatility in the precious metals. Crude also bidding up a little bit back above the recent 5-minute swing high here, 62.97 per barrel in crude. The house is still short one. It's maybe seeing a little bit of continued momentum here in the gold and silver markets. Silver just made another new session low of around 111.65. Lots of volatility there in the metals before we get into this FOMC. Equities aren't really doing a whole lot.
Happy to be in copper.
Near the, yeah.
You're in the right metal, D.
Yeah. No. Right, nat gas. It looks interesting to me. 370 was a speed bump earlier, and we're coming into the time of day when we might see another move higher. So maybe, just maybe, I have a nat gas trade here. So let's go to micro here.
D, I took a short crude last night. Don't tell anybody.
Oh no, she got you.
Yep, I couldn't resist it. Everybody's got their bullhorn. Everybody's got their bullhorns in that market, and I'm like, you're all going to get suckered into this thing, and it's going to break.
I'm not going to short it until we're up at 70.
No, I couldn't refuse
somewhere.
it for a scalp. Yeah, it's 63.
Oh, yeah, fair enough. Yeah. I only trade crude oil via options these days. It's just not worth it to me intraday because it's just a dead fish on most days.
The euro gets all the good price action in that market.
Yeah, but I can never find, not never, like today I found a good one. We reached the ADR low, started bouncing from it. So I caught it from around, I think it was 365 or something, because I saw it late. So I was on the stream and I was focusing on other things and answering questions. And then Bruno wasn't around, so I had to like pay attention to all the questions myself. And yeah, so then I managed to catch it from, I think it was 363 or something, up to 370. So that was nice. And then after that, I also did my second trade, which was a value acceptance up to 380, but all in like smaller chunks. And now we're back to that 370 pain point, which is a decent area from the options market. So some hedging into the close might occur. So maybe I'll do. Let's do. I just want to wait on the tape for some buyers to appear again. Because right now it's all like half red bubbles, which is not what I want to see.
So you're looking at a possible
we may have a little
long from these 372s?
Yeah. Yep. Possible long back up to 380. So not a huge trade.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, silver going crazy.
Wow.
By the way, for those that are talking about the Dow in chat, the Dow is not doing anything. We've been barcoding between 49,230 and 49,120s for the last, 4 hours.
Oh, wait,
Not
we'll
much
get plenty of
happening in the
movement
Dow.
here in a little bit, guys. You guys, all you people that can say they trash price action, you're going to get it if you want to participate in here real quickly.
I don't know if I would consider what's about to come potentially good price action, at least near the report, near the press conference. But I do agree volatility will get, will come into the market a little bit. We do, by the way, have a new low in gold here recently in the last 5 minutes. We just peaked below 52.70, made a low of about 52.65 and some change. Silver just had a 5-minute bar close near the session lows around 111.84. Currently looking to see how we handle those session lows. Overnight low, by the way. So from the
way down there
reopen, we had an overnight low of around 5 in the morning, just above 111.11. So we'll see. Maybe we are making an attempt to go push those session lows there. But we have about 5 minutes until we get out of here for the watch party. So make sure you stick around.
As
Here,
our
you're
Wumu
seeing
would
those
say,
buyers.
Silver's getting wrecked.
Silver is
I actually have
getting wrecked
105 on my bingo card for silver for today.
for today.
I know.
Why?
I know. Even the AI platform can't believe it. It's like, this seems a very wide range. And I'm like, yeah, no shit.
Yeah.
It's like,
Just a bit.
Shout out to Gigi in chat.
Gigi.
What's up, Gigi?
All right,
Haven't
let's
seen you in
try
a
this
while.
gas micro.
Go. I like it. It's basing.
Oh, oops. Did I?
I think you pulled up 2 copper.
Oh, yeah. That's what's going on. I'm tired.
All right, long day, D.
Probably
Long
means
day.
I shouldn't
Doing the big,
be trading.
the big or
yeah.
the small, D? You doing micros or you doing the big?
Oh no! This is just a 50k XFA, so I'm doing micros, and across all positions, I can't be more than 10. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the little's fine.
Yeah.
All right, so D is long 5 micro natural gas. 371. Also still holding that 5 micro short in copper. Micro copper, that is.
Yep.
I don't think we have time for any more questions, so I'm going to probably avoid pulling up any more for today. Looking into the afternoon, remember, y'all, we do have the FOMC watch party coming up right here on Topstep TV. Let's see who we got. We got JD, Andre, Jack, and Hogue here to give you wall-to-wall coverage of the upcoming announcement. We also will be piping in Jerome Powell's press conference once that starts out. And then this afternoon, we do, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, let's see, what do we got coming in for Power Hour today to finish up the day? We got Dakota coming back to hang out with us for the last half hour of the day after the press conference with Powell wraps up. It should be an entertaining back part of the day. And yes, we do have Microsoft, Meta, and Tesla earnings at the close today, so just be conscious of that. Already had a
Silver's
few
getting more
earnings
active.
reports come out this morning that Hogue talked about, but the big three that we're watching this afternoon, make sure you tune in for At the Buzzer. They'll be, I'm sure, talking about those, Coach Paul and Coach Jay.
Oh, yeah.
Trex in chat says, how do you start a practice account? I don't see the option. You do need an active combine. So in the new dashboard here in topstep.com, you would need to make sure you have an active subscription. Once you have that active subscription, you can go ahead and activate the practice account directly from the dashboard. If you do have any questions or difficulties locating it, feel free to chime in to either our Discord for a little bit of guidance, or you can also reach out to support through Windy and get some clarity there. But yes, you do need an active subscription to be able to have a practice account. All right, y'all. Well, I am pretty much thinking we are out of time here. We're going to get ready to make room for the guys to come in and do a little bit of a quick prep session on what to expect here for the FOMC statement and the conference coming up here. Deanna, I know you got 2 trades on. You're short micro copper and long micro natural gas. Any particular comments to close out before we move on?
I probably won't keep these into the FOMC, so they will probably be both closed in about 15 minutes just before the rate decision, and then maybe I'll reevaluate after the whole madness of the initial reaction is done. So yeah.
Sounds good. Oop, how about you, man? Any closing comments? We won't see you again for the afternoon.
Gonna watch the fireworks, Gabe. I mean, you know, when these numbers used to come out on the floor, there'd be this huge silence before the number would get released, and then it was just absolute chaos. So I always like to watch the show. It's like watching a good fireworks show this afternoon.
Awesome.
I might get a glass of Korean plum wine or something, and then
plum wine. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
There we go. That's something unique. I don't hear that very often. Good choice, though.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right. Well, get your hard hats on, and we're going to take a brief break here for the FOMC watch party. Stick around. We got Jack, Andre, Hogue, and JD coming in, but we're going to take a brief break. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
right, who's ready? FOMC watch party. This is the strategy session with JD, Hogue, Jack. We got 10 minutes, 9.5 minutes till the rate announcement. Currently 3.75%. Jack, what's the plan? What's the game plan going into this thing?
Okay. Same plan as every time. For the first part of it at 1 o'clock, we will get the little essay they publish with the rate decision, the prepared remarks. Really quickly, if you look on social media, you'll be able to see where they crossed things out, what they changed in that. It should not be too exciting off the bat, because it is, maybe like the odds of getting struck by lightning and eaten by a shark at the same time would be my thoughts on them cutting rates right now. It's going to be unchanged. That means that the algo bots will turn to the language that is changed about employment level, inflation expectations, the dot plot. Dot plot's always fun to look at. That's that. Then we'll have some volatility. At 1:30, we get the Q&A. The Q&A is going to be possibly crazy. You know what they're going to ask about. I have no idea how Powell's going to handle it, but we're all going to find out together.
Exciting stuff. JD, I know you keep a good eye on the prepared remarks. Again, talking about that dual mandate.
Yep. I will be keeping an eye on that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Couple things I think everybody should be looking at. As retail traders, everybody here that's joining us today is likely a retail trader in some type of trading combine or funded level account. You should be looking, Jack mentioned it, you should be looking for those volatility spikes immediately after the announcement comes out. Even when no rate cut is priced into the market, you're going to see some type of knee-jerk reaction, likely to both sides of the market. I shouldn't say likely, but historically, you'll see a knee-jerk reaction sweeping out both sides of the market to take out some of those shorter-term, weaker hands traders, as Hogue would call them. Traders are really reacting to the language, as Jack said, and projections, not just the decision itself. So it's like the decision matters a little less than the actual verbiage of the statement. And you're going to see a good 10, 15 minutes possibly of a whipsaw. And that could last probably up until the press conference starts. That's when round two of volatility starts. The statement and press conference. Traders will immediately start to look for clues into forward guidance into the future of rates. That's when the bots are going to take over. Again, just as Jack said, the algos will start cannibalizing each other, trying to get some insight into the future of interest rates. Another thing I'll be looking at will be the dissenters. I looked at this last Fed meeting. The number of dissenters was projected to be pretty high. Andre, you mentioned the Stern Fast markets this morning. We had 3 dissenters in the last Fed meeting. Right now, there's a 50% probability priced in for only a single dissenter, and that would be Stephen Mirren, who's been historically dovish as far as Fed policy goes. He wants to see more rate cuts to help curb inflation, right? But as the Fed is...
Well, there'll be 2. If Waller still thinks he's in the running for Fed chair, then he'll be one of them, too.
Good call.
One really quick timely thing to say. Top Trade saying that they're going to cut rates today. Top Trade, you have 4 minutes right now to make yourself a billionaire. What are you doing in chat? Sure? If you know they're going to cut rates, you need to go buy SOFR futures. You can buy yes on a quarter point basis cut for like 0.4 cents on Polymarket right now. You hold your future in your hands. You're wrong, but if you're right, there are better ways to monetize than YouTube chat. Go ahead, Doherty.
Cheap trades.
Go ahead. Get out of here. Go make your bets and share it with us on social. Make sure you tag us on social with your Polymarket
hashtag.
All right.
Hashtag power. Good job, JD.
Yeah, Jack, the probability of dissenters, Jack, I threw this through GPT. 50% probability for 1 dissenter, 36% for 2 dissenters, and 12% for 3. There is a 2 to 3% probability of 0 dissenters at this rate.
Interesting. Good stuff, JD. Ready to go. Hogue, thoughts? We got the decision here in 5 minutes. We'll get the announcement, prepared remarks. We were talking in the green room. Gold making new all-time highs in regular trading hours. So what do you make of it? And also Delta in the equities coming into this thing.
Yeah, so just looking at gold as usual, we know it put in a new all-time high last night in the extended trading hours. Of course, it took that out just about just about a half an hour ago in regular trading hours. I'm really kind of focusing on the liquidity that's going to be drying up very shortly. It is already showing some pretty thin liquidity here, which is part of the reason why all the retail traders and algos are going to eat each other, because the liquidity is just going to be so dry. The price is just going to fly around. Your stops are going to get hit on both directions. I'm looking at silver right here. This is the silver chart. Of course, we saw um, it failed to put in that high from last night, but we do have an all-time high that occurred in regular trading hours. It's coming off a lot deeper than gold currently is, but again, this is the dome in silver, very thin. The gold dome looks very similar. So as we get closer, all of those people are just going to get nervous. If you're in a position, you've got to stop in. The liquidity is going to get very wide. It's going to hit everybody's stops, and I'm just kind of keeping an eye on the liquidity here. Not too bad in the S&P. Still about 50 up, 25 up. Buys and sells. Nasdaq not too wide so far. We've got maybe 1 or 2 ticks difference between the bid and the offer. As far as the delta is concerned in the equities, we've got about positive 2,800 right now in the S&Ps. It's negative in the Nasdaq. I'm a little bit stuck here for just a second. I'll get that for you in just a moment. Here we go. Negative 1,600 in the Nasdaq. So a little divergence between the S&P and the Nasdaq. We've been seeing that quite a bit lately, and things are getting thin, folks. Things are getting thin. Sit back, eat your popcorn, have a pop, smile, be happy, look for something as things settle down here a little bit.
Cancel your orders.
Thank you.
I don't know what a
Cancel
pop is
your
where
order.
you're from, Hogue. A pop in my world is a Miller Lite, but
there you go.
We won't be doing that.
No.
We got 2
Oh,
minutes.
it's
2 minutes till the announcement.
Sort of soda.
Jack, we'll do the props after once we get after the remarks.
Sure.
For Powell's press conference. Jack tells me there's some interesting ones for the presser. So, like JD said, we're going to see what the votes were. Language regarding inflation and growth and employment, and we'll go from there. Buckle up, cancel all, flatten all. It's Topstep TV, FOMC watch party, start to finish. Please click subscribe, like, and notify before we get this thing going. Hogue, you have any levels we can just of note before we get this thing going? Let's do ES.
Yes. Okay. So we got pretty much into that level that Jack and I were talking about earlier, right around $7,000. We've been just basically hanging around there for the last 3 hours. Below that, I like 69.88, yesterday's lows. Above that, IB high, 7,031, all-time high, 7,043. Down below, I mean, there's levels of go-go. There's that exactness level down at 69.62 and a quarter. We've got the 200 session simple moving average on the 30-minute chart in the S&Ps, 69.75. Lots of things to look at, lots of things to target, and lots of potential opportunities to limit risk. But just be patient, folks. There's no reason to get all biffed up during illiquid, volatile markets.
Indeed. Last trade in the ES, 70.03. NQ, 26,173. Silver, $111.50. Keep an eye on the 10-year as well. Last time I took a peek, what's the yield on the 10-year, Jack? I saw 4.25. 26. Okay.
26. And
9
we
seconds.
are 9 seconds.
Here we go.
I'm curious. Sound off in the chat if you are holding a position through this release.
Wow.
Who's in the market?
Buckle up.
We got a pause. Yeah, it's no change, no change. No change. 3.75 expected. All right. Now we will get the remarks. We'll see how the voting is. JD, you got that? No real movement in the markets just yet.
I'm downloading the PDF now. I'll throw it in the chat in just a second.
Good stuff.
Shoo.
All right, we got the vote here. Vote 10 to 2.
Bowman voted to
10
hold.
You got it, Jack? Okay. Well, you called it, Jack.
NASDAQ extremely thin. S&Ps extremely thin.
Yep.
Silver, gold, extremely thin.
Still waiting for
Official
those
statement
remarks.
is in the chat. I just posted in the chat.
Okay. Very little reaction in the markets. We'll pop
So
in.
far, we had a
the
little
equities.
minor knee-jerk reaction to the downside in the NQ, and then a little bit of a pop. But yeah, nothing too numbing, I should say.
Hey, I called it.
Unanimous vote.
No, not.
How was the vote?
Waller and Mirren preferred to lower the target range by 1/4 of a percentage point. So Waller and Mirren.
Yes.
I'm reading the document right now.
All right, very good. Very thin in the ES, trading around 7,000. Seeing a little bit of selling here in the 10-year. Prices go down, rates go up. Very little reaction so far. Anything in the metals, Hogue?
Just thin. Silver still holding off of its lows. Taking a look at gold, just coming off its highs. Gold very centrally located inside the regular trading hour session range right now. Just waiting for something, it looks like. NASDAQ just traded back down to weekly kickoff high, 26,115. S&Ps still hanging around that 7,000 level. No major changes here just yet. Some knee-jerk to the downside in the NASDAQ is the biggest thing that I see.
Couple of key talking points from this Fed release. Economic activity remains solid, indicators pointing to continued expansion of the U.S. economy. The labor market showing stabilization. Job gains have been low recently, and the unemployment rate has shown some signs of stabilizing. Inflation is still a bit elevated. Inflation was described as somewhat elevated, remaining above the Fed's 2% longer run objective. We saw that with the December PCE numbers came out at 2%, 2.8% year over year. So I think still in that wait and see mode. They want to see inflation dip just a little bit before they start cutting rates more. So that could be our key factor here, that inflation rate.
I also, JD, from that report, I have the crossouts and what they added. So this seems to be a little bit more of a hawkish decision. So what they changed was in the first line, economic activity has been expanding. They said moderate last time and solid pace this time. Job gains have remained low instead of slowed. And the unemployment rate has shown some signs of stabilization. So overall, this report sees less worry at the moment in the jobs market, still mentions inflation. Put together, that seems to be less inclined to accommodate with interest rates going forward.
Hawkish. So looking at perhaps another pause. The next FOMC meeting is March 18th. March 18th will be the next meeting.
Hawkish tone versus dovish tone, guys. So hawkish tone is fighting inflation by lowering rates, right? The dovish tone prioritizes economic growth and
other way around.
Rates. Other way around. Dovish is lowering rates. Hawkish is raising
lower rates.
Yep. Myron and Waller, dovish, with voting for a 25 basis point cut. And the other 10 voters on pause. And then the language was a little hawkish, like Jack said. And back to the prices we are seeing in the ES, 7,002, and Q, 26,150. 150. Silver, $112. we still have that crude trade on.
We certainly do.
How's it looking?
Looks like we haven't adjusted our CYA since we first did during the opening call. Let me pull it up right now, and we see crude oil starting to. Should we just get out of this trade, Hogue? I mean, crude's going to be settling for the day in about 25 minutes, about in the hour, 1:30 p.m. Central Time. And as Deanna always tells us, time of day is an indicator.
Yeah, it is an indicator. That's for sure. Should we get out of it? I mean,
just let it ride. Let's let it ride.
I don't know. I mean, inventories were down 2.3 million.
Mm-hmm.
So, might have put a little bid under the market, which it didn't until like after 11 p.m. Central. So it didn't really affect the market when it came out. I don't know. We got no risk on it. I think we're done with overnight inventory adjustment. Just see what happens, I guess. Where are we at here?
I'm up for it.
31. We got 25 ticks.
Yeah. CYA is at 63.29. We're about 20 ticks away. 21 ticks away.
Trade still valid.
Trade
still valid.
All right, Jack. So we're holding that trade still?
We're hanging on. We're going to let crude oil play out.
Jack, let's take a look at the props for the Powell press conference that will start at the bottom of the hour.
Sure thing. They're not as...
These are hilarious, by the way.
They are, but they've taken out some of them. So these are what will Powell say during the press conference. 83%. So where the 50% chances is saying inflation 50 plus times.
50.
Tariff, the break even is 13 plus times.
Okay.
Ooh, here's a very interesting one. So
Yes.
in the past, this word has been very low percent because he has not said it. Right now, there is a 19% chance you'd have to buy yes for 20 cents of saying the word Trump. That's very interesting to me. I don't think he will, but he may be led by some of the questions. He has very much avoided. I don't even think in his vlog, I don't believe he said Trump either. It's usually, the administration or ignoring the question. Good afternoon.
You probably won't even say it as a verb.
Yeah. Oh, but that would probably cash the bet.
Right.
What about apologizing? Is there a prop for that? Or I'm sorry. I believe the last one, there was an I'm sorry prop.
There was. I'm sorry. Oh, there is sorry. 73% chance he just says the word sorry.
Really?
Even if it's like
sorry, I didn't hear
state.
You. Yep.
98% chance he starts with good afternoon, as he is wont to do.
And then dual mandate to follow that. Again, markets pretty much unchanged after the pause on the rate. So no size really jumping off in the ES. 50-50 on the tilt. We will have the press conference at the bottom of, short-lived. Last time he said short-lived. So he's changed it up on us.
Did he?
Short-lived. Yes, he did. It's like, wait, hold on.
He did. I remember, yeah.
Short-lived.
Was that a teleprompter error, or does that how we say it? Is that
I actually looked it up.
He says it.
He said it many times.
Yeah,
I was going to say, it wouldn't surprise me if that's the case. He's pretty by the books.
Yep.
Well, that's about as little as we've seen a move. I'm looking at the ES right now for the decision. But then again, this was one of the most telegraphed decisions they've ever made. You'll recall last time there was significantly more drama of whether it be a quarter, no cut, 50 basis points, but pretty par for the course. But the press conference is going to be spicier probably than we've had. So I am giddy with anticipation.
The question about Fed independence. I believe he'll probably be asked that. Where will he go with that? Like, do you just sidestep that question, sidestep the entire topic?
Oh, he's fine talking about Fed independence, but he's going to be asked, I would presume, specifically about the video and what's going on with the DOJ and stuff like that. So there's going to be more specific questions. Maybe we'll get answers. And I mean, what's the point of doing this? You only got 2 left. We might see some Powell Unchained.
I don't know why, guys, but I really want to short his very first words. Good afternoon. 98% probability. Good afternoon. He said it every time. I don't know why. This time I just want to short it. Cheap trade.
First, or a greater than 50% probability of a potential rate cut. Look at the Fed funds. They're putting it out to June at 48% probability of a 25 basis point cut. So that's out in June.
That would be after Powell's gone.
That's true.
May, as chair, at least. Although, depending on what Powell does, there's not going to be that much of a change in the people that are actually voting. So,
we have 4 new voting members? Leave Bowman. Goolsby is not
they're not
a voting member anymore.
Right. They rotate folks in, but to my knowledge, they're not like shifting. It's not like when they replaced and brought in like Myron, right? Where the guy cooks, right? These are people that are already. I don't know if it's really shifting the makeup of who's going to vote hawkishly versus dovishly too much.
Take a look at that silver ladder. Is it? Oh my goodness! Yes, silver ladder, very very thin.
Yeah. Still
very liquid right now.
Yep. NQ's pretty thin, only about
look at that.
5 up in the NQ. Hey, everybody, Aaron Ellis is in the chat. I just called him John Ellis again, didn't I? Even though his name is right in front of me, Aaron Ellis. Oh, there's a guy I went to high school with that I ran into randomly like a couple weeks ago, and then it was like the day after that we had Aaron Ellis on TopstepTV, and I inadvertently called him John Ellis.
John, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Funny how that happens.
All good. Hogue, anything change with Delta? They peel any of that off? It was negative NQ, positive ES. Anything change?
Still the same. No real change. 2,200 positive in the S&P is negative 1,500 in the NASDAQ. Just retail changing hands, picking each other's pockets right now. JD, I'm sitting here thinking, what would Powell say if he did not say good afternoon?
Hello.
What's up?
Good
day.
What
up?
How about that? How about that pause? How about that no change?
Just a simple hello, I think.
Hello. There you go.
He wants to shut that prop. Like it.
Hello. Good afternoon. Just throwing that hello in front of it would change everything.
Anything?
Sorry, Aaron. I hit the wrong button. YouTube hid your comment, and I meant to unhide it, and I accidentally hit. My bad. Sorry, man.
He's just gonna come out and start spitting him, hit him up or something, Andre. Like that would get him moving.
Still thinking about that press or that appearance he did in Milwaukee with the Grateful Dead guy. That was incredible. Nicki Minaj made an appearance today with the president. That was wild. Jack thoroughly enjoyed that.
It was,
what will happen next?
Life is all about the surprises along the way. It was Nikki was up there. I'd be sweating if I was like some random business guy there that, I'm going to get called up and kind of like dissed on and no one's going to know who I am.
Big fan of Nikki. Incredible. Also, we have Meta, Tesla, Microsoft earnings after the bell. Be sure to tune into At the Buzzer. Coverage of that 15 minutes, we will get the press conference started. We'll be bringing that to you here on Topstep TV. Again, pause.
Seeing some bids coming in here in gold and silver. They
kidding.
are coming off their knee jerks to the downside and considerably off their lows now.
Take a peek at
Asking in the chat. Yeah, who's Powell going to bring out? Megan the Stallion.
Say Nikki's
John
rival.
Mayer.
Yeah. Yeah, John Mayer.
Well, dollar index pushing higher pretty much for most of the day.
Cardi B. Yeah.
These meetings are going to turn into like straight up Teamster meetings, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
There he is.
Jason Derulo. What's
I
the
miss
VIX
him. What's
at?
going on?
In a bit here under crude too.
Yeah, it's
63.21 last.
Okay.
What's the VIX at? Hang on, I got the VIX.
1660,
up 1.5%.
Yeah, and ES making new all-time highs around midnight Central Time. That price 70.43. Last trade 7,000. Gold making new all-time highs. Silver not so much. Got within $1.60, $1.50. Last trade in silver $1.13 and 24.5 cents. And Q ladder very, very thin. Nothing really.
Edgy Invest says boring FOMC, no mayhem. We haven't even gotten started yet.
Yeah,
We have. We are sitting right. If we look at the ES, yeah, basically no movement, but we are sitting right in the middle. Like this is beyond it being FOMC, such a no-go zone for me here. We're directly between the 6950 and 7000 SPX. I mean, we're gonna hit at least one of them, I would think, during the press conference.
Oh, you got your eye on 69.88, 69.75 downside in the ES.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, ish. 69.88. Yes.
All right.
69.75 is the 200 session simple moving average. That's if we start heading lower. 69.62 below that. We head the other direction. We do have an all-time high that occurred in the extended trading hour session last night. That's the target.
All right. You see. Yep. No one's at the podium just yet, but Paul expected to take to the podium in about 12 minutes.
You got tree flags there just for good measure. For U.S. flags. I don't know what the other two are. Maybe like District of Columbia. Does the Fed have its own flag?
Yeah, they do.
I don't know.
Oh, yeah,
okay, cool.
Yeah, there's like the seal of the Federal Reserve on there.
I want to be in this room so bad.
Get that press credential.
Let's get you in there.
What would you ask, Jack?
Yeah.
What would you ask?
We applied for a press credential, didn't we? Whatever happened with that?
I presume they said no.
Haters, man. Haters.
We're 0 for 3 with the Fed, Austin Goolsby, and Josh Brolin.
Yep.
James Josh Brolin.
I can't believe Goolsby turned us down.
Respectfully.
But he loved us.
I know. Respectfully said, no, thank you. It was like the day before FOMC or something like that, or 2 days before.
Yeah, but let's
busy.
be real. There's no way anyone who's a Federal Reserve Board. We got to look for like ex-members or stuff like that. You can't be appearing on a trading show.
This is an education.
Because
That's how I phrased it.
He would have to get a live account first at Topstep. And then
yes.
we We
Top
would be
Step
asking about trades. He can't do that.
We have to follow. Yes, we have to follow the rules. The rules. The rules.
He comes on. He's like, I'm already locked out for the day, guys. What's happening? Like, Austin, come on.
There's some funky
Hey, Jack
stuff.
Jaji in the chat wants to know how do I get a Fed gig? That's a good question. How do I get a Fed gig?
Yeah, James is slacked. We got first question. How did you find Topstep? How did Topstep find you, Austin Gillespie? There's
Who's
some
the Chicago Fed governor?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Jack.
There's some weird stuff going on. I was talking under the hood, just some weird moves happening in very big market cap stocks. I was saying, like, it's been so long since I've seen one of those move 20% a day, and then I've been on the wrong and right side of two in the last 2 days with United Health down 20% a day. Now Carvana's down 20% a day. It's like weird times. It's unusual. Everyone's a little giddy.
Yep. 9 minutes till the press conference. What color will the tie be, guys? Purple? That's his go-to, right?
Always purple, yeah. What if he just
yeah.
What if he goes totally off script today? Is he sitting in the back looking at Polymarket on his phone right now? Changing his wardrobe, thinking about his opener.
Let's put it this way. If that happened, like not the Polymarket thing, but if he's going to go off, I don't think he does. Powell is very by the books. But it would have to be the May meeting, right? You don't flip off the teacher like on the third to last day of school.
The last day.
Right before graduation, yep.
Can he just make bets for himself? Yes, 100% he can. He can make bets for himself.
Well, who pulled off that trade with about United Healthcare the other day? What a
Evan Hearn, and
incredible trade.
That's who is this guy? Some guy from Arkansas.
Nice.
But he's on the health committee. Like, come on, guys. If you're on the health committee.
He's on the committee.
Yes, he's on the subcommittee for health.
I didn't know that.
He sold not just like, oh, I trimmed a little, it's up. Like, sold his entire position in UNH a month ago, $500,000. All right. And then what caused it to go down was a government decision on like how much they'd be expanding these Medicare things. And it's crazy. It's crazy that you would be like, even if it's, I'll give the most charitable reading and be like, this is not insider trading. It's still crazy unethical for someone on the health committee to be owning United Health. There's just no possible charitable explanation of like what is going on there. It's like he's a crook if he did, and he's a moron if he didn't. That's why I have the utmost respect for Chip Roy, who somehow lost 58% last year.
Oh man. How do you explain that to your family?
Straight shooter.
Sounds like the guy did his research. He did his research, really got his hands dirty in the fine print. Sold before United Healthcare sold off. Nice trade.
Yeah, the rationale is probably like, hey, like, I made that trade for technical reasons. Yes, I knew this was going to happen, but that isn't why I pulled the trigger. It crossed over its, 50 DMA on the 15-minute chart. So I sold all $500,000 of it.
Sellers kept coming in, wouldn't let it go higher, so figured I'd get in with them.
I think so.
A little bit of a bid here in NQ. By little, I mean 10 points. Nothing really moving right now.
Had a little pop in the NQ there. Not a whole lot, though. We're still trading inside that first 5-minute candle after the FOMC announcement was released.
Check. Options. ES options. What are you seeing? Anything? 69.50?
69.50 at 7,000. So like in the futures, 69.80 at about 70.30 are where we would expect. Now, don't get in front of a train if we're, in this press conference. It can go a long way. But these are the 2 points where if I was looking to get a direction, there should be some resistance and some support there. It very well may not hold, but that's where I'd be looking.
Young Meech in the chat asks, where can I watch this live? Right here. See in the lower right-hand corner of the screen? Jerome Powell will be taking to that podium to take questions live here on Topstep TV. 4,000 people watching all across the globe. Some folks from the UK having some dinner, getting ready for this question and answer session. Please click subscribe. We crossed over 200,000 subscribers. I believe a thank you and a celebration is in order. So talk about that here in a little bit, or later this week, I should say. Nothing. Norway. Hello. Welcome. 83% long.
Wow.
Omaha. 83% long tilt in crude right now. House account still short. What, 63.31?
That is correct.
Okay.
We're about 7 ticks away. 7 ticks away from getting stopped on that trade.
We should correct what it says up there too. We're not long an MCL, correct? We're short an MCL from.
That is correct.
63
from
something.
63.31.
58.30. That'd be nice long.
How
New
did that get up
Zealand, India. Hello. St. Joe's, Michigan. Hello.
20 minutes south of St. Joe. That would be what, Sawyer, Michigan, or Bridgman, Michigan.
Yeah, they're both around there. He knows Michigan. A Michigan guy.
There's one thing I know. It's Michigan. Yeah. And we're out. Stopped out on crude. $47 total profit for that opening range breakout trade in crude oil. Only 2 micros, made $50.
10-year just printed new session lows. Prices go lower, rates go higher.
Get some free advertising, JD. What was that? Because I want to know this person. What was the name of that bar pizza place we went to in Michigan?
DiMaggio's.
DiMaggio's.
Exit 7
I
Alpha.
got that.
Exit 7 Alpha 196. Unincorporated
that
Coloma. They like to call it
Wow.
Hager Shore Community. Ask me another one.
Yeah, I was going to say. It was impressive. All right. So will he say inflation over or under 50 times? Tariff over under 13 times. And Trump, specifically by name. 2 minutes till it gets started. Again, the prepared remarks had a hawkish tone to it. We talk about the dollar. What's been happening to the dollar at all?
I bet he'll be asked about it, but he's kind of. I mean, what he's doing is you want to keep the dollar strong is kind of what they're doing, right?
By not lowering rates.
Yeah, lowering rates would not do it.
The last 3 FOMC meetings, we cut 25 basis point each time. So pause for now. We'll see. We're going to be pausing for a little bit here. Again, Powell expected to get to the podium in about 30 seconds. 30 seconds. We'll be going start to finish here on Topstep TV. Let's see what he says. Let's see what kind of tie he's wearing.
Punctual, isn't he?
Also, we'll see if the president has some comments hitting the wire at the same time.
Oh, no. Oh, jeez.
Oh, here we go. A little bit of a flusher in the MQ.
Yeah, we are.
Huh.
I don't see anything coming across the wire.
Lows,
Right,
new lows, yes.
Yeah.
Yep, we're about to just printed a new low by a couple of ticks in the
Sure
NQ, and
did.
now we're bouncing. FOMC low taken out by just a few ticks in the NQ.
Oh.
Ladder's all over the place. This thing's whippy.
Yep. There he is. All right. Let's go. Let's do this.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. The U.S. economy expanded at a solid pace last year and is coming into 2026 on a firm footing. While job gains have remained low, the unemployment rate has shown some signs of stabilization, and inflation remains somewhat elevated. In support of our goals, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to leave our policy rate unchanged. Having lowered our policy rate by 75 basis points over the course of our previous 3 meetings, we see the current stance of monetary policy as appropriate to promote progress toward both our maximum employment and 2% inflation goals. I will have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Available indicators suggest that economic activity has been expanding at a solid pace. Consumer spending has been resilient, and business fixed investment has continued to expand. In contrast, activity in the housing sector has remained weak. The temporary shutdown of the federal government likely weighed on economic activity last quarter, but these effects should be reversed as the reopening boosts growth this quarter. In the labor market, indicators suggest that conditions may be stabilizing after a period of gradual softening. The unemployment rate was 4.4% in December and has changed little in recent months. Job gains have remained low. Total non-farm payrolls declined at an average pace of 22,000 per month over the last 3 months. Excluding government employment, private payrolls rose at an average pace of 29,000 per month. A good part of the slowing in the pace of job growth over the past year reflects a decline in the growth of the labor force due to lower immigration and labor force participation, though labor demand has clearly softened as well. Other indicators, including openings, layoffs, hiring, and nominal wage growth, show little change in recent months. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.9% over the 12 months ending in December, and that excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 3.0%. These elevated readings largely reflect inflation in the goods sector, which has been boosted by the effects of tariffs. In contrast, disinflation appears to be continuing in the services sector. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have declined from last year's peaks, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures. Most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 3.5% to 3.75%. Since last September, we have lowered our policy rate 75 basis points, or 0.75 of a percentage point, bringing it within a range of plausible estimates of neutral. This normalization of our policy stance should help stabilize the labor market while allowing inflation to resume its downward trend toward 2%, once the effects of tariff increases have passed through. We are well positioned to determine the extent and timing of additional adjustments to our policy rate based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. Monetary policy is not on a preset course, and we will make our decisions on a meeting-by-meeting basis. To conclude, the Fed has been assigned 2 goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We at the Fed will continue to do our jobs with objectivity, integrity, and a deep commitment to serve the American people. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
All right.
Here we go. Sounds like, yeah, hawkish indeed.
Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. Thank you. I wanted to ask that you attended the Supreme Court hearing last week on the Lisa Cook case, and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent criticized that as political. Can you say why you attended and what you would say in response to the Secretary's criticism?
So let me start with I don't respond to comments by other officials, whoever they may be. It's just not appropriate to do that. I will tell you why I attended. I would say that that case is perhaps the most important legal case in the Fed's 113-year history. And as I thought about it, I thought it might be hard to explain why I didn't attend. In addition, Paul Volcker went to a Supreme Court case famously in, I guess, 1985 or so. So it's precedented, and I thought it was an appropriate thing, and I did it.
Great. And then just quickly follow on the job market. You mentioned last month that the household survey might be distorted, and you also mentioned the potential for overcounting jobs, which would suggest that we're still in a negative hiring pace. So do you see the drop in the unemployment rate as solid? And what's the basis for saying that things have stabilized? Thank you.
So, yeah, really two questions. One is, so we're getting through the distortions in the data from the shutdown. However big they were in November, they're smaller in December. So we're getting to a place where they're no longer material. They're still there, but it's a tweak here and there. The reason why we changed the statement, let me pull it out, was simply it used to say that judges that downside risks to employment rose in recent months. So we saw data coming in which suggests some signs of stabilization. I wouldn't go too far with that, but some signs of stabilization. There are also some signs of continued cooling. And so we thought that was no longer an accurate description of the data. In addition, the outlook for economic activity has clearly improved since the last meeting, and that should matter for labor demand and for employment over time. So for those two reasons, we thought we would take that language out of the statement.
The Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, you've generally avoided engaging with political controversies directly, and the video statement on January 11th was a departure. What made this different, and are you concerned it could draw the institution further into political debates?
So today I'm simply going to refer you to the statement that I made on January 11. I'm not going to expand on it or repeat it. So I'm just not going to. This is really about the press conference and the economy and what we did today, and some ancillary areas. But I'm not going to be getting into that.
Can you say whether the Fed has responded to the subpoenas?
I have nothing for you on that today.
Not having it.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio TV. Have you made a decision on whether you would remain as a governor of the Federal Reserve? And if so, would you tell us what it is? And if not, when might we anticipate a decision?
No, and I really, once again, have nothing for you on that today. That either.
Why would you want to leave it all under the circumstances?
Again, I don't want to get into this. It's not something I'm. There's a time and place for these questions, but not something I'm going to be getting into today. Thank you.
I'll ruined all the fun here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Claire Jones, Financial Times. Thanks a lot for taking my questions. In another one that might,
don't ask.
Lead to a similar answer.
Yeah. Don't ask.
Bring it.
We've seen quite big movements in the dollar over recent
Daddy's in the
days.
office.
What do you think is driving the US currency lower? And have you been at all concerned just by the extent of the volatility we've seen this week? Thank you.
So, Claire, as you probably know, we don't comment on the dollar. Really, the administration, especially the Treasury Department, has the job of oversight over the currency and exchange rates and all that. We don't comment on that. It's not our role. So I have nothing for you.
But what's your view on the market movements? What do you think behind them? Is it asset managers diversifying? Is it?
Yeah, I just don't.
He's
we
not answering
don't
that.
talk about the dollar. We don't talk about what moves it around. It's just not appropriate for us to do so. Really, the Treasury Department has that. It's their role, their bailiwick, and we stay off it. We do monetary policy
Bailiwick.
and some other things, but we don't comment on the dollar. Sorry.
Somebody ask him
Is
his
that on the
favorite
list?
color.
Yeah, right.
I
Did they
said
really?
that
Did nobody really come
taxes.
prepared with a
Obviously
legitimate
no
question?
SEP in this meeting, but in light of the slight firming up of the language around growth in the labor market and the statement, should we assume that the timeline for any further rate cuts is pushed back compared to what people might have thought in December?
There you go.
Well, first of all, if you look at the incoming data since the last meeting, clear improvement in the outlook for growth. The data have come in, and sentiment, the beige book, everything comes in suggesting that this year starts off on a solid footing for growth. Inflation performed about as expected, and as I mentioned, some of the labor market data came in suggesting we're evidence of stabilization. So it's overall a stronger forecast, really, if that's your question. I'm not sure I answered your question.
But in terms of timing or pacing of any additional easing?
So we haven't made, what we'd say about this was that after this meeting, after the 3 recent rate cuts, we're well positioned to address the risks that we face on both sides of our dual mandate, and we'll continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting based on the incoming data, the implications for and the outlook and the balance of risks. Haven't made any decisions about future meetings, but the economy is growing at a solid pace. The unemployment rate has been broadly stable, and inflation remains somewhat elevated. So we'll be looking to our goal variables and letting the data light the way for us.
Steve Leisman, CNBC, and sticking with questions you might answer. Thank you.
Please.
You had previously, I believe, described the current policy rate being at the higher end of neutral. And if you look at the longer run, the SEP and the longer run rate, 16 of 19 officials are actually below there on their long run. Is the Fed still in a process of bringing it down towards a middle range of neutral? And what would it take to get there?
So the count I did was that 4 of the 19 were at or above that. Maybe I missed by 1, but I thought it was 4. And if you look at the dealer survey, it was 10 out of 58 where we're at or above. So you're right. It's the higher end of the range. What we say is it's within the range of plausible estimates. This is the higher end of that range, but so for some people they think it's neutral. I think, and many of my colleagues think, it's hard to look at the incoming data and say that policy is significantly restrictive at this time. It may be sort of loosely neutral, or it may be somewhat restrictive. It's in the eye of the beholder, and of course no one knows with any precision. Is that, you had a follow-up?
I get what you're saying, but some officials have described the Fed being in a mode of bringing it down eventually over time. Are you still in that mode, or is this a place to hang out?
Yeah, no, I would say if you look at the SEP from December, most people had additional normalization. But at the same time, we've done a lot of the process of normalizing. A good piece of it is done with 75 basis points, and before that, 100. It's 175 basis points we've cut since we began cutting in September of 2024. So you've moved now to, Fed funds is running just a little below 3.65%. So you've moved a good way, and we think we're well positioned here to watch how the economy performs, look at the data. We're not making decisions about future meetings, but we do think we're well positioned after those 3 cuts to let the data speak to us.
Amira. Thank you, Chair Powell. Amira Mokwe from Bloomberg News. To what extent did the committee discuss the possibility of cutting at this meeting or in March? And how are you all thinking about the conditions that would merit another rate cut? Is there broad agreement on the committee about what it would take?
So there was broad support on the committee for holding today. Broad, I would say, including among non-voters. So that's where that was. Of course, some people did want to cut and dissented, but committee pretty broadly for holding today. We're not trying to articulate a test for when to next cut or whether to cut at the next meeting. What we're saying is we're well positioned as we make decisions meeting by meeting, looking at the incoming data, evolving outlook and all that. And, we're in a position where, we still have some tension between employment and inflation, but it's less than it was. I think that the upside risks to inflation and the downside risks to employment have probably both diminished a bit. So, we'll be looking at that. It's about how you weigh the risks to the two goals and how big those, and quantify them. And so there are different views on the committee, and, we'll find our way forward as the data evolve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. Has the effects of tariffs already moved through the economy on prices?
A lot of it has. So basically, there are many different estimates, and they're all highly uncertain. But most of the overrun in goods prices is from tariffs. And that's actually good news, because if it weren't from tariffs, it might mean it's from demand, and that's a harder problem to solve. We do think tariffs are likely to move through and be a one-time price increase. So most of the overshoot, if you were to take that out, inflation, core PCE inflation is running just a bit above 2%, x the effects of tariffs on goods. And the other good news is, if you look away from goods and look at services, you do see ongoing disinflation in all the categories of services. So that's a healthy development. So that's what's going on. The expectation is that we will see the effects of tariffs flowing through goods prices, peaking, and then starting to come down, assuming there are no new major tariff increases that are begun. And that's what we expect to see over the course of this year. If we see that, that would be something that tells us that we can loosen policy. Also, if we see something that suggests that the labor market is not stabilizing, that in fact the downside risks reemerge, or the data just get worse, we'd have to look at both of those. We have a two-sided mandate.
If I could, if President Trump does pick a new Fed chairman before May, what does that look like? How would you work with that person, and what does that transition period look like?
I don't have anything for you on that. That will depend on Congress's actions and things I can't speculate on.
Howard Schneider with Reuters. Thank you for taking our questions. Given the changes in the statement and all you've said so far, is it fair to describe risks to both sides of the mandate as roughly balanced right now? And is the next move necessarily down?
I'd say that the upside risks to inflation and the downside risks to employment have diminished, but they still exist. So there's still some tension between the mandates. Are they fully in balance? Hard to say. And we think our policy's in a good place. I've just discussed reasons why we might change our policy, and we'll just have to see how the data lead us.
I'm wondering, a minute ago you said you felt expectations were consistent with your mandate, that the 2 and the 10-year break-evens have moved quite notably in the last couple of weeks, I believe. Is there any concern on that front?
I mean, I recently looked at all of the both survey and market-based short-term inflation expectations have come way down. They were in a good place at the beginning of last year. They spiked around Liberation Day, and now they've fully retraced in the last few months. So that's very comforting. And the longer-term inflation expectations have remained in places that are very consistent with 2% inflation over time. So
break-evens are the difference between the Treasury yield and the TIPS yield.
Confidence in the return to 2% inflation.
Duration.
Apologies if this is a little bit repetitive, but in the past you've said that the reason you cut rates was that the risk to the labor market was greater than the risk to the inflation side. Is that still true?
We haven't made. You're right. We saw the labor market weakening, and we acted, and I think that was the appropriate thing to do. We will always act to address what we see as the economy moving away from our goals. Risks to both of the variables are a little less. I think that the upside risk to inflation, again, a little bit less, and the downside risk to employment, a little less. I just would say that I'm not making a judgment about how, one of them is more at risk than the other, just that the risks to both of them have diminished.
Okay, thanks. BIS wrote a paper last summer which concluded that global investors were hedging their dollar exposures in ways that previously they hadn't because of policy uncertainty. Do you agree with BIS?
We really don't see much at all about that whole story. There's just not a lot of data that suggests that there's much to that.
Thanks.
Anna Swanson with the New York Times. Can you talk more about what you would need to see in the labor market to conclude it's time to resume easing? Do you need to see further deterioration in the labor market, or would it be enough for inflation to soften?
So we'll always be looking at both things. And so there could be combinations, infinite numbers of combinations that would cause us to want to move. Certainly, a weakening labor market would be an argument for loosening. But what's happening with inflation? If inflation were at the same time getting worse, you just have a very difficult situation there. So we'll be looking at both. Clearly, a weakening labor market calls for cutting. A stronger labor market says that the rates are in a good place. We'll have to be making similar judgments too on inflation, though.
And if inflation does pick back up and the labor market doesn't show further signs of deterioration, is there a chance that you could raise rates rather than simply remaining on hold? What would you need to see to consider hiking?
We don't take things off the table, but it isn't anybody's base case right now. Anybody's base case that the next move will be a rate hike. But ultimately we'll do what we think is the right thing. But that's not where people's expectations are right now.
Hi, Victoria Guida with Politico. I wanted to ask, you've talked in the past about concerns about the U.S. fiscal trajectory, and we've seen in the Japanese bond market a lot of turmoil recently, in part due to concerns over their fiscal and long-term economic outlook. So do you worry that the U.S. could at some point find itself in a similar situation to Japan, whether for fiscal or demographic reasons?
Over time, you've seen that U.S. rates have remained they haven't moved a lot, really for a while, but they haven't moved a lot because of what's been happening in Japan. So it's more of an over time thing. The U.S. federal budget deficit is, uncontroversially on an unsustainable path. The level of debt is not unsustainable. It's very much sustainable, but the path is unsustainable. And the sooner we work on it, the better. But, right now we're running a very large deficit at essentially full employment. And so the fiscal picture needs to be addressed, and it's not really being addressed. So that's important. I'm not in any way connecting it to some sort of near-term market event, but ultimately it's something we'll have to deal with. And that in the end game, that's where you wind up, is in some kind of a difficult thing. But that's not where we are. It's not where Japan is either. But it's certainly not where we are right now.
Does it reduce the effect of your rate cuts that longer-term rates have overall not really budged that much?
I wouldn't say that. The thing is, technically,
it was a tightrope there.
Longer-term rates means less accommodative financial conditions. But remember, many things move longer-term rates. It's not mostly what happens on the short end. There can be effects of longer-term rates from our moving our policy around, but it's much more assessments of the fiscal path and fiscal policies and risks and things like that move the 10-year around. You can look back at and find periods where we've been very actively moving the policy rate over the course of a year, and over the course of that year, the 10-year is exactly where it started. So there's not a tight link between 10-year rates and the overnight rate.
Elizabeth. Remember that.
Thanks so much, Elizabeth Schulze with ABC News. Republican Senator Tom Tillis, who sits on the Senate Banking Committee, said he will block any Fed nominee, including the chair, until this investigation into you is resolved. Do you support this move by the senator, and what conversations have you had with the senator?
No comment. I've got nothing for you on that.
More broadly, what would happen to American households if the Federal Reserve loses its ability to operate independent from politics?
So really, the point of independence is not to protect policymakers or anything like that. It just is that every advanced economy democracy in the world has come around to this common practice. It's just an institutional arrangement that has served the people well, and that is to have a separation between to not have direct elected official control over the setting of monetary policy. And the reason is that monetary policy can be used, through an election cycle to affect the economy in a way that will be politically worthwhile. So this isn't, I'm not talking about the U.S. context. This is every advanced economy democracy of any size. So it's a good practice. It's pretty much everywhere among countries that look at all like the United States. And I think if you lose that, it's, first of all, it would be hard to restore the credibility of the institution if people lose their faith that we're making decisions, only on the basis of our assessment of what's best for everyone, for the wide public, rather than trying to benefit one group or another. If you lose that, it's going to be hard to retain it. And we haven't lost it. I don't believe we will. I certainly hope we won't. But it's very important, and the reason it's important is that it's enabled central banks generally not to be perfect, but to serve the public well.
You're confident it can maintain that independence at this point?
Yes. I mean, I'm strongly committed to that, and so are my colleagues.
Archie Hall from The Economist. On that sort of stabilization of the labour market question, how much do you see the weakening we saw over the past 6 months, year, as a kind of data mirage around immigration and the government shutdown and so on that's now resolved? Or how much have we seen a kind of real underlying firming up in the state of the labour market, do you think?
Well, part of it is, to your point, part of it just is that labor supply, growth in labor supply has come to essentially a halt from a fairly fast clip of growth over the last couple of years, driven by immigration, and then the halt being driven by a very sudden stop in immigration. So many outcomes were possible with that. Supply came way down. It turns out that demand for labor also came down a very similar amount, maybe just a little bit more, which is why the unemployment rate has gone up. So I don't know whether that's a coincidence or not, but that's what's happened with that part. But if you look at other things, like, for example, just to pick a couple, the Conference Board's measure of job availability that came out, I don't know, was it yesterday or today? But, it shows, it's a survey showing that workers feel like job availability it's a very low reading. Just one reading, but it's an indication of softening. People, part-time for economic reasons, which is a category within the broader U6 category measure, has moved up significantly. So there are lots of, and I could go on and on, there are lots of little places that suggest that the labor market has softened. But you're right, part of payroll job softening is that both the supply and demand for labor has come down. Growth in those two have come down. So that makes it a difficult time to read the labor market. So imagine they both came down a lot to the point where there is no job growth. Is that full employment? In a sense, it is. If demand and supply are in balance, that you could say that's full employment. At the same time, do we really feel like that's a maximum employment economy? It's it's very challenging and quite unusual situation.
Thanks. And one more on growth and the kind of strong growth outlook, your strengthening growth outlook you're now seeing. How much of that is the fiscal stimulus we're seeing from the beautiful bill, the tax cuts, and all of that?
So you're seeing it already. You don't have much of the fiscal. I think the outlook, you're right. It's financial conditions, and it's fiscal policy for 26. But you've got strong consumption that's been happening.
Gold and silver are rocking.
Financial conditions have been supportive, but before the fiscal effects really are shown. So essentially, the economy has once again surprised us with its strength, not for the first time. Consumer spending, although it's uneven across income categories, but consumer spending overall numbers are good, and we're benefiting from the AI build out of data centers. That's another thing we're benefiting from. But the economy overall, growth is on a solid footing. It looks like, and it's not just those things. It's just the consumer is filling out surveys that sound really negative and then spending. So there's been a disconnect for some time between downbeat surveys and reasonably good spending data.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Christine Romans from NBC News. You talked about how consumer spending is uneven. The president calls inflation defeated and solved. The FOMC says it's a somewhat elevated inflation. But you talked about those customer survey or those consumer sentiment surveys and public opinion polls that show that most families say the cost of living is still issue number one. What is the conversation around the table with your colleagues about how wealthier consumers seem to be driving so much of the economy and why so many families still feel like they just can't make ends meet after 5 years of rising prices? What is that discussion like?
So a couple things. One, there's something to it in that we know that
gold continuing to cook.
Higher income households that tend to own real estate and tend to own stocks, securities, and those assets have been going up in value, and increases in wealth do support spending over time. So, and that's clearly a part of the story. We also know that for some time now, for a year or more, we've been hearing from retailers, for example, that serve lower income customers, whether it be food or the big box stores or anything. They're saying the same thing, which is our consumers are looking to economize. They're trading down from brands and they're buying less, and it's changing their buying habits and that kind of thing. So we're seeing that, and that is a reality of what we're seeing. They're still consuming, but they're feeling it in a different way. I would say more broadly on affordability, we have a vast network through the reserve banks and also through the Board of Governors where we talk to small and large businesses and households, and so we do hear a lot about affordability, and we take that very seriously, and we take it to heart because one of our jobs is price stability, and so the best thing we can do for people who are feeling that squeeze is to keep inflation under control, and frankly to finish the job of getting inflation back down to 2%.
You mentioned the AI build-out as being a positive for economic growth this year. I wonder, as you look at the weakest year last year for job creation of a non-recession year since like 2003, are you concerned about AI maybe supplanting more entry-level work and entry-level jobs, and how does that play into what you're watching about the labor market?
So everyone, of course, is watching AI and the deployment and, trying to understand exactly what's happening. And there's a wide range of possibilities. It's hard to say. And of course, anyone who uses it is amazed at what it can accomplish, right? So every technological wave will eliminate some jobs and create other jobs. And it's always been the case. If you look back, wave after wave after wave, there will be some disruption, but ultimately technology increases productivity, which is the basis for rising wages. And it may not all happen immediately, but over time, it's what enables incomes to rise over time is rising productivity. So and we always ask, well, this is going to be different, is it going to be different? And we don't know. And we may, in any case, see in the short term jobs that are being eliminated by the capabilities of AI. We may see that. We just don't know what the overall effect is going to be. So how to think about it in macroeconomic terms, it's very hard. We can look at the aggregate data. We can analyze, for example, there is some connection, it appears, between the low hiring rate for recent college grads and AI, but it's not the main or only driver. You hear large companies, though, many of them saying that they either won't be hiring for some time, or that they're hiring less, or that they're laying people off, and they tend to refer to AI when they do that. So we're all watching and learning, and it could certainly have pretty significant effects on the economy, the workforce, and our society. We don't really have the tools to address the concerns that may arise, but we have a lot of people who focus on analyzing it and try to understand what the macroeconomic implications are, which is our job.
Really quick, we are watching the Powell press conference. We have Power Hour coming up after this. At the bottom of the hour, we have Dakota, Dolby, myself. Power Hour. Let's stay tuned. We're going to rock this to the end.
For a one-time
Short straddles for the win right now.
Down. I was wondering, is your expectation still for inflation to start cooling in the second half of 2026? And if you could elaborate how far we are from target currently. Thank you.
So how far we are from target is, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, we had 3.0% core PCE inflation over the 12 months ending in December, and that's pretty much what we had the year before. So on net, no progress, but the story behind that is modestly positive in that most of the overshoot was in goods prices, which we think is related to tariffs, and ultimately we think those will not result in inflation as opposed to a one-time price increase. Okay, so that's where it is. In terms of, you asked, no one thinks they will, ex ante understand really clearly, precisely when this will happen. But there's an expectation that sometime in the middle quarters of the year, we'll see tariff inflation topping out. So what we do is when a tariff is put in place, we track the effect of those tariffs over a 6, 7, 8, 9 month period, and you can see for that tariff how long it takes to reach a place where it's affected the price level, and that's it. So we're getting better at that, and our estimate is that it'll be sometime in the middle of the year, but I wouldn't look for great precision in that. But we'll be able to see whether things are moving in that direction. I think we will be able to see.
Richard Escobedo.
Thanks, Chair Powell. I'm Richard Escobedo with CBS News. I want to look outside the U.S. about what's happening outside our shores and how it impacts the U.S. Canada's Prime Minister said last week that there's been a rupture in the global order, and I wonder how you're thinking about geopolitical risk as it relates to the U.S. economy.
So I can't comment on that speech or statement or anything like that. Geopolitical risk for us is a lot of it is around energy, oil, and so far we haven't. For all the turmoil, oil prices have come down, as you know, and so we don't really see much. Longer than that, it's trade, and the trade, our economy has pulled through pretty well, you'd have to say, given the very significant changes in trade policy. The U.S. economy has pushed right through. Partly that is that the way that what was implemented was significantly less than what was announced at the beginning. In addition, other countries didn't retaliate, and in addition, a good part of it hasn't been passed through to consumers yet. It's being taken by companies that stand between the consumer and the exporter. So that's where that is.
Jennifer.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. With third quarter GDP growing at 4.4% and the fourth quarter expected to have a 5 handle on it as to what the Atlanta Fed is predicting, at a time when you had a government shutdown and we thought that was going to shave off some growth, you've also got the fiscal tailwinds you've talked about, big tax refunds coming, potential tariff dividend. How could you cut rates and not spur inflation in that environment?
Well, we didn't cut rates today. But
important caveat.
It depends on how fast potential output is growing, right? I'm just ask in principle. I'm not saying this is what's happening, but there's growth and there's how fast the potential is growing, and at a time of high productivity growth, potential output is rising. So it really matters whether potential output is growing as fast as actual output, and it would matter over time. The numbers you cite were for quarters, and quarterly GDP is, you need to look at 12 months because quarterly GDP can be very lumpy. GDP was negative in the first quarter last year. So the overall, over the year, the numbers were nothing like that. It was more in the mid-2s for the year.
And how do you explain the divide right now between strong economic growth and the job market? Is it productivity that's filling the gap? And is productivity being driven by AI at this point?
No.
AI.
What's in that room?
There has been, you're right, there has been a divide of solid growth, but what looked like a weakening labor market. And that can be explained by rising productivity. But I would say we do see signs of, certainly of the unemployment rate stabilizing. So it may be we're seeing the beginning of the resolution of those two things. Also, as you probably know, the lore is that when GDP and the labor market get into an argument, in the end, the labor market data is more reliable. GDP data is very hard to collect and understand, but Nonetheless, I think we may be seeing that tension resolving a little bit. Too soon to say with any confidence, though.
Matt Egan with CNN. Chair Powell, after today, you have 2 meetings left as Fed chair. You've obviously experienced a lot during your time as Fed chair, served under multiple presidents. I'm wondering what advice you have for whoever your successor might be.
Let's go.
Honestly, I'd say a couple of things. One is stay out of elected politics. Don't get pulled into elected politics. Don't do it. And that's another thing. Well, another is that our window into democratic accountability is Congress. And it's not a passive burden for us to go to Congress and talk to people. It's an affirmative, regular obligation. If you want democratic legitimacy, you earn it by your interactions with our elected overseers. And so it's something you need to work hard at, and I have worked hard at it. So, and the last thing is, it's easy to criticize government institutions so many ways. I will tell whoever it is, you're about to meet the most qualified group of people you not only have ever worked with, you will ever work with. And when you meet Fed staff, and not everybody's perfect, but there isn't a better cadre of professionals more dedicated to the public well-being than work at the Fed.
Thanks for that answer. If I may follow up, as I'm sure you've noticed, gold and silver prices have experienced historic gains of late.
There you go.
And I'm wondering how much attention, if any, you pay to those moves and what message you may take from these significant price increases we've seen for precious metals.
Already asked.
Don't take much message macroeconomically. The argument can be made that we're losing credibility or something. It's simply not the case. If you look at where inflation expectations are, our credibility is right where it needs to be. So we look at those things. We don't get spun up over particular asset price changes, although we do monitor them, of course.
Nicole, for the last question.
Last question. Then we'll do a wrap up and turn the
Hi,
power
Nicole
on.
Goodkind Barron's. Some prominent critics have charged that the Fed's economic models are somewhat backward-looking, but should be more forward-looking, incorporating things like productivity increases from AI. How do you incorporate current and future developments into your analysis and decision-making, and do you have an answer to those critics?
Yeah, so by and large, those criticisms, as somebody on the inside, they just don't make sense, and I'll tell you why. Every FOMC participant writes down a forecast every quarter, right? The summary of economic projections, and that's the basis for how we think about the economy. So, and the other thing is, what an economic model can do is it can grind up all the data for the last number of years, 50 years, let's say, and it can identify what are the relationships between variables A, B, C, D, and all that kind of thing. And it can tell you if you change one of those variables, this is what should happen in the macroeconomy. That's just the way it works. However, the structure of the macroeconomy is constantly changing. For example, we hadn't had a pandemic in 100 years. It wasn't in the model, and we knew it from the very beginning. It was not in the model. A trade war of this scope, we'd never had that in 100 years. And so there's great uncertainty at different points. Another thing I'll say is, when it comes to, technological developments that raise potential output, some kind of technological revolution, like happened in the 90s here and like maybe happening now with AI, we're all over that. And, everyone studies those periods, and, we're very clear-eyed about the possibility that this higher productivity may persist, and also that it may not. We're not. No one's sitting here unaware of the possibility of higher productivity. We've been talking about it for 3 years. It long predates the current situation. It's been going on for 5 or 6 years. We've had productivity higher. We've been talking about it that whole time. So it's very much on our minds, and we are well aware that higher productivity means higher potential output, And it changes the way you think about potentially inflation, growth, labor market, and all those things. That's all in our models. I mean, if it's just a question of using better models, bring them on. Where are they? We'll take them. But I think, we certainly are in contact with anybody who does economic modeling, and we're always looking to do better at that. But that's how I think about that.
And just a quick follow-up. We've been talking a lot about tariffs and passing through, and we've been talking a lot about them for the past few months. The trade landscape is still in a constant state of flux. Announcements, threats, negotiations, they're all frequently changing. So I'm wondering how you actually track these, what data or channels are most critical to follow this in real time.
Trade?
Yeah, the impact of tariffs and how they're changing.
Yeah, I think our staff has done a really nice job on that, and they've kind of put it together in real time. So as I mentioned, a tariff gets put in place, you can pretty much track its effects on pricing and on everything. And so you build a model up from all of the tariffs. At the beginning, it was very much of a forecast. Now it's every cycle that goes by, it becomes more informed by actual data. And our forecasts were not far off. What changed was, as I think I said earlier, what was implemented was smaller than what was announced. In addition, we didn't see retaliation internationally, and I think people did generally expect that because we saw that in the past, and that really mattered too. And then the other thing is that pass-through didn't know how fast that was going to be to consumers, didn't know how much exporters would take, how much companies in the middle would take, and how much the consumer would take. And it turns out it's a lot of companies in the middle who, by the way, are pretty strongly committed to passing the rest of it through, which is one of the reasons why we need to keep our eye on inflation and not declare victory prematurely.
Thank you.
We're done?
We're done.
Okay.
We done.
Thank you very much.
That was, you got feisty at the end there. All right, we got Power Hour coming up after this. Let's do a quick recap, wrap up. JD, thoughts on that?
They're sticking to that wait and see mentality. The Fed remains data dependent. They're not a speculative agency. They need data to make any changes. Inflation's still a bit high, as Powell said. It's at 3.0% month over month in that PCE number. But that could be sort of leveled off after these tariff worries sort of level off also. What was the last part? Good support for no cuts among the Fed governors. We had 2 dissenters, like we talked about earlier, but pretty broad support for no cuts at this meeting. So I expect in the next couple of days we'll start seeing changes to the dot plot, see what as people sift through the data that we got today and the rhetoric that Powell used. We'll see some changes in the next couple of days.
Yep.
Or at least an update
JD.
to when the next cut will be.
Stuff. Jack, thoughts? Anything?
It was about 22 points high to low since 1 p.m. in the ES, which is as tight as you will ever see. I don't have the research in front of me, but probably about as tight as it's tightest I've seen it. This was the classical ideal of the Powell F your calls, F your puts if they were long, because really the second that he very much said that I'm not going to stray into any of these topics on the second question out of the gate, it's pretty clear that that's what he was doing. And so pretty ho-hum. We'll see how the market digests it. I do think this meeting and meeting minutes was a little more hawkish than they were last month. They didn't change rates. So now in the last hour, we'll see how the big boys and girls react.
Very good. Thank you. Hogue, how much did you love that? Market's pretty much sideways. Powell not giving us the goods.
Well, he's always been very good at tiptoeing through the tulips. There was a moment there where I thought he kind of scared himself a little bit when he was talking about tariffs in the middle quarters of this year. And he said something, and then he said, and I'm not saying we're going to see any like market moves from this. I think he kind of scared himself and had to kind of pull back on that statement a little bit, but he didn't take any crap from anybody, that's for sure. Other than that, to quote Chairman Powell, I don't have anything else for that on that right now.
A little feisty. Good stuff, guys. All right, let's roll this thing into Power Hour. We'll be joined by Dolby Time and Dakota. And markets pretty much moving sideways. Because gold continues to push higher. We got Dakota in the middle. Dolby Time to the right. Dolby Time, thoughts, levels, prices, ranges. What do you got? What's up, Dolby Time? This is Power Hour, by the way.
Yes, it is. Welcome to Power Hour. I hope everyone's Polymarket bingo card was good if you were playing. We got break even. We were long with Antonio in the 11 o'clock segment, held it into the just before FOMC. We ended up getting break evened on that one, so we're down $7. He was looking to go break even at 185. We hit the 185s, moved it up, pulled back, and got us. Theoretically, we could still be in this trade, but with FOMC, how much risk do you really want to take? So -7 is totally fine. As far as the market is right now, we are kind of in a pretty good range. I would say, come on, chart, load on the 1 hour. There we go. I'll say we're a pretty good 1 hour range right now. And actually, we're at VWAP, which I have on my chart, Trey. I put VWAP on my chart. What a time to be alive. 26,207 is VWAP. We have a nice little test of it right now. We're in the middle.
Yep, Dakota. VWAP flat slope right now. Last trade, 26,194. Any levels you got your eyes on? Session low, 26,000, call it 100. 100 points higher. Dakota, thoughts on that exhilarating press conference? Speechless. It left him speechless. Left Dakota speechless. Dakota is speechless. I think
he's muted.
He's muted.
He's muted.
He's the pro, too. Might be muted. We got...
I was like, that's a really creative way to get around a mute fine, Dakota.
Oh, like that. All right, last trade in the NQ, 26,200. ES trading 70.12, making we made over all-time highs midnight. The overnight session. We got gold making new all-time highs as well. Silver, well, $3 from all-time highs. Dakota.
Good afternoon.
Prices. You got, yeah, there it is. Good afternoon. How? Good afternoon.
To answer your question, no. I just, there's like a whole lot of nothing. We went down and up and sideways. I think we're clear for takeoff for these longs here in the NASDAQ. I mean, pushing through to all-time highs. Silver's headed towards all-time highs. Gold headed to all-time highs. Looking for longs in all the right places.
I'm with you. So if FOMC out of the way.
Yeah.
Ray,
yep. Power hour real quick. Above below. Dolby Time. I'm going to have you do above below. I'm going to ask Dolby Time what he thinks the price will be in the close in the NQ. I'm going to pull it to the chat. Do you think it'll be above or below that price? Dolby Time, last trade, 26,200 in the NQ. What will the price be on the close?
26,000. Give me just a second. 26,300. 26,300.
300. Okay. Very good.
All right. And are you thinking above or below that, Dobie?
We're going right on.
He's thinking right on, yeah.
Ooh, okay. There we go. There, that's
above. I'm thinking above. Again, we have earnings after the bell. Microsoft, Meta, Tesla. Should get some fireworks there.
You think we're going to be above like 100 points in the next 30 minutes?
I do. I'm going to vote above. Yes.
Sure.
The focus is going to shift to these earnings here if it hasn't already. We got 35 minutes till the closing bell, 25 minutes till MOC. And Fed leaving rates on a hold. A little bit of a bid coming in here. Yep. What ranges, what prices you got, Dolby Time, in the NQ?
We are at a 1 hour range high right here, right now. So that is going to be 26,206 with a low at 26,101. The next range I'm looking at would be the range we formed kind of in the overnight session. So that's going to be 26,250 up to 26,350. So I want to see if we can get up there and get into this range. I think it's going to be doable if shorts decide to cover, if anyone even is short. Can we get above VWAP? I think that's a good question, too.
That's the first, yes. You need about 10 points to get above VWAP. 26,300 of below. We'll get that pull up here shortly.
Dobie,
Gold
again, I
continuing
like
to
that
push.
level. I like the long side. However, I have a shorter target than you do. I can see these 230s, 240s coming into play if we do start to break out to the long side.
Where are we looking for longs at, Dakota? Trying to find a pullback here?
Yeah, I mean, it depends how. You're a range trader. You like to buy it on the way down, right?
Yep.
I'm going to watch
we
for
try
the
to
same
get-
thing. If we do get a pullback, possibly. It is, I mean, Pal's done speaking, so maybe we sell off down the settlement, right? I only like the longs if we could break through these 211s, 212s.
Above 211, right?
Yeah. I am up $148, so
Nice.
I'm not in too big of a hurry to.
Yes,
Get
gold
in.
not done. New all-time highs in gold. New all-time highs in gold. Look at the Feb contract, 53.43 would be that price. Yes, pulling back a little bit. What price do we like longs at in NQ? Or do we not?
I mean, Dakota likes some above 211s as a range
Yeah.
trader. Below 150s for longs.
I'm going to wait for some type of confirmation because this thing could just drop.
It could. It definitely could.
Yeah, it could.
I think the real question is, Dakota, should I just deactivate my CME data and just move to COMEX so I can trade gold and silver with you?
No, Dobie.
Is that the pro play?
Just keeps
No?
pumping. It continues to pump.
It's not for the faint of heart.
Silver not there. It's got about almost $3 away from all-time highs in silver. Last trade.
That was
$15 even. All-time highs, $117.70.
That was a crazy rally out of silver from FOMC.
Uh-huh.
What,
Up
$5? Yeah.
Gold new highs. Let's play the drinking game where I take a drink of water every time gold makes new highs. Let's see if I can finish my analogy.
You'll be very, very hydrated as it continues
Early
to push higher. Yep. Let's will silver follow its lead? Yep. Continuing to push higher.
I'm going to lean towards
Mhm.
That's right. Today's a gym day. Got to stay hydrated.
Last trade in the ES 70.08 last trade. Projecting off of overnight view up. Yep. Gold continuing to go higher. Gold is not done.
Silver's not done either.
Silver's not done either. Silver make all-time highs here in the last 31 minutes of the session.
Maybe.
Gold is up.
Maybe.
Gold is up. Again, big earnings after the bell. At the buzzer will be all over that. But,
Yeah, today's not even done. We're not done yet. We're just getting started.
Well, yesterday we saw a $80 rally in gold. Just a huge rally. I mean,
Oh, Dre, it was amazing.
And yep, continuing to push here. Very thin on the ladder in silver.
It's the biggest move I think we've ever seen, Dre, in any power hour.
It's incredible.
Maybe ever, in any market.
What?
The gold
$80
rally.
$80 rally in gold.
Yeah, yesterday.
Yeah, what's micro silver looking like on the ladder?
It's just going up.
Yep. Poll results back 61%, saying below 26,300. Pull back here in the equities. Down about 25 points. Last 5 minutes. ES pulling back about 6 points. And gold just continues to pump. Incredible. On the hour in 10 seconds.
You could have silver and gold both pumping at the same time, though.
I'm looking at micro. I gotta check out micro silver. I mean, What's the ladder look like over there? Because
a lot better. A lot
Is
better
it?
than the minis.
It's
Oh yeah. Nasdaq's just selling down to these 170s.
Yeah, by the pullback.
Come on down.
Looking for any size on the ladder, any of the
I am long one
equities.
micro Nasdaq here.
You like it?
181.
Good.
Yeah, 181.
What's your stop?
181.
I'm gonna have a. I'll do 140s. 140s. I'm gonna watch this. Like I said, trade it manually.
I like it. I like it.
One micro.
Tilt 50-50.
180.
Long one. I'm in Q from 26,181.
Yep.
So you can get to
This is the
those
same
two.
one.
Yep.
I'll look to build. Look to build a
Yep.
position. Only if we hold.
Silver on the move to the upside. Also, same with gold. Silver, $2 away from all-time highs. $150.67. 18 minutes till MOC. Silver continuing to cook here. Gold, same thing there. 10-year pretty much remain unchanged. Yields during that whole press conference and other remarks. That was the most tame FOMC Wednesday we've had in a long, long time.
He was feisty, though.
He was at the end. We done? Bring it. You got any models? He said, bring it.
I know. He's like, anything.
Whoa.
He'll take it.
Yeah. Damn, Paul. He even got. He was even trying to wake himself up. Cooking with Crude. What's going on in Crude? We saw Crude also popping. Yep. Crude continuing to right up to session high. $63.44. 50-50 tilt. We got Hogue, hit me with a delta when you have a chance. I wonder if it changed much. What was
Delta. We're going to look for longs at the bottom of this range. 090s to 110s.
All right.
All right.
90s
A
to
ways
110s.
away.
Okay.
But we'll see if we can get down there.
There's more
Range.
push higher here. What's the Dow doing? What? ES is flat. Okay, NQ minus 2,300. Dow pushing at all. Oh,
All right.
Dow
I'm now
selling off a
long
little
2
bit.
micros.
Okay. That's 2. 26. Well, where are you long from? 74.
173.
73.
Nice. What's your maximum position size that you're looking for?
It's probably 3 if I could get it if we hold.
Nice. Gold, new highs.
Gold just running.
Gold new highs indeed.
Wow. The E-mini has like a 6-point spread right now.
Yes, flats. Yes is the delta is 0. Dow selling off a little bit, but right now the major mover is gold. They even asked Powell about gold and silver. He said, we don't pay attention to asset prices. That's not true. Yes, you do. Definitely keep an eye on that. 100%. Not going to comment on it. I get it.
Yeah, he had some tougher questions on this session.
About the drama
Yeah,
stuff.
I see some of those questions were questionable.
To get out of here. But yeah.
Trey, how comfy is that top step, half sip?
Very. I've found I'll tell you off air. I found a bunch of them in a box in somewhere in my house. Yeah. See if
Why
I
does
can
that have to
turn
be an
it into-
off-air thing? How crazy can this possibly be? They're just half sips.
I found a treasure trove because I found a treasure trove of old school Top Step swag.
Think chat's gonna come after you for some swag?
Well, I like to surprise them. Like, hey, we got something. We got like a we can kind of like hand these out, but I guess I can't. Genie's out of the bottle now.
All right, I'm flat.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wait to see if this even holds.
Okay,
Yeah, these are long and
push to the
strong.
downside.
after the
Dow
QF.
selling off. Yep. NQ selling off. ES selling off.
I'm gonna see if we can test this range.
Yep. Oh, let's see. First the chat says sounds perfect for the 200K subs. Oh, look at this turnaround. Something else for you.
Yeah, I think those cost more because they're vintage.
Yes, they are. They still
Yeah.
have the tags on it. They still have the tags on them too.
Oof.
Silver cooking here. Gold same. Turnaround in the NQ and the ES. 14
I'm
minutes
back
till
in this
MOC.
position.
I like it.
Nice.
What price you get?
I got 165.
Okay. 165. We'll bounce in. Oh, man. This is a runaway train in gold.
Kind of have like a double distribution on the 5-minute volume profile, going back to like kind of like the open-ish, and point of control 26,152, right where we bounced.
No kidding.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah,
there's
another
definitely some
push.
volume down there.
Dakota, you looking to build into this, add into this trade so we get more momentum here?
No, I'm right at my 3 contracts, looking to see if we could get pushed back up towards 200. Yep.
Oh, right on. Okay. 3 from 6.5. Very good. The chat. Mandy says in the chat, love to see overnight highs in silver. Well, you can tune in to watch that. In the slow markets, Mr. Dakota. 7:30 p.m. Central Time.
Overnight highs, we're not even that far away. Just take a
All-time
lap around the block, man. Dude, you're gonna be there for overnight highs. All-time highs, you might hit in overnight for sure.
There goes NASDAQ.
Silver is no chill.
A little bit
Look
of a
at
bid.
this.
Dakota, what'd you see in that? What'd you see in that long with your 3 micros the second time around?
Yeah, I mean, this is the same position I've been trying to build into, right? 3 micros around this 160, 170 level. See if we could have a break back up.
Would be nice. Cheering for you.
They'll be like around the hundreds, or you said 110s.
Yeah, I want to see if we can. We have a really nice 30-minute range with kind of some higher lows around these 100s to 110s. I do want to see if we can come down and sweep those and then maybe bid back up. Even if we just bid back up to like the 150s, that would still be a great trade. But this is the range. And as a range trader, you want to be trading at the extremes. If you're a momentum trader, you can do whatever you want.
Well, Mandy, we might be getting those closing in on those overnight highs here in silver. About 16 cents to go.
Silver looks like we're just going to be at all-time highs here soon.
Yeah, you're going to have a fun show tonight.
Here you go, Mandy. Mandy asked, and you shall receive new
Yum,
session
yum.
highs.
There goes silver.
100. Yeah, silver and gold. Silver now
Gone.
$1.50,
Silver is
$1.40
gone.
from all-time highs. Last trade silver, $1.1635. Wow. Apple's finished. Apple earnings after the bell tomorrow.
It's been a great week of trading. I mean, Intel's up 11%.
Look at this thing.
Nvidia's hanging in there. Microsoft is flat. Tesla's kind of flat.
Yep. We'll make new all-time highs in silver in the next 20 minutes. Next 20 minutes. We're $1.20 away.
Ooh, that's a good poll question.
I think it's a runaway train. Yes.
Yeah,
what's going to stop? What's going to stop it? What's going to stop it at this point?
Silver shorts.
They're just going to puke. They're just going to puke and make this push it higher.
Are there any left?
Maybe we'll be there like 120s tonight in silver.
Oh, easily. At this rate. Honestly, they have to go and like find a giant silver mine in Greenland or something. Like they have to go find silver. So like on a meteorite on the moon,
just to slow it down.
Just, I mean, they gotta get some supply, I guess. New highs, gold.
Wow, 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 wow.
Here goes NASDAQ.
We'll do it. NQ, yep. 26,174.
Bro, NASDAQ looks so lame compared to gold and silver right now. Because NASDAQ up 17 points. Here goes silver up $7 and counting.
Here we go.
With gold up since the beginning of Power Hour. Wow, almost $60 gold is up.
Yep. It's silver up since Power Hour started. Silver up $4 or $5.
Amazing.
Closing it on all-time highs. About $1 to go. We get a push here in the NQ. We go to long 3.
Yep. We can see if we go retest those 26,200s.
200s, okay. 8 minutes till MOC.
Oh, well, yeah, okay. The segment's a little bit fast. Started a little bit later because of FOMC. I thought we had a little bit more time. Just cruising along here in Power Hour.
Look at this.
Out of control.
$1 to go.
All-time
$1 to
high.
go.
I think we can, Dre. This is.
I think so.
This is nothing.
I think we just rallied $4 in the last 20 minutes.
Dude, NASDAQ looks like the RTY right now.
It's everything change. All right.
NASDAQ. And put to sleep.
Gold's still pumping here. Gold's continuing to pump up. Yeah. $70 since Power Hour started. Look at this thing though. Can we catch a bid in the NQ? My oh my,
Just hanging around these 160s, 170s.
Looking up what silver is used in. It's got used in a lot of stuff. Electronics,
Chips.
solar panels, soldering and brazing, automotive engines, jewelry, tableware, coins, bullion, antimicrobial surface dressings, water for purification, antimicrobial textiles.
Come on, silver.
Mirrors and coatings, chemical catalysts.
Trading futures.
Trading futures. So that one's in 3-point font at the very bottom, Dre.
We got here.
Silver bug now, Adobe.
About to see
got my coin, Tony.
17. About to see the 17 handle.
I don't think there's even that much silver in Olympic Olympic medals, to be honest. I think they kind of get screwed.
Gold's continuing to cook here. We have 6.5 minutes till MOC. Dakota long 3. MNQ.
Yep. From right here, right now, 165.
Right now. I was going to see 5,400.
We only need about 70 cents for all-time highs in silver.
Incredible. What a push. What a push.
This is just
Price
amazing.
equity. Why aren't the equities? Your equities would be moving around a little bit more with these earnings coming out. Again, Meta, Microsoft, Tesla after the bell, at the buzzer. Paul J will be all over that. Little pullback, just a casual $12 pullback in gold off those all-time highs.
NASDAQ is moving like molasses right now.
It's crazy how it changed.
Just you just feel the personality in the ladder, Dre. Just totally.
Just go ahead and just
100%.
Just scratch this trade. I'm up $17.
Nice.
Let's just see what happens now.
You got your eye on silver, Dakota?
No, just watching NASDAQ.
We could fill an MOC for a quick rip down and bid back up.
Less than $1. Less than $1 till all-time highs in silver. I'll just go full screen.
I'll be honest. Silver probably is play right here.
Mm-hmm.
Silver absolutely cooking.
It has all the good price action right now.
Yep. There you go. Let's trade $1.16 and 82 cents. Can we get to 117.70 in the next 15 minutes? The closing bell hits. What a day. Start off with the first lady ringing the opening bell. Finished by
I have
Nicki
a buy
Minaj.
stop on silver for a break.
Ooh, that's a J trade kind of. He's been utilizing the
price?
buy stop and silver for breakouts.
What price you looking to get in on?
116.98.
98, okay.
Yep. I'm going to bring it down just a little bit, actually. 116.90, half. I don't get filled, right, Dobie?
It's true. You probably will, though, because you have a buy stop in silver. So
This thing. This day flew by in chat. Okay.
Good.
Oh, here we go. More buying here in silver.
All right. Let's see if we can get it.
I think you're in. Nope, not yet.
No, he's in. He's in.
I'm in.
First lady Nicki Minaj. We're in?
Yep.
Oh,
you're
here
in.
we go. Look at this thing go. Can we get there? 60 cents to go. For all-time highs. Dakota is long.
You're up like 150 in a blink of an eye.
What price did you get? What price did you get, Dakota?
116.92.
116.92. Look at this thing go. 117.27 prints. Whoa. 40 cents. 3 cents from all-time highs. 3 minutes till MOC. Market on close. Right now, the star of the show is silver.
Yep. Yeah, those buy stops. Great way to take advantage of incredibly bullish markets.
Good call.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good way to get in.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't go, I'm going to get out.
Well, it's going to go. Dakota, you just hang in there. You just hang tight, Dakota.
Okay. All right.
Give Dre your mouse.
You just say. Yeah, none.
I don't know if I can do it, Andre.
ES trading 7003.
No, I'm out. Nope, 120. I can't. Dude, call me chicken. I just.
Bro, it's gonna. Oh, well done.
Yeah, I'll paper hands that all day. I don't mind.
What is this gonna have?
Yeah, life comes at you fast in the silver market.
It sure does. It's about to come at us a lot faster here. We got. Yeah, let's see a little bit of resistance up here. Let's see how long that lasts.
To tag you for break even, Dakota, just to bid back up again.
You know this is gonna go.
No, I got $120.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Incredible.
Yeah, it was profitable.
Okay. Fantastic.
Oh yeah, shoot. Let's take a look at those live leaders. Take a look at some of those familiar names we saw in fast markets. Shang still doing it. Juan, nice job. Balkaran.
Ooh.
See. Live mic trader up 11. Also 10,000. All right, good to see. Well done keeping those profits. Balkaran. See that name back.
Yeah, silver's just taking too long. I was looking for just a break and run. We might get that in the last 10 minutes here.
Mm-hmm. Do we hit all-time highs in this segment for silver? I think yes. I think yes.
I'm going to lean towards yes, but not worth the risk.
What? Well,
Dre likes it.
I mean, there's
Why
nothing
not?
to.
Right
There's
there.
nothing on the offer. I mean, they're gonna have to puke. So returns us all into scalpers. Says the chat. We got 45 seconds till MOC. Market on close. Will it be a doozy?
Here we go.
Let's go. $30 to go to all-time highs in silver. We're gonna start here. NQES and YM. Everyone's watching, so I'll be calling out these equity imbalances for the market on close prices, but everyone will be watching silver. 10 seconds.
Last time we had a red 15-minute candlestick was at 1:15 in silver.
There's no mistake. Yeah, they
Straight
Here
up,
we go.
man.
MOC. What do we got? Heavy sell side. 1 billion sell side ES. 1 billion sell side NQ. Nothing much in the
There it
down. 1
goes.
1 billion sell
Oh.
side. We do it?
Very close.
Mhm.
Silver is very, very close to all-time highs.
And we'll just sell side 1 billion. Nothing even have. They turned around. You saw a pop here in the equities. No one's paying attention to these equities.
Nope.
Right now, so watch silver go less than 25 cents. 117.70. Previous all-time highs. We are 10 cents away. Gold's been making all-time highs this entire time.
Who need
And those numbers can and will change in the with those MOC.
We need 1771s.
Pushing higher here. Still sell side. Again, we saw a pop in the equities.
You're so close.
Just do it. You know, I mean,
It's not selling off, which is just leaning
not going
towards
to.
just
It's not
running.
going to.
I'm
So
pulling
you
these
got 8
Nasdaq
minutes.
orders.
8 minutes
No one
till the
cares about
closing bell. New strategy metals for power hour. Close your eyes and buy.
Yep.
Still staying sell side. Again, Apple. Oh, I'm sorry, not Apple's tomorrow. Again, Meta, Microsoft, Tesla after the bell. Is that what we're seeing this pop here in the equities? Pay attention to the sell side balance. So
A little bit of a sell off right there in silver.
all you gotta
Are we
get.
now
Yeah,
going to
we'll-
get all time highs? Is this what's
Come
going
on.
on?
Can we
They're
get
watching.
9 minutes.
They're watching.
still sell side?
We have a nice little range over range forming on the 1 minute. So if these like 117s can hold, it might bounce.
Love it.
Nope. Sold through that. Look for the midway point.
We came so
Look at
close.
this. Oh no! And now you got NQ
Oh.
pumping higher here, 26,171. About 30 points.
What a buzzkill.
Is silver going to do it in 7 minutes? 7 minutes till the
Yes.
bell. Still
Still might
staying
do
sell
it.
side.
Come on.
There's your buy. Here's your long right here. Where's your pullback? Same gold. They're going to cook this. That's
Come on.
just is this the buildup they need? And we got within 10 cents all-time highs. Gold's been making all-time highs the entire time. This,
Yeah.
Yes,
Wow,
continue to pump
silver.
here.
Oof.
Ooh.
Okay, maybe a stop run there.
Maybe up.
What's the next area of support? We got 116
Right here.
10s, maybe?
Right here. Right here. It's support right here. Yeah. You could have just bought 40s right here.
I don't have the heart for this.
Yeah.
It's got like a bionic one.
NQ. One
Is this what
NQ.
Hogue feels like when he watches us trade the NASDAQ?
That's the NQ. Yep. You watching NQ pump here. ES, same story there. ES up about 10, 11 points in this
Oh,
5
nice
minute candle trading 70-11. 70-11.
Whopping 40-point bid here in the
Still sell
NASDAQ.
side.
Dan, NQ was trash today. It was pretty tame. It was pretty tame for sure.
Dakota, what do you have your eye on? I know you're locked in. You.
Oh yeah, we're watching
Look-
silver here.
I knew it. I knew you were looking at.
6 minutes left.
Huh? Get an injection of liquidity. 55 after 40 seconds. Macro, how'd you trade today? Oh, Macro's talking Adobe. Don't talk about
Oh, Macro, thank you.
huh? We go.
He's doing great.
Still sell side of this MOC. 700 mil sell side NQ. 800 mil sell side ES.
So
Ooh, silver.
yeah,
Look,
we're
too
not-
close to the sun, Dre.
Is that what it is? Well, this is
Those all-time highs were
It's got cheaper prices.
a little too
Everyone was
spooky.
looking at it.
It's got better prices.
And they're like, "Oh, we gonna do this in 6 minutes? Uh-oh."
Gold.
No one wanted to be the first buyer.
Gold off. There you go. There's your 5 minute. Gold just pulled back about $20.
It's, dude, slow markets is gonna rip.
Yeah, make sure to tune in. Sure, tune in slow market. Still, all right. Billion sell side, 1.1 billion sell side NQ, 1 billion sell side ES, and we are higher. How about that? Can we get there? Big earnings after the baby. They're just ignoring the MOC because they know what earnings we got here. What a power hour. Never got those fills. Oh,
Nope.
stalled
We're
out.
close,
Stalled
though.
out.
Right idea.
Stalled out. Come on.
We're holding the 16s though.
Yep. Sure are.
I think the algos get tired of trading silver. They just get like exhausted.
Oh, they count.
They run on silver, Adobe.
Hey,
That's true. They do.
Dakota, you are flat.
Yeah, I'm
And
flat.
We'll see you at 7:30 p.m. Central Time. We'll have a slow markets. Markets anything but slow, really. Metals
Nothing
all the
slow.
rage. Above below
By
26,300. What a day! What a weird
That's
day.
what's happening.
I know how we could get silver to all-time highs. I could short
What?
this.
Said the same thing before. Let this thing go higher. Watch me get short.
Yep.
I know, yeah.
I've said this so many times.
If you tune in slow markets, you'll know why.
Huh? Okay. Still sell side and the MOC equities just. But Dakota, to your point, I do believe after this next FOMC meeting isn't until March 18th. I think the runway is clear
I agree with that.
for higher prices. All right, we got less than 3 minutes. Less than 3 minutes. ES not
Silver
doing
might
much.
wait
NQ not
until-
doing much. Dow chilling as well. All right.
Silver might wait until after the close to tag all-time highs.
All right. Dollar away. We do it.
Nasdaq is asleep
Yeah,
right now.
yeah, we're gonna
Absolutely
make
asleep.
this. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you, James. Sorry. Yeah, we'll do a quick one. Get out of here because we got those earnings. Quick turnaround here. We got all right. 2 minutes. 2 minutes till the bell. Still sell side over $1 billion in both ES and NQ. I am not much going on over there. Again, one more time. Please click subscribe. Click like. Click notify. We will thank you. Next couple of days. Got my drift.
Mhm.
All right.
Silver
I don't know
doesn't
if we're
want to
gonna
go
get there.
down.
It does not want to get there. Teased us. Got 10 cents. Got 10 cents. Bring those all-time highs. Gold's like Dolby time now. Gold's there's no end in sight for gold. Silver's kind of lagging.
Yep. Oh, those 116.10s were decent for a buy. Kind of bounced off previous resistance.
Yeah.
It's already up about 60 cents.
What was that? What? Day trailing? I don't know what you're talking about. Day trailing? I do not know what you're talking about. Can we get there? I don't know if we're going to get that above below price, but we made all-time highs in the ES, the overnight. 70.43 would be that price for about 30 some odd points from there. And Q still has some work to do, about 400 points for 500 points from all-time highs. We sure did.
They're holding this silver price up, which is looking like we might keep going.
Still in price discovery mode. When is it
Yes,
going to
we
consolidate
are.
on like a large
Yes.
time frame?
Sure did, Eb. Yep. All right, here we go. 30 seconds till the close. Sell side lightening up a little bit, still staying sell side. We get the final push higher here in silver as let's go full screen of silver. $1 away. $1 away from all-time highs and 20 seconds till the closing bell. Dakota, stuff today. See you
We're
on
gonna have to
slow
wait
markets.
until
Dolby
slow
time.
market. Mm-hmm.
Yep. markets is fast markets. There's a bid in silver. Can we get to the all-time highs as we hit? Yeah, we got these big earnings after the bell. Real quick, Jay and Paul will be bringing that to you at the buzzer, so we'll make this quick. Shout out to all the bellers. Everyone that's tuned in today. Hell of a day. We're all in this together. We're going to keep grinding, keep getting better at this thing. Dakota, Dolby time. Great job today. That being said, I'm going to throw it to my main man, James. James, take us out of here and into at the buzzer. Massive earnings coming up. Let's go. Mute.